we had to be very unlegal. We had to get off our high horses and start doing the work that mattered. And I'm very proud that every lawyer joined us. And you know, lawyers at the beginning, before COVID, someone even wanted to close our legal aid clinics. They were saying, you are using donor money for what? You give the donor money to law firms. We'll figure out how to help civilians, right? But by the end of COVID, we had 2,800 lawyers providing legal services. They gave their numbers to police stations and said, if anybody is arrested, let them call me. Yeah? And the donors were so impressed because during that time we didn't have funding. Our staff, we had 150 staff who worked throughout COVID and took half pay during that time. Our landlords of the legal aid clinic, some of them forgave us 3 months' rent during that time. Lawyers whose offices were locked up in malls built a ULS house, 7 stories during that time. Don't you think that's amazing? That's the power of purpose. That's the power of what? Of purpose. So after that, for us, that was our proof of concept. It can work. Lawyers can be straight and actually achieve results. If we are together, I remember that time they even put a tax for professionals, off professionals. We fought it and we won that case recently. Yeah? That they were putting 100,000 shillings URA on every professional accountant. We fought it and we won. We had also just, at that point, we had just won another fight against KCCA for, what are they called? The permits, trade licenses. Because we are professionals, so we're already regulated. You have a permit from the law council. Accountants have a permit from where? ICPAO or somewhere? Yeah. So what we did is we went to court and court declared it unconstitutional to regulate us again. And lawyers were being asked, if you had 3 branches, if you had a branch in Jinja, in Masaka, you'd have to pay trading licenses in all those places. So did doctors, pharmacists, engineers, all these professionals, yet they're already paying a lot of money to their institutions for these kinds of licenses. And I'm glad that we won that war. It was no longer about just lawyers. And then we got blessings, because in COVID we had about, at the Law Society, our staff, about 28 of them got COVID. And we almost lost one of them. And the Ministry of Health heard about this. And they came and said, no. First of all, we're going to give free COVID tests to all your staff. Then they said, for all lawyers, we're subsidizing COVID tests. And for all of you, we are doing COVID, the vaccine, when the vaccines had just come. Because people had realized, lawyers are essential after all. We were dying in COVID. We lost over 150 lawyers in COVID. It was very bad. But I have never seen us more united behind a cause, because suddenly we realize this is not about us. So after that, we established our Fidelis Leadership Institute. Fidelis means faithful. It's from fidelity, a Latin word. And we've been doing a lot of programs. We do many programs, but all of them revolve around ethics. And yes? Okay, thank you. So we have executive programs because we believe that the people that are already in power, that are isolated, that are discouraged from doing the right things. This is an executive program like one of those. We train boards, we train executives on different programs. We have professional executive coaching and mentorship. If who loves football here? Yes. Gladys, what's your my namesake? That's my middle name. No one knows about. What's your team? Arsenal. Who's the best player? Huh? Declan Rice. Hey, do you see this girl? Anybody else? Yes? Shari?
Yeah, my name is Harry.
Yes. Manu, who's your best player? Bambi. Belinda, be nice. No violence this morning. So who's the best player in the world? Who's the highest paid player in the world? Ronaldo. Does he have a coach? Does he have a football coach? Does he get coached? So if Ronaldinho, is it Ronaldinho or Ronaldo? Ronaldo. If Ronaldo, who earns I don't know how much, has a coach, then why don't you have a coach? Do you understand what I'm saying? The man arrived, I don't know when he first became an MVP, probably years and years ago, right? But he still has a coach. Why don't we value our careers like that? Yet people who are earning trillions from their careers are constantly getting better. That's what we mean by teachable. So we do a lot of mentorship, executive coaching, and we twin you with people in your professions or people that you believe will take you to the next level. We have men's executive programs because men live and learn differently from women. We also have women's executive programs. We have a young people's executive program called the Fat Leadership Fellowship. This was born in 2020. Around 2020, a UN organization called us and said, oh, here you have ethical young people. We're tired of getting interns who come here and do very funny things. So please give us 7 interns, and we were not ready. So that's when we said, let's create a program to grow young people and prepare them, young people that are already in the workplace, but prepare them to be strategically positioned for greatness, for influence, because you don't need a title to influence for good, right? You've seen those people in the workplace. If you want anything done, that's them. So we said, this thing is not a gift. It's not natural. It is taught. So we can get young people and teach them to be influencers. And if the young people in the organizations that are influencers are ethical, it's going to drive ethics within the organization. Please proceed, Belinda. So I told you about the women's executive programs. Then we said that I already told you we were already in schools doing a lot of work. So now we have fat clubs in schools. These are student-led clubs. We're trying to teach them skills for them to be up there. Yeah, there are things that our pedagogy doesn't teach, but we know that our children are very gifted. So it's not enough to have a debate club. What are you debating about? So the fat clubs will talk about purpose. The fat clubs will talk about ethics. The fat clubs will talk about what's wrong with our country. How can we change it? The fat clubs will talk about civic consciousness. Civics was removed from schools, but we are putting it back. Yes? Leadership boot camps. We have these leadership boot camps. This holiday we have a boot camp. We also have holiday trainings for leaders. We do inductions. We've been invited to do inductions for prefects, and I'm very glad that it is our young alumni in the universities now that are doing these inductions. We have the National Aspire Summit. This is supposed to be an annual platform. So all this is being done for the young people from 7 to 18. This is Aspire. So please continue. So Fat Talks, one of the problems with Africa is that we have some of the greatest stories. I used to watch TED Talks and I'd be like, wow. These are the only people they pick from Africa to talk to us. Do you understand? But you don't blame them. Technology, education, and development is the global topic for now. But for Africa, I think the need is faithfulness, availability, teachability. Because technology, education, development, these things are already happening to us. But unfortunately, we're not like our brothers in the States who are 200 years old. They started ethically, right? In log cabins. And by the time they got technology, their democracies, their development was at another level. Even their thinking, their ability to critically think, their leadership skills were at another level. But for us, we are finding out, we are learning the vices of development before we even get developed. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we need to arrest this arrested development and go back to the basics. And that's why we are doing fat talks. We're telling African stories and we are documenting them. A lot of our history is lost because it's only the person. Someone said, for as long as it's the hunter telling the story, the lion will always lose the hunt, right? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Our stories have been told for us for so long. It's high time Africa told her own stories. So we have what we call Fat Talks for Africa. And for every Thursday for the last 3 years, somebody told me, you won't get that many ethical people. We've been getting ethical people from all over Africa to speak and tell their stories, and they're documented. For the first 2 years, they were on TV, they're on YouTube. Then now recently, we've gone to X Spaces because we feel that's more efficient and easily accessible. And as we speak, we have over 300 stories of Africans that are doing great things all over Africa. Fat Talks. We have the Fat Fellowship. This is a 16-week program. It's extensive, and sometimes we compress it for different teams at different levels. But what is this supposed to be? It's supposed to get you out of your comfort zone. It will expose you to 8 sessions with 8 incredible people that are supposed to just catapult you into your next dimension. And we hope that in those 8 people, you pick someone to coach you, to mentor you, and walk with you the rest of the way. So that's the Fat Fellowship that we're talking about. Then we decided that, the business community drives development in any country. We have to do something on entrepreneurship support. So we have the Fatpreneur programs, because if our business people are not ethical, our governments will not be ethical, right? They'll get kickbacks in procurements. It's a vicious cycle. So if we teach people ethical business practices, then maybe our foundation will be laid. Sorry. So we have also picked out a few things like ESG. ESG is the ethics of running business. So we do ESG trainings and certification, and we also can help you with an ESG strategy for your organization. We have also picked out things like intellectual property, because Africa has lost her intellectual property, her wealth, for years and years and years. And now with Google and Meta in Kenya, using our young people to develop apps. You might find, for all you know, ChatGPT might have been developed right here in Africa, but the IP belongs to somebody else. That needs to change. So we're educating young people and entrepreneurs to make sure they register their IP for their ideas before they even show up in these boot camps. You've heard about those boot camps where you go and you pitch and they ask you for, give us proof, give us a link to your thing, and all they're doing is just copying everything. Yeah. So we believe that is one of the things of taking back Africa's heritage: intellectual property, trade. When it comes to international trade, if we are not ready, another thing that is killing ethical people is that sometimes success comes when we're not ready. You know what I mean? Yes. I remember I was a very, very little girl when they woke up and said there's a new prime minister of Uganda called Cosmas Adebo. I don't know whether you guys Gabriel might remember. I don't know whether he's that old. Yeah? But they told us, I don't know how true the story was, that they announced it to him when he was in the market with a market bag. You know, this chikapu. And he was like, what? I am the what? I'm the prime minister. That's the story they told us. I don't know how true it was. I was a child. But I've always felt that was one leader who wasn't ready for success. Even the way he would make his speeches, you could see he's a little in awe of the office that he's holding. So sometimes we are not ready for success. Sometimes, for instance, the SCFTA came. the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And we came and nobody wanted to discuss it unless they got funding. Have you seen that? Nobody wants to have a meeting, to understand it, to read about it, to see how they can tag into it, unless someone comes from somewhere out there and funds them. And you need to know that it is more expensive to come from Uganda to Ghana than it is from Uganda to London. Did you know that? And this is what the SCFTA is supposed to cure. Kwame Nkrumah said it those years ago, and people like that were wiped out. And now this story comes back, and we Africans don't seem to understand it. So we decided we are going to embrace the CFTA and see what can we do. How can we aid trade? What are the things in this SCFTA that FLI can interest themselves in? Tell your neighbor competition law. Tell your neighbor consumer protection. One of the things that's killing Africa is dumping. We all know dumping, yes? The other thing that's killing Africa is because when they dump, they're not only killing your local trade, they're also killing your ambition as a consumer, that you're going to just consume rubbish, yes? The second thing is, recently I went to a textile factory here. There's a textile factory here that manufactures for Nike, for all the big brands in the US. Did you know that? No. Yes, there is. I won't say it because of the example I'm going to give. So I went to visit. I could not believe this was them. And it won't say made in Uganda. Because, why? Who will buy it? But anyway, that being aside, this textile factory had this stuff that is going to the US. And they said they send their quality control officers. And the quality control officers, if they find a thread missing, if they find a button off, if they have measurements for where the button should be, the label, what should look like what, if they find something off. So they had all these big containers and boxes of stuff that has been rejected. And now that is the stuff that they sell in the local market. Do you understand what I'm saying? We need to rise to a place where we protect what our people consume. So anything to do with consumer protection, we started training on that. We started working with the Consumer Protection Association in Uganda. We also then found out around, when I was president, we had the Pinetti case. You remember the Pinetti agreement? And the biggest problem there was the competition aspects. Because if Uganda's coffee is not paying taxes, if Uganda's coffee is not paying for its land, if Uganda's coffee, it will not be allowed on the international market because it's breaking competition regulation. But at that time, we did not have a competition act. So we started calling for a competition act, and I'm proud to say that FLI participated in the competition act that we have now and the regulations that came out recently. However, the problem right now is that we had tariff barriers, these non-tariff barriers. People saying your eggs are bad, your sugar is bad, your milk is bad, because they want to either make a deal of imported stuff from Brazil, or they are trying to grow their own local produce. Yet we are in an East African bloc. And in a time of COVID, nobody was speaking up for us. So we said we want to raise competition experts. We want to raise consumer protection experts in Africa who will fight for these things. So because of that, we are heavily involved, and we are the only institution in Africa that's accredited by the COMESA Competition Commission to do this work. So we still want more trainers. We're always training trainers and spreading them out, and want more literature on these things, so that we fight for all things African. So that was a little introduction. I'm sorry it was not in the program, but I felt people should understand. And the reason I said this is because we are busy recruiting a tribe. We want a critical mass of ethical leaders to transform Africa, because we want to cure the loneliness, the lack of focus. We do not want people to be unprepared for success. And with that, as an alumnus, Today, after you're trained by the Fidelis Leadership Institute, you'll be part of our alumni. And our alumni is very strong, and we welcome you to come and be a part, transform, be intentional. And we always start with your own intentional strategic growth. Yes? So that is why I made this introduction, because you're being introduced into a cult. You can only opt out. Yes, so today we are here because before our institutions were founded, we were there, right? We are leaders of our institutions, we are CEOs, we sit on the boards, and in 2021, I think about 50 CSOs were closed and were there making noise. Then we found that, you know, a lot of them actually had compliance and governance issues. DGF in 2019 closed a lot of, broke off a lot of partners from their support system, about 30, again because of governance issues. When people are giving you funding, a lot of them don't want to hear about staffing issues, right? They don't want to pay your salaries, they don't want to pay for you to get an accountant or a lawyer or get a QuickBooks, or I don't know what else you use for your accounting. And I always tell leaders that that's your foundation. That's what you bring to the table. So make sure that among the people that are volunteering in your spaces, you have those skills. You need to build a governance foundation. You need to prepare your organization for success. But someone said that if you cannot control yourself, they call it self-control, eh? If you can't master yourself, how are you going to master nations? How are you going to master organizations? That is why we're starting with our personality test. So as I speak, please put it up, Belle. As I speak, you have this. I'm sorry, our books were not paged, I realized late. Just after the program schedule, you have this color here. So I want you to look at this box that has all these rows. There are 25 rows. Do you see them? So I want you to circle one word in each line, each row, that best describes you. Unfortunately, you have to do it in every line. You might not find a word that describes you, just find the one that's closest, yeah? So once you do this, please listen to my instructions. Once you do this, you go to the next page, Belle. You go to the next page on the tally sheet. If on your color thing, row number 1, you picked that you are believing, yes, that's the first word. That means you're going to circle yellow, right? So you're going to get the corresponding color in each row, and you circle it. Once you've circled it, you're going to go back to that page, and you're going to find out how many reds did I circle, how many yellows did I circle, how many blues did I circle, and how many greens did I circle. Yes? So I'm going to ask the MC to give us a few minutes. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Because you know when you think, I don't want you to think, I want you to be as honest as possible. But when you think, you start second-guessing yourself. And you people are CEOs, so you've probably done personality tests 100 times, so don't cheat. Just do it as much as possible. Sang Tzu said, if you know yourself, on the instructions. Yeah, Belinda is going to come table to table too. Yeah. So Sang Tzu says that if you know yourself, and you know your enemy, you will not fear the result of 1,000 battles. So we're starting with knowing who we are. And I hope at some point you'll do this for your teammates, you'll do this for your fellow board members, you'll do this for your staff, so that you understand your strengths, your weaknesses, your skills, your natural born skills, and how to best lead the individuals in your organization. And I want you to also remember as we're doing this that sometimes the organization takes on the look and the personality of its leaders. Yes? That's why we're making America great again right now. Yeah? Yeah. something else before we go back to our personality test, yeah? So do you see these 5 words here? Can you all see them? Fun, faith, family, finances, friends. I want you to get your workbook, maybe pick a page. You have pages in your workbook where you can write. Like here, session summaries. If you don't want to use your notebook, there's space, yeah? So I want you to write these words in the order of priority to you. Fun stands for anything, wellness, gym, anything that you do for you. Yeah? Friend stands for all those things you do, wedding meetings, what, friends, anything to do with your social life. Faith stands for anything you do for your faith, for your spiritual life. Family, of course, is family. Finances stands for any investments, any work, anything you do for work. So what is your priority list? What does it look like? You can see for me it's fun. It comes first. So write these 5 words in the order that they mean to you the most. What's the most important thing first? The next important thing, the next important thing, like that. So I'm giving you 1 minute to do that. I don't want you to overthink. We want top of mind. If it's real, it's there. You don't have to think about it. Don't start judging yourself morally. Say, how can fun be the first thing? How can money be the priority? But right now, money is priority. It's okay. Yeah? Because I'm here preaching morals, so you're judging yourself. Okay, so what we're going to do is called a values audit. Yes? And these are what people normally value. Yes? And we're looking at the prioritization. So I want you to write these people down. I want you to write your best friend, your best friend. Don't write their names, just write best friend. Then write enemy. Yeah, best friend, enemy. That one person who didn't. If there was one person in this world who could just be like, I would do better without her in this world. If they're not that bad, but they still would not pick you to dance with, So pick your enemy, yeah? Then the third person is your boss, someone that supervises you. Then the other person is the person you supervise. The person you supervise, your supervisee. Even if it's your housemaid at home, it's okay, you supervise them, right? Then your colleague, someone who works at the same level as you. Then that parent who always tells you the truth, your honest parent or honest family member. They're those ones that just, they tell too much truth. You have a limited appetite for their company because of that. Okay. So what we mean by a values audit is you've written these values according to your priority, right? So I want you to have a moment with each of them, including your enemy, and ask them, what do you think of these F's that I value first? How does it come off? Yeah? Then the next thing you're going to write is put one word, two words, audit time. Audit time. For 5 days. Audit time for 5 days. Then we're also going to audit money for 5 days. Audit spending for 5 days. So because this is a 1-day training, because of resources, they're finite. And by the way, for your information, we're also live on LinkedIn and YouTube. And we're going to flash a QR code, which you can click on, and you'll have the link so you can send it to everybody else you would like to be in this training that can't be here. It's because we have finite resources, but we really want this knowledge to go out to everybody. So this family, faith, friends, finances, we've already said we're going to audit. We said we're going to audit time and audit spending. So for the next 5 days, I am requesting you, starting Monday, let's take a holiday, yeah? Starting Monday, I'm requesting you, in the privacy of your own home, use this beautiful journal to write down what you spend every day and categorize it in these things, yeah? How much are you spending on wedding meetings and funerals? How much are you spending on family? How much are you spending in investment? How much are you investing in your friendships? How much are you investing in having fun or being healthy or eating well? Yeah, we've seen those bottles. We've seen those bills. Yes, on Friday night. Today, I wish actually you would start today. We'd see a lot of, there would be an inflation in your spending. So, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? In my life, I've done many things, and sometimes you get lost. I remember telling everybody in my life that I didn't want to get married before 30 because I wanted to have a master's by 30. And for sure, I got a what? I got an admission to a very nice university in Geneva in 2006. What I didn't know was that, yeah, I'm that old. What I didn't know was that in 2007 I was getting married. The admission was for 2007. So my husband is like, oh, I'll join you, we'll do it together. And I got a honeymoon baby. And that put paid to those plans, right? So I had to do, and I still wanted to achieve my goal. So I had to do an online MBA. But yes, by 30 I had my master's. But I remember thinking that this young pregnancy within the first 3 months of my marriage was an interruption. Do you know what I mean? Yes? Yeah, of course the man was happy and I thought he had set me up, but sometimes the best laid plans, God laughs, right? So by the time I got married, I had 3 jobs. And shortly before I got married, like a week before, I got another job. I got a 4th job and I had to drop 1. So now I had 3 jobs, a new baby on the way, and immediately after I got another baby. So life was that busy. Do you understand what I'm saying? People, you're like 9 months pregnant, people are leaving work. You're leaving National to go to KIU and teach. You know what I mean? And you really hate it when you climb those stairs and those students have cut the class. Huh? I used to write 10 marks of your coursework. Do not annoy a pregnant lecturer. Anyway, so what am I saying? Why am I telling the story? At that point, I thought family was my priority. If you'd asked me, I knew faith came first. I wanted my faith to come first. I wanted my family to come next. I wanted all these other things. Friends came third. But at that time, someone made me do, I went on my maternity leave for my 2nd baby. I used to start businesses and side hustles on maternity leave because I didn't understand how you can sit at home because you have a baby. Someone had me do this kind of audit. And do you know what I found my priorities were? Number 1, work. Number 2, work. Number 3, work. Do you understand what I'm saying? I was a complete hypocrite. Everything I was doing was in complete, should I say, it was a complete opposite of what I wanted to do. I thought I was running a value system that was completely different. I asked the family member who tells truth, my mother. She was very blunt with me, yes? My enemy, my enemy, is like a frenemy. She likes me, but she doesn't like me, and she's very blunt about both. Yeah, she told me the truth. To everyone, if you asked anybody in my life, they believed I was a workaholic and I lived for work. There's some people still believe that, but I have changed. That was very, very humbling. And I felt like it happened very late in my life when I'd already made so many mistakes. And I believe that if you want to walk a walk of integrity, if you want to walk a walk of ethics, if you want, you first examine yourself, yeah? You first examine yourself. What are your values? What do you aspire for? And are you walking in line with that? Yes? If not, it's good to check yourself. It's never too late. At that point, for me, in maternity leave for my second child, I dropped 2 jobs. I resigned from my teaching. I resigned from another job I was doing as National Association of Broadcasters. I was sitting on the board as a secretary. I resigned from those 2 jobs and said, I'm going to focus. I was in National Water heading, I was in the commercial department heading training and legal for commercial, yeah. Legal services for commercial. And then somebody, the next moment, I come from maternity leave, and unfortunately our PR manager passed quite suddenly. She'd been in that office for about 20 years. Nobody knew how to replace her or with what. But I was the only little girl in the institution that used to over-volunteer in her office. So the MD calls me and says, you are going to take over as PR manager. I'm like, what? What is PR? Like, what do they study to do PR? Yeah, I want to be a lawyer. And he told me to my face, it's the only job available to you now. And that job meant doing 5 roles almost. Those of you who've done PR know that if you're in an organization that doesn't have a marketing department, doesn't have a media department, doesn't have a social media department, doesn't have, then you're it, right? So guess who now had 5 jobs instead of 3, and I thought I had reduced, yeah? But I will still thank this process because it helped me prioritize a lot of things. And a lot of us make mistakes because at any one point, I keep telling people that when you're juggling balls, it is not that you have to balance, yes? You don't have to give equal things and equal time to everything. At any one point, it's a priority. I always tell students, when you're a student, school should come first, yes? When you are a mom, the children should come first, maybe. When you are a boss, the CEO, maybe the organization should come. So the balls you're juggling, you need to decide which ball is glass, which ball is rubber. What can I afford to drop? Do you understand what I'm saying? You understand what I mean by juggling? Eh? I'm talking about the physical juggling because our lives are like that. So there are things you cannot afford to drop because when you drop those things, you can, like, life will lose meaning if something happens to them. So that's why we do this values audit, because as CSOs, you have a vision and a mission for your organization. And you have set a path for your organization. And I want you to also take your organization through this process. You write down your values as an organization. And then do an audit. Do a stakeholder map, the way I have written those people there. And say, stakeholder X, when you look at me as an institution, am I living my vision? Yeah? Am I prioritizing the things I say that I prioritize on my banner? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because as a strategic leader, you need to ensure that the list in your organization is aligned with your vision. You need to ensure that the money that is spent in your organization is aligned with the vision. You need to ensure that the time that you as CEO spend is aligned with the vision. 4 years ago, I left my full-time job because I was going to pursue my purpose. And people thought I was mad. I said, I'm going to run for FLI. Shortly after that, I was invited to lead an organization called League of East African Directors. And they allowed me to do it part-time, which was a dream come true. And this was now leading board directors across East Africa. That was a big, big place to feed from as I led FLI, right? But as usual, I don't know how to do anything half-half. I went all the way. It consumed me full time. And my young people came to me and said, you're not being fat. I said, what? They said, yeah. For 2 years now, you are consumed by this organization. And you're actually not living what you said was your purpose. So in December, I folded my hands and had to leave that League of East African Directors to align again. Yes? Because sometimes in order to be focused on your vision, there has to be some sacrifice. If you are a leader, a lot will come to seduce you. A lot of good people want you. In fact, you might be in an organization. Rickson, what organization are you in?
Women Pro Bono Initiative.
Oh, Women Pro Bono Initiative, yes. And Ivan? Yes. So, imagine you're in Women's Pro Bono Initiative and one of your funders, let's say you said, looks at you and thinks, oh my God, you're such a fantastic CEO for Women's Pro Bono Initiative. Come and be our CEO for our organization. Or come and be a grant program manager for USAID. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's very, very tempting, isn't it? It's, in fact, you'll even tell people, this is what I have dreamed of, but is it? Is it really what you dreamed of? Especially if you're the one who started Women's Pro Bono Initiative? Yes? But then also, if you don't have, and this is why we keep having to do these value checks. It's very important. Every 3 years, do your value check. Because it might have changed. At the time you started Women's Pro Bono Initiative, maybe it really, really needed you. But if you're a good leader, you're supposed to hire people that are better than you, right? Now you might have hired Gabriel, and Gabriel is just rain-making, and he's ruling, and he's making you feel even a little insecure. So maybe it's time to move on, right? And let Gabriel lead. So the seasons, write down. You need to mark the seasons. You need to redeem time. The reason we do these values checks, the reason we do season checks, is because we are having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a physical experience. I know people would like to think that we are spiritual beings having physical beings having a spiritual experience. But I believe that we are spiritual beings. If you don't believe that, you need to meet someone who has Alzheimer's and doesn't remember their own name. Our whole identity is somewhere that we can't touch. Our whole consciousness is something we cannot touch. So if you are a spiritual being, sometimes in your spirit there is a moving, there is a shifting, there is a hunger for more. Have you ever felt it? And you know that there's a transition coming, right? Now, at the Fidelis Leadership Institute, we're saying these transitions should not take you by surprise. You should prepare for them. Every leader should prepare to leave the day they enter. Do you understand? Whatever new job, new company, new dream you start, the day you enter, you need to start preparing to exit. Because when exit takes you by surprise, you're set up for failure. Every role that you're in, you need to start mentoring the next person to take over that role. Because you're not going, I've never seen anything grow by staying where it is. Have you? There's something about growth, right? If I was to tell you that draw growth here, if you are to draw growth, somebody volunteer? Anybody? Just grow something that represents growth to you. Victoria, do you want to do something? If you were to show growth, how growth moves, or what growth is. Yes. So it has grown, right? And growing means that it went up, right? So for me, growth is a verb, isn't it? It's a doing word. It requires action. It requires movement. That means that you cannot just grow. You've seen mushrooms. I think mushrooms are the ones that do very well, sort of growing in the same place, yeah? But even they have a lot of things that are coming up and popping up and going away. So growth is a verb. So if we are continually growing, we need to make room for the growth. I keep telling my children that children are like plants. You need to go out in the sun daily. Have you seen children who don't see the sun? Have you seen them? They don't even play as much. They get lethargic, yes? I've seen my children when you know some of our primary schools, they like to keep the kids indoor. Sometimes I'll see my son and I'll know that they've hardly let him out for recess. You get what I'm saying? So we need the sun. Sometimes you need to get out of that space that you're in. And we believe that also your destiny, your growth is not in that comfort zone. You know that place that makes you feel all warm and comfortable inside, yes? There's no friction, there's no drama. You're not juggling balls, you're not asking yourself these questions, you're not feeling that's a very bad place. And Albert Einstein said when you stop learning, when you stop growing, you start dying. Yes? So today we are doing a values audit because we're going to talk about our personalities and we're going to talk about mapping it. Our personalities affect our organizations. How we lead, our leadership styles affect our organizations. And sometimes we are very big names, we are very big brands, and we're bigger than our organizations. And we feel such a big space that if anything were to happen to us, the organization would what? Would crumble. Yes? Do you understand? Now the point of making sustainable organizations is to make sure that you support this organization, you build pillars around it, so that when you move, it stays there, yes? The only thing that changed will be you. So when we go back to our personality test, some of you have just come in, but this is an exercise that's in your books. I'm asking members to, at the break, please just meet your friend. And I'm seeing very familiar people. Hi, Pamela. Very happy to see you. So on this side, we have introverts, yes? They say that the blues and the greens are introvert. So in your scorecard here, if you have blue and green, can you put up your hand? Blue and green being your most scores. Oh, wow, this room is sunny. Eh? Pardon? Put up your hand straight. Leaders. You're blue. Okay, let's start with blue. Who's blue? Yes, we have blues. Blue being your most number. Who's green? Who's green? Yes. Okay. What if it's a tie? Oh, that's good. That's alarming. Anyway, but yeah, it's possible. You see everything, every combination is possible, yeah. So we didn't introduce ourselves, yes? We didn't introduce ourselves, but we're going to have Belinda is going to, so just if you are blue, stand up and show Belinda your tag so she can write your name, at least one name. If you're blue. Victoria, Gabriel, Alipo, Alipio, Alipio. Didn't you do your AEOs? Ivan, Elizabeth, Ivan, Liz, Jackie, yes. So who's green? Green, stand up, once your tag. Green, we have Fred. We have Rickson. Can we call you Rick? We have Violet. Yeah. We have Ruth. Who's yellow? I can tell who's yellow. Please stand up. It's okay. It's fine. Yellow is your highest number. I told you this room was yellow. So we have Sharif, we have Okumo, Gladys. You see the colors they've chosen. Please stand. Have they gotten your name? Have you gotten? Yeah. This is Noreen, Diana, of red and yellow. Yeah, I know. Pamela. Then Pamela, yes. So who's red? Stand up again. If you're tying, you stand up again. Who's red? Mm. Mm.
Can I hear your name?
So there's Jennifer, Jen. There's Okumu again. There's Shakira. There's Violet. There is Elizabeth. Gloria. Jemba. Phoebe. You don't know how to spell Phoebe? It's like Fiona, but the other way around. And Pamela again. And Pamela. So, it's not surprising that the majority in this room are either red or yellow, because they say reds and yellows are natural leaders, sort of. Or they like power. Yeah. So, yeah. No, take it away. Don't need it. We will just keep it nearby for us to see ourselves. So there are some that are cross-cutting, right? But if you're red and you're yellow, it means you're an extrovert, right? Then if you're green and blue, it means you're an introvert. Your introversion is a bit on the extreme. However, we always say everybody has a bit of everything, right? That's why, does any of you have 0 in anything? Any of you? Any of you have 1 or 2 in anything? Hey, what do you have? Yellow is like 2.
I'm green.
You're green. 2.
Red and blue.
2.
Are two, yeah.
Wow. Yes. Sorry. I first came across personality tests when I was 16 years old. So you can imagine the eagerness of a 16-year-old. And being yellow, I was spreading it all over the place. So this is not a definitive test of who you are or how you understand things, but it's a guide. Yes? How you arrive. Okay. We're going to do that again later. Can we do that? If you haven't done the test, please don't. You can ask one of your neighbors if they've done it. Yeah, Belinda, please go. Just put up your hands if you haven't done it. Belinda will come one by one. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so we need to go on. So this personality thing, it's talking about how you lead, how you view your world view. What space is your energy most alive in? Yes? What empowers you? What strengthens you? What weakens you? Yes? I have a spouse who's like Gabriel, I think, blue and green probably. So people drain him. Yeah? He has to have a limited time to engage with people. After a while, it's draining. I get energy at 9 p.m. Bright lights attract me. I'm like, what are they called? Crows, Are they crows that like bright, shiny things? Yes. But one of the things that I've also learned about personalities is that they're very, very different tests. There's the color test. There's so many other tests. But what are we looking for? You influence your organizations. And I believe that one of the ways that we embrace governance is to protect our organizations from ourselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying we're damaging. I'm just saying if we're too wonderful and we're the only thing the organization depends on, then the organization's mortality depends on us, and we don't want that. So let's go back. Let's go to. So we're saying that a lot of blues are introverted. They're logistical. They're logical, very logical. They're organized. They're analytical. They're questioning. They're cautious. If you are a red or a yellow, we tend to make decisions very quickly and sometimes impulsively, especially if you're yellow. So you need someone blue in your organization to caution you, to check back, push back on your ideas and make sure that they're solid, right? And that they're grounded and that you're focused and that you're sticking to the vision. Because I think sometimes visionary leaders have so many visions, it's very confusing. Then their mantra is, let's do it right. They're perfectionists. They want to get it right. But one of their greatest weaknesses is they can get lost in the details. They can get analysis paralysis. You've heard of that? Yes. Sometimes they can get really moody and in their feelings. And then sometimes they can be very pessimistic, especially the super intelligent ones. Yeah? I think sarcasm is blue. So on green, they're relaxed. I call them the chillers, yeah? You'll die in your movie. They're the kings of passive aggressiveness, yes? If I'm lying, yeah? They're relaxed, they're caring, they're very, very loyal. If you have a friend who's green, they'll be yours for life, yeah? They make their friends very rarely, but when they make, they're for life, yeah? They're loyal. They're caring. They're caring because they listen a lot. They're the silent listeners in every room. They're the peacemakers. They love peace, yeah? They're patient. They're sharing. However, I think they're also said to be the most selfish of the lot. You only move when it benefits you. You know what I mean? Eh? You'll not volunteer an answer. They do not volunteer unnecessarily for things. They don't disturb their peace. They love their peace. So if you have a green who is an HR, you will score because they will know what's going on with everybody. But you might suffer in your disciplinary, yeah? So these are things, because they're always saying, let's do it harmoniously. They're great team players. They're great team. If you have two powerful people that are yellow or red and you don't know what to do with them, throw a green in there. They will get a conscience, right? So red are determined, demanding, competitive, strong-willed drive. The way you hear it, right? The United States of America right now is very red, isn't it? Yes? See how powerful leaders are? Hello, you're welcome. There's a seat right here. So the red is an extrovert, and their move is let's do it now. I was watching how people walking into this room. Eh? The people that walk in and you're like, yeah, that's power moving. Yeah. Yes. Why are you saying that? So then let's do it together. I call them the groupie. Yeah? The heart of the party, the life of the party. Motivated, over-enthusiastic, sociable, dynamic. They inspire. They can lead. I think Hitler was a bit of yellow and red. The Pied Piper. You remember the Pied Piper? The story of the Pied Piper? We have very young people here. Who's old enough to remember the story of the Pied Piper? So this man was hired by the village because he could play his pipes and rats would follow him. So they followed him into the river and then he asked them for payment. They refused. So he played his pipes and led the children into the river. Very, very, can you believe we grew up on those stories? Those were bedtime stories. They drowned the children of the village. But anyway, what am I saying? Yellows can lead you into the river. You've heard of Chiwetere. That's the power of yellows. Eh? Do you understand what I'm saying? You've heard of suicide missions. People will kill themselves for a yellow. It's very dangerous power in the wrong hands, especially when it is red and yellow. Because reds can be a bit, yellows have some weaknesses, like they can look a bit disorganized, and disloyal. Like everybody thinks she's friends with everyone. There's no way she's my deep friend. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah? But the red is very purposeful and can be manipulative. And they'll make all their 100,000 friends feel like they're the only one in the world. Yeah? So if someone is red and yellow, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Okay, so I'm sorry, don't quote me. Oh dear, we are on LinkedIn, please, mercy. Yeah, but I mean, he led men into the bush, kadogos. People have been testified that they were students and they ran off into the bush. Yeah. Someone said that when he went to Mbale, I think he spent there 80 days, and within 80 days he had convinced a whole village to rebel. People were killed for him in 80 days. That power, yeah? And that's the power of personality, by the way, yeah? So when a powerful personality, and for me, ideal looks like this. Ideal looks like you've balanced all four. You need all of them. You need the charisma of the extrovert, and you need the depth and feeling of the introvert. Yeah? When you come here, across here, these are the carers. These are the people that nurture society. The yellows and the greens. In fact, the greens are the environmentalists. But without the yellows, their cause, Greta Thunberg is probably yellow and green. Yeah? Is that her name? Greta? Yeah. Then this up here, these are the people that will take you to the next level. These are the leaders that are leading us with, I think Elon Musk must be here, right? So what do we need to see? We need to see a balanced human being, because if we're not balanced, our organizations are not balanced. And I'm not saying you can force it. I'm saying use your people. Write down, use your people. Yeah? Use your what? Use your people. So I do not participate in how my documents look like because I'm yellow. Okay, right now they're looking a little yellow, but I do not participate in that because I need someone with, I'm actually yellow and blue. Yes? So that's sometimes the worst combination because you can be schizophrenic almost, yes? I will sit in a party and talk so much and then spend the whole night depressed about everything I said wrong. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like there's two people living in you. One is judging you for just being yourself, and one doesn't care. Yeah? She's just running away with you. When I was a little kid, I would do things. I used to fall on my dad's bike all the time. You know when you're a little girl and you just slide your leg through and you try to ride the bike and it falls on you. Every day it would happen. Every day I would get spanked. So one time my mom told me, I will kill you. You touch that bike again, I got you into this world, I'll take you out. I said, wow. I took it. You're about 5 years old, so you believe it. So for sure, the sanguine in me, within 2 minutes, I had forgotten, and for sure, I went to the bike. It was in the garden. It fell on me. It was heavy, so I couldn't call for help because they'd kill me. So I cried myself to sleep. So imagine the poor, we had a very sanguine, dramatic house help who was a guy. He came and found me lying there with a bike on top of me, and she's like, Fiona Yafa. I just found people, there's drama, you know? Then my dad came and he's like, what happened? I said, Mommy said she would kill me. But the thing that was making me forget is this impulsiveness. Because the yellows are very optimistic. They forget easily. They forget pain easily, right? They recover very fast. They look almost insensitive. Yeah? Do you remember Jimmy Swaggart? Those of you who know him? Yeah. One moment, you know, he's fallen. Then he comes back. Simon Peter, cutting off people's ears. When Jesus is trying to rein him in, he was such a headache, right? But then he's the one they gave the keys of heaven to, you know? So what am I saying? Even Jesus, in looking at Peter and saying, you will be my rock, I'm sure the other disciples were like, what? It's because there is so much in all of us, but the only ones of us that will actually get it out are the ones who care, are the ones who care to do the work, are the ones who care to be naked, to be vulnerable enough to say, I want to learn, I want to be better, I want to address. So when I say use your people, I mean take the time to understand your people. Who are they? How do they perform? How do they work? If I have a blue, please go to the next page. If I have a red, for instance, a red in my team, they are fast-paced thinkers, risk takers, purposeful drivers, less patient, yeah? They don't like waffling. So if you don't give clear instructions to your red, nothing will be done, by the way. They don't want you to rumble on. They value time. Don't waste their what? Then don't get too personal. Eh? There are some leaders who just, especially green leaders, they'll be like, hi, how are you? How was your day today? They say, fine. No, you can't say fine. How is your husband? That girl is going to leave your organization because she has boundaries, right? Reds like clear boundaries. They like respect. They want you to enter their space when you have permission, yeah? Yellow personality traits. Yellows, we've talked about all these things. They're very informal, very optimistic, and animated. Don't crush a yellow. You know, sometimes we are tempted to crush yellows because they shine too bright, they're too loud. In our organizations, the teammates, we had a girl who was yellow, and the women in my organization spent time talking about how many colors were on her fingers daily, you know, how like her outfits were changing daily. Her screensaver, the phone has bling. And these things can be distractions if that's what you're going to focus on. For the yellow, give them where they're powerful. They don't like it when you suppress their opinions, yeah? But then even when they give, sometimes they'll give a bright idea, but because there's not much depth, don't over-ask them for depth. Do you understand what I'm saying? Say, oh, Belinda, you got that bright idea? Then you get to the green and say, please work with Belinda, iron it out. You know what I mean? What you're doing is you're enabling her to be her best without you making her look dumb, right? She gave you a bright idea. She didn't have to give it all to you, yeah? Because you see, if you wait for green with all his deliberate things, it might never come out. They don't volunteer information, yeah? So go. Blue personality traits, they're deep thinkers. They're analytical in nature, detailed focus, and formal in their thinking. Yeah, they can come across as being aloof. I have a fantastic blue who's our HR manager, but he's also the one I use to write to difficult clients. Because as long as he doesn't have to interact with them, his writing is perfect. He will be calm, he'll be respectful, he'll be, I don't know. So recently, one of our clients, it was unfortunate they met. He's like, what? He said he thought he was dealing with like a 45-year-old. This guy is very young, but he's very mature because of his depth, right? So they are sticklers for time and are capable of coming to their own conclusions without having examples of others pushed at them. So blues love projects. So just give him a project, but please give him time. They don't like last-minute things. If you bring last-minute things to a blue, you lose them, yeah? So don't come across as disorganized. They like time. Do not be flippant or pushy. And then give them a lot of detail. I have blues in my teams sometimes. When you tell the blue, Belinda is, what are you? Red? Yeah. So Belinda has a bit of a red and a yellow. And I will walk up to Belinda and tell her, we're doing a training tomorrow. That's all I need to tell her. It will be done. You know what I mean, eh? But if you're going to a blue, You have to tell them what's that. They'll come back to you with 1,000 questions. So if you know you're in an emergency, that is not the person to go to because you will fight. Yeah. Green personality traits. These can be the most frustrating if you don't understand them. And yet they're the ones who bring the most value if you do. They're laid back, they're relaxed, they're patient, and they're easy to get along with. And they're very informal in their approach. A green can be a closer. There are those very important deals that you need to make, but the person you're dealing with needs time. You know what I mean? Wants you to go for 15 coffees with them, you don't have that time. They want you to play golf with them, you don't have that time. Send a green. The green will even get lost in the enjoyment, but they will close that deal. That other person is going to give you the deal because they will fall in love with a green. And they'll feel, this organization loves me and values me. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Because green will not only remember what they ate yesterday, they'll remember what their favorite color is, they'll remember what... It's very hard to have a spouse who's green, because they make you feel like you're very insensitive, yeah? Yeah, so I'm not saying anything about you, Gabriel, but you know. So how do you interact with a green personality? Show genuine interest. Do not just show up and give an instruction. Show genuine interest. If you show genuine interest, they'll die for you, yeah? Chat before going into business. It's important to develop trust first. They are trust-led. They're led by their hearts. They're passion-led, yeah? So if a green tells you, let's do a CSR, the people in our village don't have milk, can we just find some resources? Because once you allow that person to do that, you'll be amazed at how much they will give back to you. You know what I mean? If you have a green wife, they're very low maintenance. Okay, I hope I'm not being insulting here. But what I mean is you have to put in very little and get a lot. Do you understand? Because their love language is time, those cheap things, right? It's not a Range Rover. You give her a Range Rover and you haven't seen her in 3 days. You're dead in the water. Do you understand? Yeah. So the issue is what I want you to write down. What is the personality of my organization? Sometimes you find that if your organization is red, it has weaknesses. And even in your vision and in your mission and in your strategic alignment, you might need to deal with those issues. But this can also guide you to lead to when you're appointing a board to your organization, and you know it's a red organization, and you need a little more green and blue. That determines who you're going to get on your board, right? The chemical composition up there determines a lot. Have you heard of organizations they say are caring organizations? They're like you think about, okay, let's just think. When I say caring, what organization do you think about? Huh? Civsos, that is true. Like they love you. I've only interacted with Civsos so few times, but every time they either bring tears to your eyes. With every experience you have with them, it's a lot. But you know, if you met the vision bearer of Civsos, you would understand. It describes her, yes? Yes, please.
My name is Nadia Nanteza Mauka, and you are talking about the personality of the organization. My question is, do we derive it from the initial values? Like, do we hold the organization as a person and determine what kind of, okay? And then when we come to designing the board members, we are meant to design them from the personality of the organization.
But sometimes personality clashes between the board and management have destroyed organizations, right? If you have a board chair who's red and a CEO who's red, you not have board meetings. First of all, they'll be competing with each other, yes? You don't know who runs the brand, right? each of them on their social media. Do you understand? And I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that we need to manage the humanity of the leadership in order to protect the organization and get optimal, because you get these board members and these CEOs and this management so that you can grow the organization, right? So the best, in law we say we want the best interest of the child. So our child is the organization. What is the best way to get the best out of our child?
Thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth Aliano from Center for Women and Children's Reintegration based in Lira. My question is, at what stage do you determine which kind of board, which kind of staff? Because usually you recruit without knowing and you discover some of these things. So at what stage?
So recruitment is very important. A lot of us some of us, especially NGOs that don't pay boards, we think, oh, the board is doing us a favor. They're not. Much as, yes, you want their brand, you're doing them a favor as well for them to sit on your board. I mean, you're giving them the highest, you're giving them the throne of your kingdom, yeah? So they should be worth it. There are many organizations that do interviews of board members. It's not abnormal. Anybody who tells you they do not want to do an interview, that's a problem. But also, a lot of the people that you're going to pick for your board, you can see who they are. Yeah? Belinda, do you have internet on that laptop? Yes, can we judge a few people? We will judge people that we don't know. Yeah? Yes?
Thank you so much. Jola Simwe, CEO of Voice Consultant Digital Movement. So about what you're saying, and the question she was asked, how do you choose? One of the things that guides me in my organization is the chairperson of African Women Leaders Network. I realized that personality, from the personality, the bit of personality is you have to look for someone that is very passionate about the work you're going to do. I'll give you an example. When I entered here, the first person I looked at was Godwin. If you're doing any work to do with human rights, advocacy, you'll know that's the first person you need. If it's a legal thing, you're like, okay, whom do I need? You'll think of Fiona. But then you also need to consider values. You need to consider mission of your organization. And lastly, personally, the other thing that I considered is as privileged enough to be trained by someone that has authored a book. She works directly with Jackie Asimwe that you talked about, and Jackie contributed to that book. She's called Hope Chigudu, and she authored a book that I think as CEOs we really need to read that book. It's called Strategies for Building an Organization with a Soul. So we need to look out for that book authored by Hope Chigudu. It really will help you. Thank you.
Do you want to add? Not now. Oh, yeah.
I'm John Silko. My question is that the way we are presenting organizations is like the CEO is bringing on the board. Yet some organizations, it's the board which brings on the CEO. So I'm a bit getting confused. You the CEO, you the CEO, you are saying I will do this to get my board. And secondly, some of these organizations are member-led. They will just, they will come in the meeting in the AGM and say, you are the one. They have not done this detail. They might have a small committee to vet, but that committee might not have that competence we are looking at. So my question comes, at what point do you apply these elements?
So first of all, I agree with you, and thank you for that question. Some people, some CEOs contribute to who board members are. Some CEOs are founders. Then some are member-led, like the Uganda Law Society. You wake up and you have a council. So the first thing you do is you do an induction, and you do a personality mapping of the new board and the management. And you have them do you get an organization that is going to help you through that process. And a good induction is not a one-day thing. Do you understand? Because I always advise that whoever did your induction should also do your board evaluation. Because a lot of us don't do board evaluations up until the auditors ask for them, and then you just, tick boxes. But a board evaluation is going to speak about board chemistry. It's going to talk about how decisions are being made. It's going to talk about who's contributing the most, who's passionate, yeah? Because there are some board members who come and be logs on your chairs, and yet they're using your name out there to say that they're board members. So we need to protect the organization from the individuals. But we also need to make sure that the organization gets the most out of those individuals. That is why you need to do personality mapping, not only for your organization, but also for the stakeholders. Yes? When you're stakeholder mapping, you need to understand what are the personalities, visions, passions, goals of the stakeholders. How do we relate with them? There are those you can call to a cocktail. There are those you need to call to a breakfast. There are those you need to just go and visit while looking poor. Someone said that yesterday. Yeah? There are those you should only approach when invited. Do you understand? So you need to understand your people. You need to understand your stakeholders. You need to understand the personality of your organization, and if it is the personality that will get you ahead. If you're competing in the tech sector, you need to be a bit red, yeah? If you're competing in this CSO sector, I think you need to be very feeling, because CSOs are all about impact, right? And the people that will measure your impact properly and be deliberate are blues and greens, yeah? But blues and greens might not get you funding. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is why it's very, very important for us to start with this. We've started with our values audit, our own values audit, our organization value audit. We've started with our personality mapping. Now let's take it to beyond. And another reason you're doing personality mapping is you might think that you're a red when other people think you're a yellow. I say I'm a yellow, but because I was raised by a red and all my bosses were reds, I lead as a red. That makes sense? So some people who hear me saying I'm yellow, they just think I'm lying, yeah? So while I'm here trying to address my yellow traits, my subordinates might think, this lady needs to reduce her choleric tendencies. So you need to listen. You need to also do that 360-degree evaluation of your board, of yourself, of your organization. Get feedback. A good leader gets feedback. Feedback is the manure you need to grow. Yes? Both your organization and your individual self. Thank you very much. Oh, yes? Yes. Yes, we do. We do, and
how costly?
So we have different rates for different organizations. Because we have the SME rates, we have the middle, whatever. Then we also have those big organizations that will tell you want a board training in Dubai. Like in June, we were there, in Dubai. But our programs are in this page, as I told you, and you'll see executive trainings, and these come all the way from the board. But what I'll say is that, again, even when you're looking for who's going to train your board, you need to also do research on the organization and what they are looking for when they're training your board. There are those that are very, very technical. You will walk out and you've done so many technical exercises, but the soft things haven't been dealt with. Now, my ethos is that by the time you're a board member, you probably have everything technical. We just need to make sure the board works together and for a common goal. Yeah. Thank you very much. We'll talk. Belinda is there, but I'm sorry. I'll have to run away for a bit, but I'll be back. Yes. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Mrs. Fiona Wall. I've been told there's a website, www. Yes, so that is the website. So you can always reach out to them. But thank you so much. This has been an interesting presentation. I don't know why the colors had to be those colors, because we are in a season of colors. So I'm sure some people were circling yellow and they were like, no, 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 no. Others were like red and they're like, no, 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 I refuse, I refuse. So maybe next time we should work with orange. I don't know what else. But it was interesting. For me, it was just, I just kept reading. I was like, this is true. So the more I kept saying, like, this is actually true. This is very true about me. Yeah, so it's very interesting. But I liked what you said. You have to first know yourself. And many times we start from areas where we don't know ourselves, and then you don't know the people that you lead, the people that you are working with as well. Sometimes you get into marriages as well, and you don't know the person to this level as well. And the married people will tell you that is where problems come from as well. So this has been a good exercise. Yeah.
The reason we do these studies is not so that we know and then we give up. Is that so that we know how to change, we know how to adapt, we know how to relate. So if you've married someone and you didn't know their personality, I mean, marriage is the one place they give you a certificate when you're starting, right? Because they know you will never pass. Every day is a struggle. But the beauty of that struggle, have you seen people after 50 years, they look alike? The beauty of that struggle is that if each of you is willing to come towards the other, eventually it will be one meshed up, cooked meal, and you don't know where the tomato starts and the onion stops, yeah? And that's how it should be in an organization, yeah.
And in conclusion, yellow can work with red, can work with blue, can work with, some people are red and yellow. Some people are green and red. Use that information wisely. So we're going to go into the rest of our program. We have a presentation by a registration officer from Uganda Registration Services Bureau. He's going to be talking about corporate governance under the URSB regime, strengthening accountability in CSOs. So Mr. Abaho Derek. Yes, this is Mr. Abaho Derek. He's a legal professional. He's serving as a registration officer at URSB. He supports business registration, compliance, and corporate governance processes, and that is why we are here. So as CSOs, just to understand what role URSB plays. Some of you have gone to banks. They have told you can't access some of your money because you don't have URSB documents. Some of you have approached funders and they're saying, we want certified documents from that company there, that organization, that government agency as well. So he's just going to be talking more about that. He has worked in a firm. He was a junior associate at Abbas Advocates before he joined us. And so he's just going to be sharing on this topic. So let's welcome Mr. Abaho Derek to give us this presentation. Not a fun fact, but side fact. So I also work at URSB, but I'm not here in that capacity. So, Abaho, you're welcome, sir. Here I am, Mark Tugume. Yeah, yes. So let's welcome Mr. Abaho Derek.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that amazing intro. It's always very hard to speak after people that you hold in very high regard have spoken. It's a bit scaring, actually. And I don't really know what exactly to get into because Mrs. Fiona Wall is one of those people that I've looked up to from way back when I was in law school to the time she went to the Law Society and she led us very well to now. And now seeing her talk and have to speak after she has spoken, it's a bit tricky, but I'll try not to mess up. I'll try to hold it together. I thank you so much for, first and foremost, organizing this training. It's very important that people understand how organizations are supposed to run, that people understand the legal basis of what they do, because at times they're told to do things and they don't see the relevance of them, but when they understand the basis and the background and the foundations of why they are told to do certain things, I believe it helps them to attach reason to some of these processes and some of these things that we are guided to do some of the times. I appreciate you so much, sir. Mr. Mark is My supervisor is a senior officer, and I'm a registration officer. So where I am, I'm under his supervision. And when I see him here, it delights me because I know after this, I'll be appraised the right way. And you never know, I could be promoted after here.
I'm yellow.
Okay, the presentation that we're going to run through, it's not a very long presentation. I believe we shall be done in maybe 20 minutes. We can have questions that will come from what we are going to see. But we are going to talk about the URSB perspective of corporate governance, and then also marry it up with strengthening accountability in the civil society organizations. I expect personally that by the time we finish this presentation, at least we shall have understood the key definitions of the terms that we usually use in this area of corporate governance, so that we do not mix up the language. Sometimes people come and say the directors are saying this, the shareholders are saying this, yet it's a company limited by guarantee, yet it's we're going to understand all this, I believe, by the time we complete this presentation. Then we shall also have understood, I hope that we shall have understood the different governance levels in companies limited by guarantees, generally in civil society organizations. We know who has the power to pass what decisions. We understand who has the power to maybe take whatever decisions in the organization. And then we also expect that we are going to look at the governance and compliance expectations that are bestowed upon these CSOs. And we shall look at also the different meetings and resolutions that can be passed by organizations. And then we look at the effect of non-compliance. If you do not comply, if the law says do A and you do not do A, what happens to you? Or what risks do you suffer, or do you stand to suffer if at all you have not complied with those different expectations? Yeah, I hope that by the end of our discussion, we shall have covered that. But then briefly, I wanted to talk about URSB. I use every opportunity that I get to market this place because it's a very good place. Besides being in good buildings and good offices, we are very good people that have supported CSOs, that have reached out to very many people in different areas, and tried to simplify whatever processes that we are obliged to implement, or whatever laws that we are mandated to implement. And most of the times people ask, who are you? Where do you come from? What do you base on to do what you do? But we are established by an act of parliament, and we were given mandate to do registrations. Amongst the things that we do, we register businesses and companies in one of the directorates, which is the Business Registration Directorate. We register IP. We have the Office of the Official Receiver, who is charged with closing companies. You have a company and you think you've gotten to the tail end, you no longer want to be in business, then you can approach us for that service in the Directorate of Insolvency, and many others. But for this discussion that we have today, we're going to concentrate specifically on the Directorate of Business Registration. It's where this particular aspect lies. And so most of the discussions that we're going to have and most of the things we are going to have are going to be coming from that particular directorate. We could move to the next slide. Next. Yes, in this particular Directorate of Business Registration, there's quite a number of things, or services that we offer. We reserve names of businesses, we register business names, we register companies, we do continuous filing, file resolutions, and handle disputes that may arise in the running of companies and other registered business entities. We could move to the next. Yeah, and briefly, that was URSB. But then I wanted us to also look at the common terms that are usually used in corporate governance. I think this is an area where we usually get issues and we usually get confused because it's we get situations where someone brings, let's say, a resolution to register and is saying that this resolution was passed by directors at a general members meeting or at a special board directors meeting. So we wanted to first highlight some of these terms that we expect people in this space to understand, so that if at all you're going to handle any filings, any documents that you're supposed to work on, you use the right terminologies and you do not mix up the two, because they have an effect on whether your documents or whatever decisions you're going to take are going to be considered legal or illegal. Yeah, and the first, we wanted to define a company limited by guarantee. Now, the laws that we operate under in Uganda provide for different types of companies. And most of the CSOs that we have here operate as companies limited by guarantee. And the catch is that these companies are not for profit. They're non-profit organizations. The laws require that if at all you're operating a company limited by guarantee, there is nothing in your memorandum and articles of association that should allude to you sharing profit or giving out dividends or giving out profits to the people that are members in the organization. And that's why most of the CSOs operate as companies limited by guarantee. So interchangeably, I'll be referring to CSOs and companies limited by guarantee as we go forward. And I hope we won't get lost if I do that interchange. Could go to the next. Then companies limited by shares, these are largely companies that established to make profit, to do business, to trade, make money. Yeah, and they are usually, they have shareholders who own them or who own shares in them. And those shares have entitlements that come along with them. People sell, people trade, they make profit, and then the profits are divided to the different shareholders. I thought it was important to also make that difference so that we understand the difference between companies limited by guarantee and then companies limited by shares. Then we have the Memorandum of Association. I think most of us must have heard about this document. It's like an establishing document, a foundational document for every company limited by guarantee, every company limited by shares. It's that foundational document that establishes the organization, but also stipulates or lays out the real purpose or the actual purpose as to why an organization is established. And it goes hand in hand with the Articles of Association. These give the detail of how the organization is going to run, who is going to be the board, who is going to be, on the board, who is going to be on the, who's going to be the member, what do we base on to say that someone can be admitted as a member, what do we base on to say that someone is going to be maybe dismissed from membership of the association or the CSO, and all those details. Yeah, so it also goes hand in hand with the memorandum and the Memorandum of Association. And if you looked at this very well, these two documents, the memorandum and articles, they answer most of the questions, most of the operational questions that we usually have in managing CSOs. Then we have members and shareholders. These are terms that are used. First, members, it's used in regards to people that form or people that establish a company limited by guarantee. And these are the people that you will find in the Articles of Association to have been the incorporators or the people that have established the organization. Then the directors are usually those that run the organization. They're given mandate by the members. We are going to look at them in detail. Then the board is a body that is composed of different directors that have been appointed, and it's supposed to also facilitate in the running of the different operations of the CSO. The company secretary, we're going to look at this one in detail later on, but he's someone that is appointed to offer guidance to the organization to ensure that it remains compliant in its operations. Then a resolution is a decision, basically. a decision that has been reached by either the members of the organization or the board of that particular organization. Meetings, exactly what we know them for, the different levels of meetings in an organization, as we are going to see. They could be board, they could be for members. And then quorum is how many people should be present before a meeting can commence. And all these are compliance issues that usually we look at as we register some of these documents that come to us for registration. Registrar, it's an office that handles issues to do with registration, either before you're established as an organization or after. If you need to register any documents or you have any statutory requirement that requires you to register anything, then that's the office that you go to, and currently it is with URSB. So you could go to the next. Yes, so now we're going into the real depth of the discussion, and I wanted us to start by looking at the structure and governance levels in companies limited by guarantee. Someone asked a question, which I captured, I think, and they said, CEOs and the board, who appoints who? I think I'm paraphrasing, but it was something to do with who appoints who? Is it the board that appoints the CEO? Is it the CEO that appoints the board? And I said, thank God, because this is exactly what we're going to look at in detail. We're going to look at who has the mandate to do what in any organization. What does the law say if you did something that you do not have the power to, or you're not empowered by law to do? And then what is the underlying effect, if at all, maybe someone undertook something that was not intended to be done by them, or that should not be done by them as per the laws that we operate under. You could give us that. Yes. This is an illustration of how power moves in any company limited by guarantee or in any CSO. We have at the very start, we have people we call promoters. Promoters are those that participate in establishing an organization. These people could be even paid. You just get someone and tell them, I need to have a company. Not necessarily the vision bearers, but there are people that operate, that participate in creation or establishment of an organization. So those come first, but you expect that if they do their part and they are done, then you're going to have members. Members are the people that actually exist as the owners of the organization that is being established. And they are the foundation. Some of them could be the vision bearers. Others could have been brought on board by the vision bearers because they have seen that so-and-so has a skill in this particular area, and I think they could add value if we added them to our group of members or to the membership of the organization. And so these members they form the highest level, the highest tier of governance in the governance structure. And so they appoint directors. So we go to directors. In the third circle, we have the directors. And these directors are responsible for the day-to-day operations of the company. They are the ones that run up and about. They are doing this, doing that, to ensure that the purpose for which the entity was created or for which the CSO was created is actually realized. They're the ones that handle operations. They're the ones that handle all these things that have to do with the day-to-day operations of the entity. And then the directors also, who sit in a board, appoint a company secretary, and this person is supposed to be the strategic advisor on all matters to do with compliance to the strategic advisor of the entity about all matters that have to do with compliance. And he advises the board, he advises the members, and the entire organization as a whole. But we're going to look at that in detail and how he does that, how he or she may do that. So before we begin on this, I wanted to highlight, I wanted to emphasize that, first go back to the circle, yes? Yes, exactly. These people, the promoters, their role stops at creation of the entity. For as long as the entity is created, then they're out of the picture. You'll not see them again. So which leaves the levels of governance with these three people. So this person has created the entity and he has gone away. He could be a paid consultant, he could be a professional that you've hired to assist you in the process of registration. And once that is done, then he's out of the picture. So we remain with the members. And it's why we're now going to look at the members in detail and what they do, how do they pass decisions, how do they effect those decisions, what power do they have, what is the extent of their influence in any organization, and the rest. Yeah, we could move to the next slide. Yes, and the members, briefly, are the owners of this organization, or they are the crust of the organization. They established it. They could have paid for even registration of the entity. They could have met some of the costs that have been incurred in establishing this entity. So they're the owners of the company. Yes, next. And they are the equivalent of shareholders in companies limited by shares. Now, shareholders, like we said, are those people that own a company limited by shares, or people that own a company that trades for profit. But we said that in companies limited by guarantee, we do not have shareholders, but we also have people that stand in a similar position, and those are the members. And they have different things that they can do or can influence. They have power within the organization. They can take certain decisions. You can go on. Actually, you can cast the whole thing. They have they sit at the highest decision-making body, and that is basically the annual general meeting or any other general meetings that may happen, which are extraordinary general meetings that may happen before the time of the annual general meeting. And in these meetings, they pass decisions by making resolutions. So when they come and agree on something or discuss something, and they have agreed about a certain position, and they decide to vote, you get, maybe if you have 10 members, they have voted, and seven have supported a particular position, then a decision is taken in that regard. And that decision is what we refer to as a resolution. Most of the times, you find that these resolutions may be either ordinary in nature, or they may be special. But these are terms that really that shouldn't disturb you. What we need to understand is that these people pass decisions, and those decisions, sometimes we refer to them as resolutions. And these resolutions may be ordinary or special, just that. Yeah, we could go to the next slide. Yeah, so what power do they have, and what can they do, or what can members do? What is the extent of their influence and power? And we are saying that members of any company limited by guarantee have the power to appoint directors. So they have the power to constitute the board. And I think this answers some of the questions that had been raised earlier. They have the power to appoint or determine who should sit on our board, or who should be our director. They have the power to decide and say, we have been operating as a company limited by guarantee, which is not for profit. And our aim was maybe to serve community for about 10 years. We believe that we've achieved our purpose, and we now want to move on, convert this company, change it from a company limited by guarantee, which is not for profit, and now begin making some money, or convert it into a company that can operate for profit, especially after realization of the objects that had been set, or the objectives that had been set by the vision bearers of the institution, of the organization. So they have the power to do that conversion from a company limited by guarantee to a company limited by shares that may operate for profit, if at all that necessity arises. Then they also have the power to alter the memorandum and articles of association. Like we said, these two documents, the memorandum of association and the articles of association, they are the foundational documents for any institution or for any registered company, be it a company limited by shares, be it one limited by guarantee. And they usually outline the objectives, the core objectives that for which any organization has been established. So for example, someone may start their organization and say, I want to talk about, or I want to advocate for maybe free legal services, or maybe legal aid to people that are indigent and cannot afford legal services. And so they say, but we're going to do this for a particular time frame. We want to do this for maybe 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. You tie your objectives to a particular time frame or to a particular result. So should it happen that within the operations, you realize that actually we had started in the field of maybe legal advocacy, but we also realize that there is a lot that is happening in terms of women's rights, and you want to extend your leg or you extend your reach into that space also. Now you have to go back to your foundational documents and widen the scope of your objectives so that whatever you're going to do aligns with what is in your documents of your foundational documents. Because the reason as to why we say that is because you cannot be a company limited by guarantee or an organization that has been established and you have made it clear in your documents, your memorandum of association and your articles of association, that your operations are going to be limited, let's say, in legal advocacy. And tomorrow we find you in advocacy for water, advocacy for environment, and the rest. So whatever you do as your actual operations, or whatever you have in your actual operations as an organization, must be in harmony or must align with what you enlisted in your memorandum and articles of association, because these are the foundational documents. But along the way, should you realize that you have something that you could also do, but it was never captured in your foundational documents, then you can amend or you can alter the memorandum and articles of association to include that new aspect that has come up. But we are saying that the people that have the power to do that are the members of the organization, not the directors, not the company secretary, not human resource officer, not who, but the members of the organization. Then the members also have power to change the name of the organization. Some organizations begin and maybe they have given themselves a name that constricts them in operations, and they want to widen, or maybe they get somewhere and realize that the wording of the name or the crafting of the name was not what it should be, or times have changed and they need to also change the name. So the people that have the power to do that are the members. And any other matters, the members have power to do any other, or to handle any other matters that may be specified in the foundational documents or the memorandum and the articles of association. So briefly, those are the members. We could go to, yes. Now, from the members, remember the circles that we saw? We started with the promoters, we went to the members, we are now on directors. We said that the promoters whisk away immediately after incorporation or immediately after establishment of the organization. Then the members take charge. But the members also, the law requires that they appoint a board, or they appoint a people that are going to lead the implementation and the actualization of the different objectives for which they have established the organization. And we are saying that these directors are in charge of the day-to-day operations of the organization. They are appointed by the members, and they form a board. So being a director is not sufficient for you to begin making decisions left, right, and center. These decisions that are taken by the directors have to be taken when the directors are composed into a board. So a board is like it's a body made up of the different directors of the organization that have been appointed by the members. And so for any decision that is required to be taken by directors, the expectation is that we shall have a board meeting, and we are saying that a board meeting is attended by these directors that have been appointed by the members, and then they agree on a position, pass a decision, and then come out with a resolution. So that's the expectation in that regard. Then they have power to decide upon almost all operational matters. Where do we open a branch? Where do we open, what projects do we venture into? How do we venture into these projects? What avenues do we use? Do we go for radio talk shows or TV talk shows? What do we do exactly? All those operational matters are handled by the directors. And we are saying and emphasizing on top of it all that in everything they do, they must work in the best interest of the organization. How do we judge this? We base on what the objects or what the intentions of the vision bearers was, and then we compare it to what the directors are doing or how the directors are doing what they're doing. Yeah, so any reasonable person should be able to tell that comparing those two, the directors should be are acting within the best interest of the organization. Some of the matters that they have power to preside over include recruitments. And remember, these recruitments are all, they cut across depending on the organization, but they start from even the CEO. It's the board that we expect to be hiring the CEO, be it any other person that is employed by the organization. It's always the board. But in this regard, I should also emphasize that some boards have, or some organizations have thought it wise that some of the recruitments can be done, or some of these recruitment powers can be delegated to maybe the CEO or to other officers in the company or in the organization to be handled by them. And it's why some of the organizations have departments of HR to handle that particular part. But it's mandate of the board. So HR or the CEO, if they have been given that power to recruit, they do so on behalf of the board, because it's the one that has the initial power to recruit and appoint staff. Then they can enter into contracts and agreements of any kind. They can acquire property, they can dispose of property on behalf of the organization. They can appoint the company secretary, or they have that power to appoint the company secretary. They determine where the organization is going to operate from. They could determine what branches to maybe open, and the rest they could determine which banks to open accounts in, especially when the documents, the foundational documents, the memorandum and articles of association have not specified that that function is going to be reserved for the members. Yes, we could go to the next. Yeah, then from the board, we have the company secretary. We had briefly discussed about this person's role, and we said that first and foremost, the company secretary is appointed by the board, and we emphasize that they should be versed with some understanding of how companies should be operating. They should know some of the legal and regulatory requirements that have to be complied with, because they are the chief advisor of the organization in terms of compliance, and they ought to guide the directors in their operations, to guide them and inform them that if you do this, you'll be straying away from what the organization was established for, to also guide the members that you can venture into this, but you can't venture into this because of this and this reason. So they are the people that are expected to render that guidance and legal support to the board internally, and both the board and the members internally. Then the company secretary, for emphasis, sits on both the board meeting, in both board meetings and the members' meetings, because you realize that his role is advisory. So the board operates, the members also operate, but at all those stages, there are decisions that could be taken. And the reason as to why this person sits in those meetings is to render guidance, so that if at all the board is going to decide upon a matter, at least they have his or her input to make sure that whatever decision is going to be taken does not have negative legal implications on the organization, and to make sure also that it is fully compliant with the different requirements of the law. So you could go to the next. Yeah, from that, we also are going to look at briefly some of the common post-incorporation or post-registration compliance areas that CSOs are usually tasked to look out for. Or after establishment of a CSO, what are some of those areas that you need to be very conscious of, so that you make sure that you do not default in making the necessary or the required filings. The first is that there is appointment of directors. The laws that we operate under require that for every organization that has been established, you have directors. And for these companies limited by guarantee, they should be at least 2. And every time you have a change in these people, you ought to notify the Register of Companies by filing a Form 20 or a new form that reflects the particulars of the people that you've appointed as directors. Then also the company secretary, the law requires that every time you have changes in who is the company secretary for the organization, you notify the Register of Companies about that change. Then the address, it's possible that you could begin operations in Kampala, but after some time, you think about transferring your operations to maybe Mbarara or Gulu or wherever. So should you make those changes in terms of address of your location, where you're going to be operating from, it's very important that you also go ahead and notify the registrar of companies about that particular change by filing the necessary form, which is Form 18. Then we also have quite a number of people that want to open bank accounts after opening up, after establishment or after registration of these organizations. And it's key that every time you're going to open a bank account, you pass that resolution and have it registered. Then the organizations that start, maybe at the start we were 10 people, but we realized that there is someone that has a similar mind like ourselves, and we want to bring them on board as a member into the organization. The law allows for these adjustments. You can always change members. You can change membership of organizations and either include a new person or remove someone that has lost interest in the operations of the organization. There are also organizations, by the way, that begin well. Maybe the dream is the same, and you realize that along the way, maybe some people opted for other things, or they have since changed their mind about the organization and they're no longer interested in participating in its operations. So that also is provided for, or there's a provision for those changes, and you may change membership to allow the removal of one of the members that has lost interest, but also to allow for inclusion of a new person that may have been thought about to be of a similar, to hold the same aspirations as those that already exist as members. Then we also need to emphasize that non-compliance, or where someone has had changes in these areas and they have not notified the registrar, then there could be penalties and fines that might accrue in that regard, because it's a legal requirement, because it's a legally established aspect that requires strict compliance. And if there is non-compliance by any person or by any organization or by any office of the organization, then the organization and the officers stand a risk of being fined or being penalized accordingly. Then the second area of compliance is annual returns. I understand most of us must have heard about this aspect a lot. I should first and foremost say that these annual returns that are talked about in regards to URSB or in regards to the Register of Companies are quite different from the ones that our brothers and sisters in URA enforce. We usually get issues, people misunderstand and at times think that the annual returns that we talk about here are the same annual returns that URA talks about, but the two are different. Now, these annual returns that we are talking about now, that are enforced and implemented by URSB, are the annual returns that give a summarized status of the organization for each ending year. You're basically giving the Registrar of Companies a summary of the status of the company in the ending year or for the past 1 year, in respect of which you're filing those annual returns. So if you looked at the form of the annual returns, you realize that it will start from the name of the organization, go to who are the members, which members left in the organization, which members were introduced, which people have been appointed directors, which people ceased being directors, where is the office of the organization, has it changed, is it still the same, and all those different aspects. So it's like a summary of the status of the organization in a particular year. And the law requires that we have this given every year. It's paid for companies limited by guarantee, it's 35. Companies limited by shares, sorry, this is a wrong figure. It's actually a right figure, but because we're talking about companies limited by guarantee, the applicable amount is 35,000 that you pay for in regards to that particular form. But also, we need to emphasize that if an organization is being established, then it is exempted from filing these annual returns in its year of establishment or in its year of incorporation. So if you're established in 2022, for that particular year, 2022, you wouldn't be expected to pay or to file annual returns. Or if you get established in 2025, this particular year of establishment, 2025, you wouldn't be expected to file. But for the preceding years, for the years that come after the year of incorporation, then you're under obligation to make sure that every other year you notify the registrar or you update the registrar about the status of the organization in that particular ending year. Now, there is a very interesting aspect, especially in regards to compliance with filing these annual returns. As an organization, if you fail to file annual returns for 5 years consecutively, the law provides that you're supposed to be struck off the registry. Striking off means that if the organization is ABCD, maybe advocacy, then ABCD advocacy will be removed tentatively from the register, or you'll be suspended from the register. And that suspension goes on for about 12 months. And after the 12 months, the law allows for, you may apply to be reinstated, but if you do not get reinstated, then you may go ahead and be deregistered by the registrar. I want to explain about the motive behind this. Now, from the time these registries were created, or from the time when URSB started registering companies, we had people that would come, start organizations or start companies, register companies, create files at the registry, and then disappear. And you do not hear from the person or from the entity for some good time. Some of them from the time of incorporation, they go 10, 20 years. You don't see any business activity taking place at the registry. Yet, like we saw in the first part, these companies have obligations to comply with certain strict requirements in the law. So someone opens up this organization and maybe you don't know, you do not hear from them. You don't know whether they are operating. You don't know whether they're not operating the first year, the second year, the third year, the fourth year, the 10th year, and you're not hearing anything from them at all. So the law was revised, or the laws that we operate under were revised, were amended actually in 2023, 2022, to provide for some compliance mechanisms that would allow the Register of Companies to follow up on some of these companies. Because if you come and open a company with us, or you start up an organization and have it registered with us, you create some sort of baggage that we have to deal with as a registry. There is a file, you have a whole file as a company, which we have to maintain. Now we're wondering, is it fair for the Register of Companies to maintain files or to maintain records of companies that are not existing? So if someone opens up a company today and it fails tomorrow and they do not notify us, how much time can we keep with that information before we discuss it, discard it, and create space for other people that are serious in the that are serious and want to take on, want to have maybe files created and have their records also properly kept. So that was the mechanism that was introduced, that if we do not hear from your company for about 5 years, then we strike it off, give you notice in a newspaper of wide circulation, give you notice on TV or in any media platforms that may be of wide circulation. And if you do not show up in a period of 12 months to reinstate or to reestablish or to be re-entered onto the register, then we completely close that company by deregistering it. And I know you might get into contact with people that have companies that have been struck off. We are still undergoing the process of reinstatement of some of them. So if there is anyone that has that issue, then know that you still have a window to have it restored. And if you do not, if there is no positive action that is undertaken to have that particular company re-established, then in the near future, we're going to be deregistering some companies. And if there is anything else? This is exactly what I was explaining, so we could go to... Yes, please? No, we're going to have a Q&A session. Yeah, maybe briefly, the effect of deregistration is that once a company is deregistered, it's issued a certificate of dissolution. So we shall consider that company to be closed completely. And we do not expect that a company that has been deregistered, we do not expect them to be operating, to be running bank accounts, to be, engaging in different activities, receiving donor funds. No, we don't. Because that company has been seized by the act of deregistration. It's a penal offense for you to go on to operate, then they would be prosecuted, and maybe they suffer the end result of in accordance with what the law requires. Lastly, I think I'll talk about beneficial ownership. Beneficial ownership is the other aspect that has been introduced recently. The new laws require that we get to know the individuals behind every entity. We want to know who is the person that exercises ultimate control, or who is the person that exercises the power in taking decisions, the power in making the calls within the company, who has that entitlement to vote in meetings, who is the actual owner of the company. Yeah, previously we'd have companies that were owned by companies, So you find company A owns company B, then company B owns company C. And so it becomes hard to track the actual natural human being behind the particular organization. But with this requirement, every organization is required to declare who the actual beneficiaries or who the actual people that influence decisions in the company are. And that's basically what beneficial ownership forms are about. Could go to the last bit. The last. Yes. Lastly, I want to end with this. URSB is currently using a system in registration of companies and maintenance of the registers, which is called OBRS, the Online Business Registration System. I would interest all of us to be interested in to look out for this and see how it works, learn how it works. It's very simple, very user-friendly, and just like you have a Facebook account, you can have an OBRS account that you can use to open companies yourself, register business names, register legal documents, and access all the services that URSB offers. And so I would want to interest all of us into this system so that we see, because some of the things that we take to lawyers, to agents, there are things that we can do ourselves. For example, an organization should not be hiring a lawyer to work on a resolution. If you have access to this system with your directors and the board and the company secretary, you should be able to file the resolutions that you want, maybe to open a bank account or to change directors or to change address. You should be able to do those simple things yourselves using this system. I want to end my presentation here, and I want to thank you so much for being a very good audience.
All right. Thank you. Let's approach Mr. Ba. I was wondering if is there rain? All right. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bahoderic, for that wonderful presentation. And again, you can always just find us, URSB, contact him. Let me not say find us because I'm here in a different capacity. So find him, but always contact URSB for all these services. So we are very, very far behind time, and I want us to redeem time. I know there may be some burning questions from this session. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to allow just one question for now, just as a follow-up. And then for all the other questions, you could either write them down or contact him directly because he's still here as well for all the services that you do. But for now, just one session so that we do not keep you hungry. Yes, we want to eat. So just one question for Mr. Abako, and then we go for our break. Yes, Gloria.
Yes, thank you very much. Gloria Nabunya, I'm the founder of Together Against Childhood Sexual Violence Uganda, and I'm grateful to be here. What I would like to ask, number one, is this information going to be shared with us? Number two is that there's a thing when you are registering, because I registered our organization by myself with URSB, but there is that part that has company that is limited by guarantees without share capital. I don't know what that means, but then I registered it like that. So the other thing is, basically that, and how can information about how we can, because someone told me in order for us to register with the NGO Bureau, we have to still come back to you people and use certified documents. Can you please share something about that? Thank you.
Yeah, this is why I asked for one question, because usually one question is 3 in 1.
Thank you for those questions. I'll begin by responding to the last one. Certification of documents. Now, it's why I said I interest each one of us in this room to look out for the OBRS system. With that system, you're able to do or to access every service, most of the services that we offer online, and you can do it yourself. Even right now, you could do it and finish it, and you'd have your certified documents. We do not have enough time for me to illustrate how that works, but the system is very user-friendly. It's just you creating an account, logging in just like you do with Facebook, just like we do with X or Instagram, and then using that platform, because it's very straightforward. You will see search, certification, and the rest. And then you can follow through and be able to certify those documents. Then the first question was in regards to companies limited by guarantee without shares. Now, companies are in different types, but to understand companies limited by guarantee without shares best, I think I would have to explain what companies limited by shares are, so that we draw the difference and be able to understand the other. Companies limited by shares are basically companies that have a share capital, where each of the members has committed to contribute to that share capital. And those contributions are broken down in shares. So someone could say, I have 5 shares, another one says, maybe I have 10. So the company, maybe they combine all that share capital, but break it down in different small shares. And you know that for each amount of shares that you have to pay a particular amount of money that is equivalent to those shares. So it's what makes them companies limited by shares. I don't know if you get me. So should the company run into debt, and I am a shareholder in this company, my liability as an individual, if I own 10 shares in the company, would be to pay up the money that is equivalent to the 10 shares that I own. Even if the company is owed 100 million, but the value of the shares that I own in that company is 1 million, and I have paid my 1 million, then my liability is extinguished, or it ends at that. I don't know if that is clear. Then for companies limited by guarantee, you're basically saying, you're basically guaranteeing, you're saying that we, the people that come together to form this company, guarantee that should this company ever run into debt, we guarantee that each one of us is going to contribute 1 million. You get me? So the difference is, should this company that is limited by guarantee ever run into debt, even if the debt is for 100 million, for as long as me, in the foundation documents that we saw, I agreed that I would contribute 1 million to meet the liabilities of the company, and I've paid that 1 million, then my liability is extinguished. So it's why we call them companies limited by guarantee. You don't have a share capital, but there is an amount that you have undertaken to pay to meet or to discharge the liability of the company in case it runs into debt. Thank you.
So I have just opened this in case you need.
Oh, yeah. So this is how it looks like. This is how the platform looks like. If you want to certify documents, you just come here to search and certification, input the company BRA, the business registration number of that particular company, then you search for it. It's paid for. It's a paid for service. I think it should be 25,000 for companies. You get a list of documents that exist on the register in respect of that particular company. Then you select those that you want to certify. The arrows that will come at the end, you select the documents that you want to certify. Then it will prompt you to pay. You make a payment off your phone. You input your number. Then you'll get a prompt message on your phone. Just input your PIN, your mobile money PIN, and then the payment will go, and you'll get the certified documents. It's very quick, very instant, very easy to use. And I want to encourage all of us to interest ourselves into learning how it works. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Mr. Bao one more time. So again, he's around to take any questions, even during the tea break. But at this moment, breakfast is served right outside. Please do go have a cup of tea and something to eat. We will resume in the next 15 minutes. Yes, we'll be in this place. So just go have a cup of tea. I don't know if there are any other modalities to that. Yes, but just go have a cup of tea. Stretch as well, and then we'll resume here in the next 15. Thank you. dedicated to driving growth and transformation for individuals and organizations, and she currently serves as the Commissioner Registration Services at Uganda Registration Services Bureau for insolvency and receivership. Her impact is tangible, it is far-reaching, and she has a master's degree in business administration, leadership, and management, coupled with a degree in law to showcase her commitment and to excellence and professional growth. But amongst all this, she's a distinguished graduate of the Chartered Governance Institute. This is ICSA UK. So you're hearing from an expert today, and the International Finance Corporation, certified corporate governance board leadership trainer, and an associate certified coach with International Coaching Federation. She has served on the board of Human Capital Committee of Africa Intellectual Property Organization, and currently serves as a board member of ICF Uganda Charter Board, the Board of Women Pro Bono Initiative, and is a member of the Governing Council of Institute of Corporate Governance of Uganda, and she's a member at the Boardroom Africa and the International Association of Facilitators. And there are many things she has accomplished as well, but all in all, we are hearing from somebody that has seen it all, done it all, and she's here to teach us all about what she does. So let's welcome Ms. Caroline Egesa to deliver her presentation. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mark, for that introduction. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know you are eating. I hope I'm not standing between you and the food, but we can, multitask and pay attention as we replenish ourselves. So it's a privilege and an honor to be here, to be having this, I like to call it a conversation, because whatever I'm going to say is not new to you. You are leaders in your spaces. And so this is passing on information. And we have, I think, about 45 minutes for me to pass on this information. And we are here to learn some new things, but to relearn and learn as we go through this presentation and have this conversation. So we are here to understand the role and responsibilities of directors. That would be the board of directors under the Ugandan law. So it would be interesting to know who I have in the house. Do I have some board members here in whichever organizations? Any board members in the house? Be proud about being a board member. Let us see you. Yes, it's a very important role that you play. Whether it's even in your own private companies, a board of directors is a board of directors. So, of course, I know then that means we have other people in other spaces of management, the CEOs and different levels. So, whichever capacity that you're in, you're here as part of an organization. And so it's important to appreciate the role you play and the responsibilities that you have as directors, but also how, when you understand them, then even if you're part of management, you get to understand the role of your board of directors, and then you get to know how to support them because they work together with you, even if you're in management. So, first slide, please. So, what is a board of directors? And I'm hoping this information will also help you, in your other private businesses that you might have. In case you don't have a board of directors, this is going to help you. I appreciate it. Some people call it a board of advisors. You can have them, come into your organizations, into your businesses, because they'll help advise you and help steer your company really, really well. So the board of directors is an elected board of directors. It's a group of individuals responsible for the strategic management of a company or organization. and the board sets policies for management. So it's all about strategic, it's all about individuals. Their ultimate responsibility is to set the strategic management of a company or an organization, meaning they are at the top level. They are not part of management. They're just strategically, supervising from that upper level. So they don't come in every day to be part of management. You might find that they might come in once every 3 months, depending on what your governance documents provide for. And it's a good thing that URSB was here previously making a presentation. There are different governance documents that put your various organizations into place. So it's a good thing that you need to look at these governance documentation and be able to appreciate what they provide for as far as governance is concerned. So they set the policies for management. I'm hoping that you all have different policies in your different organizations. It's the role of the board of directors to actually review and approve the policies. Of course, management comes up with the actual documents. You don't expect the board of directors to draft these. But management says we need a policy for human resource. We need a policy as far as marketing is concerned. We need a policy as far as ICT is concerned. We need a communication policy. So you draft these documents, but then you take them to the board of directors because they have that strategic role they play. You explain it to them, they ask the questions, and then they approve the policies. And once approved, these policies are now disseminated to the different levels of management so that everybody appreciates the different policies that govern a specific area. So, one of the main things is board leadership. Board leadership is the moral compass and strategic anchor that ensures a civil society organization serves purpose before power and impact before interest. So the main role is about leadership. So what sort of leadership are you as a board member giving, or what sort of leadership are you seeing from your board of directors? That is their ultimate role. And it's about the moral compass. It's not about the technicalities. It's about the integrity, the transparency, all these things. We're going to look at them in detail as part of their role and responsibilities. But when you think about the moral compass, it's individual. You either have good morals or you have bad morals. There is no in between. So that is one of the things that the board of directors must be very cognizant about. And then this creates that strategic anchor, because all organizations want to be strongly anchored in a strong foundation. And then, it's about serving purpose before power. So as a board, as whichever level of management you're on right now, is it about you or is it about the purpose? So what is the purpose of each of your organizations? Why? What is your why? So a board of directors is there to ensure that you are serving the why and not the power and say, we are the board of directors, we are at the top of the food chain. No, it's about the why of the organization. And I'm hoping that each one of you also is cognizant of the why of the organization, because that's why you exist. And of course, impact. It's not about your personal interests. You can have personal interests, but ultimately it's about the impact that you're having in the space in which your why serves. So if you think about from the start of the year, your organization, what was your why? And have you had impact in the different spaces? I'm sure to be able to evaluate the impact, you had targets and things like that. So what are the numbers telling you? What are your stakeholders telling you? And you still have some time to ensure that you have the impact that you are looking for. Next, please. So there is the issue of transparency and disclosure. This is one of the roles and responsibilities, is to ensure that there is transparency and disclosure in your organizations. Transparency and disclosure, why is it important? We have to keep asking ourselves, even with these roles and responsibilities, the why is the most important thing. It doesn't matter what you do, but if you don't know why you're doing it, then you are not doing it right. So transparency and disclosure, it fosters trust among the shareholders. So as a board member or even in management, you have to ensure that this is really, really key, because you need your stakeholders to trust you. Some of these include donors, yeah. You have different beneficiaries, and then there are also regulators in your sectors, and the public at large is trusting you that you're going to deliver on what you have said you're going to deliver. So it's important that you take the role of ensuring that there is transparency seriously and that there is a disclosure that is happening. So when you have this happening, you have enhanced accountability and informed decision making. So are you holding yourself accountable as a person, but is also your organization accountable to your different stakeholders? So that is one of the roles and responsibilities of the board and even management, to ensure that there is enhanced accountability. And when you're making decisions, what are you basing the decisions on? Is it accurate information that you're getting from your teams as you make decisions? As your boards of directors make decisions, are you giving them accurate, timely information to help them make those different decisions? I've sat in boards whereby there's a lot of back and forth between management, because they will not make decisions because they're going to be held liable, and then they say, management, go back and give us this information. Then you call an extraordinary board meeting. Then you go back. The back and forth, it doesn't look good. So it's important that there is transparency and that there is disclosure, because it helps growth. All these big organizations that you hear about, they ensure that there's transparency, there's disclosure, and then that is how they end up growing. But the most important thing is that it builds trust. We all know the importance of trust, even in our own personal relationships. You want to trust your spouse. You want to trust your children. You want to trust your team members. So even your different stakeholders want to trust you. The only way this can be built is through the transparency and the disclosure. Accountability. You have to be held accountable, and it begins with you. So are you holding yourself accountable? You need to have strong systems and internal controls, and these create, clear processes. You have to have checks, and you have to have clear responsibilities, and this ensures that there is a reduction in the risk of fraud, in the risk of errors or misuse of resources. So what sort of systems do you have in your organization? What sort of controls are there? That is a question that you have to be asking yourself. And some of these things are not complicated. You need to bring in the professionals to be able to help you build the different systems. What systems are there in your financial department? Because finance is really key. What systems and controls are there in your human resource departments? What systems and controls are there in your marketing departments, in your sales departments, in your legal departments? The systems and controls are really, really key, and they must be strong so that there is, accountability. So as a board member or as part of management, accountability is one of your major roles and responsibilities. And we all know that when you have good systems, when you have good controls in place, this promotes efficiency and consistent performance. So when you look at the performance of your organization, or even the performance of your particular team which you supervise, is it moderate performance, is it low performance, or is it high performance? All these will depend on the systems that you have in place, the consistency, that you have in place, and also the controls that you have in place. It's even as simple as coming in to the office in the morning. Do you have a clock-in system? How do you monitor attendance at your workplace? Do people just come and go as they please? When someone says they have gone to a certain place, are they actually there? Are they delivering? You might have a lot of activities in the field. What controls do you have in place to ensure that actually people are also delivering in the field? And how do you monitor and evaluate? It has to be part of your good systems and the controls that you have in place. Alignment of strategies and the goals. What are the different goals that your organizations have? Because the goals give you a sense. Okay, all right. Thank you. Oh, I've been, the people at the back, and I'll try to raise my voice as much as I can. Okay, so we are talking about alignment of strategies and goals. So what are the goals of your different organizations? Because goals give you direction. You have to determine where you're going before you start going there. So how many of you are aware of the goals of your organizations? By show of hand. Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 people in the room know the direction in which they started the year, where they were going. How many people do we have today attending? About how many? About 50. So let's do the percentage. 10 out of 50. My math is not very good. 10 out of 50 is what? 20% of us know where our organizations are going. That's a serious challenge. That's a serious gap. And if our year starts in January, we are finishing October, we have 2 months to ensure that we contribute to the meeting of the goals of our different organizations. So the question that you have to ask yourself is, since the beginning of the year, which direction have you been going? We can't have default living, The day comes and then you're leaving, you have things you're doing, you're busy. But what are you busy contributing to? And that means, did you evaluate the first quarter? Did you evaluate the second quarter? Did you evaluate the third quarter? Because this is the fourth quarter. So even as we're saying that this is the job of the board of directors, they can't do it alone. They have to do it with the management team. And each one of you here is part of the management team. And you can't say that you're selling your organization short. You're selling yourself short if you don't know the goals, because you have a responsibility. It might not be your organization, but you have pledged to be part of the organization. So you have to have that ultimate responsibility and know where you're going. But if the leaders, the board has not made it clear, the top management has not made it clear, then you owe it to yourself to ask, where are we going? What is the vision? Because you want to step forward, and remember, you want to be part of the solution. You don't want to be part of the problem because you don't know where we are going. So it's an important thing that you have to ask yourself, because if you're to align the strategies and the goals, you need to identify the goals. Then to be able to meet the goals, what's the strategy? And it actually boils down to each one of us. We all come from a family, I'm very sure. So even at that level, what are your family goals? Because when you started from that level of your own even personal goals, did you set them at the beginning of the year? And when you're monitoring and evaluating, what have you seen? Have you met those personal goals that you've set? Because when it starts with you, then you take it to the organization. Then when the board also talks about goals, you understand the context in which they are talking about the different goals. And then you come up with strategies to meet these goals. So when there is alignment of the strategies and the goals, this creates focus and cohesion across the organization. This alignment eliminates confusion. You know, I can imagine if your organization has maybe a staff of 20 people, and when you ask each one of them, what's the goal? They are all saying something different. There'll be a lot of confusion because no one will know where you are going. So it's really important to have this because it eliminates confusion. It reduces conflicting priorities. If you've gone into that organization or even as a board member and you have different priorities and not the goals of the organization, and also if they are not clear and if they are not aligning, then you'll find a lot of conflict in priorities. And at the end of the day, maybe you have some donors, you have some, you know, who you are reporting to. And because there is no alignment, and once you're submitting, you're all saying different voices, and at the end of the day, they will not come back to support you. So it's important that there are no conflicting priorities. You all know the priorities of your organizations. Your teams at team level, you know what the priorities are. And of course, ensure that time, resources, and energy are directed towards that shared vision. So what is that shared vision? Because that is the same thing as a goal. So you have to ensure that the resources that you have, the energies that you have, all the time that you use is towards this shared vision. And it's the responsibility of any board of directors, board of advisors, to ensure that this is happening. That is a key role that they play. So of course, when you have alignment of strategies and goals, this drives efficiency and you have measurable results. It's all about the efficiency. Once you know the goals, then you strategize. You definitely have efficiency and you'll be able to measure results at the end of the day. Next, please. We have ethics and integrity. This is one of the other roles and responsibilities of a board of directors, but it's also the responsibility of management and for each one of us in our organization. Ethics. It builds trust. It's the foundation of lasting success. Who of us here is not interested in lasting success? You want to have very brief success. Clearly, the whole room is interested in lasting success because it will be your legacy. Right now, you are here in this room being imparted with this knowledge because you want that when you leave here, that day comes, someone remembers you for the impact that you had, the transformational impact that you had. So it starts with also ethics and integrity. Ethics and integrity create a culture of trust where the employees, the customers, and stakeholders believe in the organization's word and in the organization's actions. That is really, really key. We are looking at different stakeholders. Employees are stakeholders of the organization. The customers are stakeholders of the organization.
Your suppliers are stakeholders in your organization. So this begs the question, do you know your stakeholders? Have you done stakeholder mapping in your different organizations? Because you must meet the needs of all your stakeholders. Because once you meet their needs, then you are building that lasting success, because they know that when you say this, you actually mean it. You might be saying, but service providers, when you say you're going to pay them on 30th, do you pay them on 30th? Or are you telling them stories? And then the brand of the organization now gets affected. So when you have integrity, you have to keep your word. And we all know that it is one thing to say something, but then you have to walk the talk, not just talk the talk. Talking stops at a certain level, but then taking action is now at another level. So it is the responsibility of the board and even management of an organization to ensure that ethics is, and integrity is a good culture. Culture of an organization is a whole completely different topic. But it's important that you ask yourself, what is the culture of your organization? Are you known for integrity? Are you known for good ethical values? So when it comes to culture, the most important thing is the values of the organization and the beliefs of the organization. Those two things are the ones that feed into the culture of the organization. And we all know there is good culture and there is bad culture. And culture starts from the top. It's the board of directors that sets the culture. When the board meetings are supposed to be held every quarter, it's a culture. It's a culture every quarter. But are you pushing the board? No, we are not available. Then when the board meeting comes, the charter says it's supposed to be 3 quarters and you have half of the members, so you have to call the board meeting off because they don't have a sense of commitment. Their work ethics is not good. So as a board member or as a board of directors, you have to have excellent work ethics. Because once that is seen from the top, the CEO will follow the same thing. Executive management will follow the same thing. Senior management, middle level, lower level, it just cascades down. So the question you have to ask yourself is, if we're to have, we have culture, but what sort of culture do we have in our organization? We've all heard the saying that culture will eat strategy for breakfast. It doesn't matter how many strategies you have in place, how many policies you have in place, how many technical people you have in place. If the culture is bad, the systems that you've put in place, all these don't matter. So the question you have to ask yourself is, what sort of culture? And culture is, what are we known for in your organization? That begs the question, and that is homework for you. So there is need to define roles and responsibilities. And in there comes the collaboration. So does each one of, the team members, do they know their roles and responsibilities? That's why we are here also saying that the board needs to know their roles and responsibilities. The CEO has to know the roles and responsibilities, executive management, middle management, even lower management. If they do not know their roles and responsibilities and the way they impact the organization, then they will not step up. So when people know their roles and responsibilities, it enhances clarity, accountability, and efficiency. It also strengthens collaborations and teamwork, because everybody knows what they are supposed to do. They know that when I do this, it feeds into this person, then this person is waiting for these results, then I have to pass them on, because it's a chain,
And they always say you are as strong as your weakest link. You are not as strong as your strongest link. No. So when you think you have staff of 20 or 30 people and the 20 to look at the one, just like Jesus Christ left the 99 and went to look at the one. You are as strong as your weakest person in the organization. So who is your weakest person? Do you look at them and then help them become better? You are not as strong as your strongest person. It's like saying the CEO is very good. It doesn't matter how strong the CEO is. If the others are not strong, then it doesn't help. So I just wanted to explain that a bit further. So when you look at the strengths that you have to bring up everybody. And then when you have collaboration, because everybody, no man is an island, no department is an island, no division is an island. You all work together. So how are you ensuring that even in these defined roles and responsibilities, there is a lot of collaboration? And as a board of directors or as a top team, you have to be able to observe if there is no collaboration. Why is there no collaboration? People come into a meeting and they're pointing fingers. They're going onto the defensive. We've seen those things in the boardroom. Management comes in. When the board members are asking, the other person is saying, but I submitted all my reports in time. I think it was the other team. Now you disown. You can't afford to have that sort of defensiveness. You have to come together as a team, but also own the mistakes as a team, and then say, what do we learn from here and how do we go on from here? So it's all about the learning. So defined roles help the team members respect boundaries while recognizing where cooperation is needed. So as much as you're cooperating, we all know the importance of boundaries at the same time. So it's really a balancing act to ensure that there is collaboration at the end of the day, because when a team works together and there is collaboration, then it will turn into success and you have excellence as well. So that is one of the key responsibilities. Financial reporting, it's all in the visibility. We've all heard that, in different organizations, different big entities that go down, it has to do with the finances. There is no transparency as you are reporting. And most of the civil society organizations have the different donors. Sometimes they will pull out because the financial reporting is not good. So visibility in financial reporting ensures that an organization's financial information is clear, it is accurate and accessible to all relevant stakeholders. So when you're doing your annual financials, do you have a very good finance team at the organization? We all know the critical role of audit in all our organizations. Do we have the audit team that comes in, to look at some of this financial reporting? But are we reporting in time also at the same time? So from management and employees to investors to donors to regulators, everybody is interested in the financial reporting, and it's important to have that visibility because decisions are also made for the organization based on the financial reporting. That's how you are doing the budgeting and that sort of thing. So it's one of the other key responsibilities of the board of directors is to ensure that there's good and excellent financial reporting, because then there's a lot of visibility. You have nothing to hide in the figures. So you shouldn't be cooking the books. They should be accurate. If you're making losses, then you also, say we are making losses, but how do we improve? How do we change the strategy? I'm sure we all know the concept of having a success strategy. And we also know that when we fail, there's a strategy to that failure. So what is your success strategy and what is your failure? Because when you fail, then you learn from your failure and then you look at your success strategy and what can you apply from your success strategy
to the failure strategy so that you turn into a success strategy. So all these things are important. Next, please. Effective communication is also one of the other key roles of the board of directors and, for management and for each one of us. Effective communication ensures that information flows clearly and openly across all levels of the organization. It builds trust, minimizes misunderstandings, and aligns people around shared goals. It empowers teams to act with unity, purpose, and confidence. So how are you ensuring that there is effective communication? Starting from the board of directors. When you communicate the goal right, everybody understands the vision, everybody understands the mission, everybody understands the objectives of the organization. When you're coming up with the strategy, is it just the strategy of the board or of the executive team? Or do you involve everybody in the strategy? Because there is full disclosure. We all know, of course, there are things that the CEO will know that the office attendant doesn't know. That is a given. But when it comes to the why of the organization, that communication is where everybody should understand. I like to give the example that the driver of the CEO should understand the critical role they play in the success of the organization. If the CEO is late for the important meetings and misses the meetings, there is a problem. So everybody must understand, and it must be communicated to the driver of the CEO that this is the critical role that you play in this organization. So that is the level of communication we are talking about. Next, please. So it's all about board excellence, but we also know that when it's board excellence, it moves down to CEO excellence, executive management excellence, middle management excellence, and lower management excellence. It cascades down. So it's about the quality, the service that we're giving, what sort of leader are we, what sort of results do we want to see, what level of efficiency do we have, and are we reliable? Everything that I've talked about, I've presented about, really boils down to corporate governance. That's what it's all about. So just to go through it, what is corporate governance? It's everything. It's the systems of rules, the practices, the processes by which the companies are directed. And everything I've talked about helps in company direction. So it involves the board of directors. We've seen their roles and responsibilities. It has management, where most of you must be falling, and everything we've talked about. We have the shareholders and other stakeholders. So the focus is on everything that I've just talked about: accountability, fairness, transparency, sustainability, excellence, strategy. Everything we've talked about falls under corporate governance. Communication, everything. Systems, controls, it's all about good corporate governance. Next, please. So, we had the component of the law. So what is the law? We've been talking governance, So now, when we want to talk about the law is really the legal framework that governs the companies. The company law, which the gentleman from Uganda Registration Services Bureau talked about. That's the Companies Act. We have the employment and tax laws because they govern, generally in the spaces where we are in. We have different environmental laws. These days we have data protection laws. We know there is a lot of data. Recently, I think, Mark, was it yesterday where the data protection, the act, the Cyber Security Act or something like that was passed yesterday? I would implore you to take interest in it. Apparently, you're having a conversation, you record it, then you want to use it, then the person sues you, then you find yourself, you're a guest of the state for 2 years. That is where we have reached. So, even as we say, what is the law that touches me?
You might think, oh, it's just the tax, it's just the employment law, it's just the companies. There's even data protection. You have a lot of data in your companies. How are you using this data? We have reached an extent that even the WhatsApp is information. It's now, they're trying to regulate it. You record conversations, you think you're going to play them back. Now you could be caught on the wrong side of the law. So what I'm trying to say is that you have a responsibility to know what are the laws that are being passed. What is the legislature doing at the moment? You might think it has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with you. You can find yourself in Luzira when you didn't even mean to be there. So it's really, really important that, you know, you're very cognizant. So the laws that are in place in Uganda, they ensure legal obligations are met. It's just that simple. We have different legal obligations, but the law ensures that they capture them, and then the laws are out there for all of us to take interest. So the question you have to ask yourself, in your different organization, in your different space, which are the Ugandan laws that you need to keep a keen eye on? Which are the Ugandan laws that you need to keep your focus on that relate to you and the things that you do and even your different stakeholders? I can't point all of them out for you right now, but I can give you that start for you to go and say, but which laws affect me in my space in which I am working? So, really, to say it's just important to have, you know, governance versus the law, the key differences. Because we've talked about corporate governance. Now we have to interest ourselves in the different laws in Uganda that govern our particular spaces in which we are in. We all know if you're in the banking sector, that's where you go. The civil society, there are different laws. So it's important that you get to know them. So the difference here is that, you know, the nature of corporate governance and the nature of the Ugandan laws or any other laws. Corporate governance is voluntary. All the things that we talked about, the good things, they are all voluntary. It's not a must. They are principle-based. They are value-based. Yeah? Whereas the law is mandatory and it is enforceable. So you can't say, but I wasn't aware, so I did not comply. They always say ignorance of the law is no what? Is no defense. So, as much as we're talking about corporate governance and then, you know, the boards and their roles and then the law in Uganda, you just have to know that I need to interest myself in the law in my sector and what does that law say? Because whatever it says, it is mandatory and it is enforceable. The purpose of governance really is for ethical behavior, you know, and building trust, just like we've seen. But the law is there for legal compliance and for protection. So you must comply with the law. And it is there to protect the different stakeholders, the people sometimes who don't have a voice. That is why the law is there to protect them. Because some of us will also find ourselves in different spaces. For example, the employment law. I can imagine if the law didn't say you must take leave, we would be working 365 days a year. But the law says you must take leave. So it's not a, you know, compromise, can I please? No, it's an entitlement because the law says so. You might want 100% of your salary, but the law says if it's at a certain level, they must cut off 40%. And they cut it off. So there is no wiggle room as far as the law is concerned. So even, you know, as a board of directors, what do the tax laws say? Are you complying with the tax laws as far as your staff are concerned? Are you paying the pay as you earn, for example? The law says there's NSSF. You're supposed to be saving. So are you complying with these different laws? As a board of directors, you have to ensure that you know the statutory regime that applies to you and you ensure that you comply to it. Not saying, oh, the governance, we're ensuring there's reliability, transparency. All those are well and good, but they are optional. Then we have scope. You know, corporate governance is quite broad. There is ethics, we have all heard of strategy, we've all heard of ESG. But the law is very specific. It has duties under it has rights under it, but most importantly, it has penalties. Some of them are criminal, some of them are commercial. You pay this and this fine, but sometimes the law says, oh, both. So you pay while you're at the coolers. So it's important that you appreciate this. Then also enforcement. Enforcement of governance is really an internal thing. You know, the board of directors is the one which ensures enforcement of governance. But enforcement of the law is external. We have courts and we have regulators. For example, in the civil society, I think you get licenses. So you have to ensure that you have a license to have your, civil society. And there is a regulator in place. Next, please. So how the law supports governance, I thought it important for you to appreciate this. The law creates legal structures for companies. Again, URSB, the gentleman, provided what the law requires for you to do. So when you have those legal structures, then you bring in your corporate governance after that. The law will also define directors' duties and responsibilities. They are in there because when you file, that table F or table A, you find that there are certain things that those corporate documents, when you say you're going to do this, it's almost like the law. And also the Companies Act will require for you to do certain things, and there are certain duties and responsibilities that are in there, like filing your annual returns. That one is a must. And the board of directors, that is one of the responsibilities. So it also protects shareholder rights, voting, access to information, and that sort of thing. So all those are provided in there. Then mandates of financial disclosure and transparency. You file your annual returns. Some of the laws require that you bring in the auditors and you file your audited books of account at the same time. So the law also ensures regulatory oversight via different government bodies. For example, you have the NGO, board, and the gentleman is here. So some of these regulators are there to ensure that you are doing the right thing as far as the law is concerned. So find out who is your regulator in your specific space, and are you ensuring that you're meeting the requirements of the regulator. So this relationship between governance and the law really, really matters. You might be saying, no, I have to do only what the law says. It's important that you also have good corporate governance because we've seen the benefits that it brings. So when you have strong legal foundations and then a sound governance, it leads to sustainable business. We all want our organizations to be sustainable, that when we are gone, other people will find them. Of course, poor governance can still be legal. You might not have all these other things, but it's damaging, if you don't have good corporate governance. But you must ensure that you cooperate and do what the law says. Good governance reduces risk of legal violations and scandals. We've seen all the good things about governance. They help you ensure that you meet the legal requirements, and so you avoid any violations. And we've heard of companies and their scandals, and you don't want to be part of that story. Then stakeholders expect both compliance and responsibility. So all your stakeholders want to ensure that you're meeting the legal requirements, but also they want to ensure that you are being responsible as far as governance is concerned. Are interdependent. They are not separate. They depend on one another. The law sets the minimum standards because you must. So that must is the minimum standard. So ask yourself, what are those laws in Uganda that govern your sector, because that's the minimum standard. The governance just helps you aim higher. And then together, they create responsible, transparent, and effective organizations. So how many of you want your organizations to be known as responsible organizations? Oh, just half. Oh, okay. Transparent. You all want to be known as transparent. You have nothing to hide because you're, operating well. And then you want to be known as an effective organization. You meet your goals, you meet, the needs of all your stakeholders, and most importantly, your why is being answered. Next slide. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me, and I hope that has been helpful.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Ms. Gesa one more time. Just highlighting important things. I like one of the quotes that you made, culture eats strategy for breakfast. What culture do you have in your organization? If it is for showing up, they say the meeting is at 9 a.m. and you show up at 10:30 a.m., but you want people to keep time. You have developed a culture of coming late. So it will eat your strategy. You have what or what? So just one or two questions again, because we have our next presenter around. Those of you who have been wondering what the NGO Bureau does as well, so we'll be getting into that. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Shakira, and I'm the Executive Director at EOPAL. So my question is, it's on the part of ethics and integrity. I happen to have worked in these other organizations that are not civil society, and we attended a training on ethics by International Organization of Migration. They were dealing with migrants. So they talked about ethics and integrity and what are the core values we have to uphold for people that work within migrations and all that. However, they trained the people in the operations, and they did not train the people who are like the supervisors. So us attaining the ethics and what we have to do, it became a little hard to implement what we had learned, to even tell a supervisor, I think this is better way to do this. So they felt like we were like overstepping. So under such circumstances, because it also happens in civil society, how can we help our supervisors to also learn some of these ethics? Because sometimes they don't even attend trainings. They assume they know, and yet they don't know. So how can we help them to also at least understand that there are ethics that they have to uphold? Thank you.
Without the risk of cutting salary. Okay. Do you mind just take one more?
Just a slight color. This is a QR code to the pictures, so you can access them.
Oh, yes, there's a QR code on the screen if you want to access the pictures for the training. Yes.
Thank you so much. Tembo, that have answered the question, and it was in regards to a statement and a presentation. First, thank you so much. That was a very informative presentation. When you mentioned that most of the times there's need to identify the weakest person in the organization to support the organization. And the question here is, what if you're the boss, you're the weakest person? Because one of the things the two of us believe is there is no one is weak. Like you can't say, okay, weakest, because everyone brings strength and weaknesses on board. And then it made me reflect on something that some people are doing to do with exhibiting. And there were many, many toxic organizations where the CEOs were the toxic ones. And yet we are in the civil society sector where, unlike some of us who feel that where we are now, we are very safe in the spaces we are, because we are being led by people that have supported us, mentored us, and also guided us as leaders. But then there are those spaces where we're coming from, and you reach a point of saying, I'll not work in maybe civil society anymore, I'll not be in these spaces anymore, yet you can't avoid them. Because the funny bit is, if you're in civil society, chances are high that you'll still, if you're applying, maybe you'll upgrade to regional, maybe to international. However, what happens when it's the leader yourself, when you're the demigod, what happens? Yes. Maybe before you take the microphone, why I'm looking this side is because, Godwin, I wanted to make a comment about this thing. I've been in a space with him before, and we're in a space where we had leaders that were like that. Not where I am now. Where I am is I'm very happy. You can even see my face. But truth is, what happens when those people are even frustrating you to get out of that sector? Not just saying about these things we say, NGO bureau, doctor, sorry. Or we'll say, Simanya, government agencies. It is you in the sector that is frustrating other people in that sector to get out of the sector. What happens to you? Yet you're untouchable. Even when they exhibit, nothing happens. Thank you.
Godwin, I hope you're not the demigod. You're okay? Okay. All right, Carol, before I come to you, just to clarify.
Thank you so much, Carol. Now, a bit of conflict resolution, especially how do you manage a bit of contradictions that sometimes can emerge where probably the board and the executive team or senior management team sort of like find them, because you find, as you said, as you ably said, sometimes there's always a bit of conflict of interest where maybe the board may actually have a different position and the executive team may have a different position, but they need to re-harmonize. Could you a little bit speak to that for the benefit of the participants? Thanks so much.
So, Carol, I hope those have been clear. How do you teach your supervisors ethics? How do you deal with demigods in civil society organizations?
Thank you very much to everybody, because these are the realities that we are living with, and I'm definitely very aware. So I don't have any hard and fast, because we are here having conversations. So the first question was to do with can I say leading upwards is what I can say, because you're at the middle and you want to be able to teach, quote unquote, your supervisor whose ethics, everybody in that organization is saying, no. And you went and they enabled your learning, but they don't want to enable their own learning, and they think they know everything. Sometimes I find that that's really a systemic thing, and it boils down to self-awareness. You cannot really teach somebody, there are certain values and principles that we hold as individuals. And the culture that we had, sometimes it's where someone is coming from, their background, what their parents taught them. So human beings are complex. That's the truth. As much as, I'm saying this is my team and go and learn these things, but if I don't have a teachable spirit, as you've said, you can observe the leader and try to find opportunities to pass on this information. You can also look at the organization. We'll have those people who the leader listens to at one point or another. The level of influence they have with the leader. So you might want to reach out to those people and be able to speak about it in a very respectful way, because some of us, it's the way we approach it. And some of us will go and talk behind the back of the leader. This person is this. And of course, they have to come out as defensive. So self-awareness first. And it starts with each one of us. We know the leader that we do not want to be. That's the most important thing. Because you are working somewhere and now you went and formed your own organization, right? That means you stepped away from the bad situation, you learned, and now you're doing better. And that's a plus for you. Sometimes that's all we can do. Take ourselves out of the toxic environment and say, I have learned all these things, let me go and do better. But where you are, you look at the level of influence that you have, and then look for means to pass on this right information and to make certain recommendations, because sometimes there are boundaries that you cannot cross, and that's the reality. But if it becomes so bad, that is where I said you have to go back and ask yourself, what's my why? Why am I here? You know, sometimes it's our problem. We observe, we stay in the toxic environment, year 1, year 2, year 3. I am meant to be in this particular space. What if you're not meant to be in that particular space? So it's that self-awareness. Where are you meant to be? And it's up to you to move yourself. It's up to you to say, this is a toxic environment. It will not work for me anymore. And so let me look for where I will be planted and I will grow. But while you are there, you look at the different opportunities that you have to be able to influence change. And sometimes when it's that person is the only one doing things differently and they're doing them the wrong way, they'll still observe and the change will be gradual. It might not happen in 1 or 2 days or in 1 month or 2, but it will happen because this person will be able to look at themselves and realize they are not the leader that they should be. So those are some of the things that I can say around that. The next one?
Situations where the organizations are about one person.
Oh, the demigods, right? Is what? And it's Mark.
Personally, when that happened, I had mentors like Jackie, Asimwe, like Rachel, and I got supported. The organization that render mental health support in your leadership retreat for CEOs. And it's one of the spaces that I went to, and after a while, I kept engaging and I healed. But my concern was in regards to those women, because you know, we have people in organizations, maybe me as a wire Angela, but then there are people who've all been in organizations where you tell someone, but you're dying, you're even in depression, why don't you leave? Someone's like, no, I have my reasons. People get stuck there. Are you getting what I mean? So my concern is not just about me, because I'm privileged enough to have mentors, to have support systems, to have these friends that will support me to heal. But then what happens to other leaders who are in those entities, and then as CSO leaders, now that we are CEOs, now that we are on boards, how can we identify practical strategies? Or what are those practical strategies we can identify to support people in such spaces? Because I might be there and I feel uncomfortable, but then maybe that person that remains is the one that would have been maybe the CEO of that organization. So that's basically my question.
Yeah.
I appreciate that your organization renders that support. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So basically, it's about you realize the situation that you're in, and you got the support that you needed, and it helped you come out of that bad situation, and you're in a better situation. But you're concerned about those who remain in that, but that whole awareness, you know. And that's why I said that it's a multiplier effect, yeah? So some of us don't want to ask for help. We think that when we ask for help, it's our vulnerability, that we are not resilient enough, that we are not tough enough, you know? But you have to really take a self-audit and go back and say, but why am I going through this? Is it worth it? And it goes down to the purpose. You know, what is your life about? It's now a personal question. And then realizing that this is not what it should be, about. And now you are in this space and you have raised your voice. So your voice matters. So the fact that you have raised your voice, somebody else is listening. They could be in this room and they are going through what you are talking about. So you have raised your voice, and it's platforms like this, sessions like this that will help. It's not going to turn around in one day. It's like saying an alcoholic, but can't you see that you're dying? Alcohol is killing you. It doesn't matter whether you take this person to rehab or that sort of thing until it clicks and they come forward and say, I have an alcoholic problem. I have a drug problem. I need help. Even if you drag them to rehab, we've seen them. Every 3 months, they're in different rehabilitation centers. But if you do not recognize that you have a problem and you admit that problem and say, I want help, as much as you want to help certain people, they are not in their time or season to get the help that you want to give them. It's unfortunate. It's very sad, but it is what it is. And of course, the others who are on the other side, who are raining terror on the others, we also need to get help. For example, my profile showed executive coaching. Sometimes we think we know it all as executives. No, you don't. And it's lonely at the top because you can't sometimes expose yourself to your team. But there are people who can help you as an executive. Who is your mentor as an executive? You can't, no man is an island. And if you think that you're going to get there, or I got to where I am because of my hard work, my resilience, no. People helped you get to where you are. So it's important that you recognize that you stood on other people's strong shoulders and they lifted you up. So it can't be just about you. We have 50 people in this room. When we understand that it cannot just be about us, that's a change, that's a transformation. And we are living here and then going to spread this gospel that it can't just be about you. You can't get it done in one day, but you play your part. So what things have come to you? What has jumped out at you that you're living with those 2 or 3 things that you're going to do differently to become a better leader in that space? Just because you're not the CEO doesn't mean you're not the leader. You are the leader in the space that you're in, and it begins with you. Lastly, quickly, the last one. Yes, I hope that has been helpful, Angela. Okay, so conflicts of interest between board and management. You go to the board, management, you've sat, you've come up with your resolutions, it is going to work, you told us to innovate, this is our innovation, and the board says, no, not really, no. So it depends, again, it goes back to the purpose. What's the vision of the organization? What is it that you are looking to do? What change, what solution are you offering to the given audience or the given public? And then you have to also be sensitive that the board is not part of management. They might not be seeing it the way you are seeing it. So sometimes as executive or as management, we take these things and we expect the board to give us a tick. We think they don't know, but they actually know. There's a reason why you have those board of directors. So do enough preparation. Do not go on the defensive. Be ready to have them ask you the questions. Be ready for them to ask for justification for certain things. Because remember, even as a board, they have their other shareholders who are also looking at them, who have put them into place. So even as there is that conflict, it's the way you resolve it. If they have questions for you, answer them correctly. But the most important thing is, even when they say no at the end of the day, you have taken the idea, you have taken the solution. Because remember, they're also responsible at a certain level. So if as management you've come up with a solution and they're not buying it, you have boundaries. There's so much you can do. And then the most important thing is to be at peace that you have done your best and you've taken a solution that you wanted to offer. But also allow them, sometimes we don't listen. And listen is not just about words. Really listen to the board. Where are they coming from? What is it that they're afraid of? What risk do they want to mitigate by saying no? And sometimes they want you to dress it up in a certain way. But as executives, we really don't listen. We think we're hearing no, and yet they're telling you, go and package it this way, and this way, then we shall be able to buy it and approve it. So communication is really, really key, and hearing the undertones of what somebody is not saying. Most of the time, when somebody is not saying something, they are louder than when they're speaking. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol. Let's appreciate her for a very, very insightful presentation. Thank you so much. And we keep ascending in the presentations. And you've been asking about NGOs. Allow me. We'll ask that one after, but just hold it. We have our next speaker is around, who's going to be sharing now on the fundamentals of governance. It's a build-up to this, actually, fundamentals of governance to CSOs under Ugandan law, building strong governance structures in line with the NGO Act. And this is going to be delivered by Dr. Okello Stephen, who is a Ugandan advocate, has a degree, a Bachelor of Laws degree, a postgraduate diploma in legal practice, a master's in public international law, and a PhD in public international law and corporate governance. Now he has a doctorate in these matters. He has a certificate for his participation in International Visitor Leadership Program under the U.S. Department of State Bureau and Educational and Cultural Affairs. He was a co-chair for the partner countries of the task team on CSO development, effectiveness, and enabling environment with its headquarters in The Hague. He has had a number of numerous NGO trainings on NGO issues from different countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, and the USA, and he has been working also with the Ministry of Internal Affairs since 2005 for 20 years. So he has quite a number of years of experience under his belt. He was the ED of the NGO Bureau until 30th September 2024 when NGO Bureau was rationalized, but he is currently the Secretary NGO Bureau, still performing the same functions that ED used to perform, and he sits on a number of committees both within and outside the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So we are going to be hearing from an accomplished person in this field, somebody with a breadth of experience in this field. He has a doctorate. Again, we have been moving. Karua, you know, we came from masters, now we are doctorate. Yes, so Dr. Okello Stephen. You are welcome, sir, to deliver your presentation and just share with the team here about how now this applies to them, especially in the sphere of NGOs and some of the things that they can build. As you come, I just want to remind the people that we have been talking about ethics and integrity, and I don't know, we still have the Ministry of Ethics and Integrity in Uganda, a whole ministry. Hey, yeah, we're on the right track. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. I've already been introduced, so I just want to thank Carol that she just made my work so easy. And actually, she almost covered most of the things, so I know the timing is bad. So I'm just going to focus and have a conversation, not even going to a presentation. That's why I said no presentation, and I'm just going to just talk so that we can have a discussion. I think I will move away from the governance issues and focus more on compliance, because I think the focus here is on compliance, whether people are complying with these principles or not, and even the laws that are in the country. But in especial, I want to thank the organizers. Please, thank you so much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity for interacting with everyone who is present here. But also, in addition to that, I want to at least be sure that all of you know about the NGO Bureau, its mandate, so I don't have to go into that. But also I want to inform you that we're in the process of developing the principles of corporate governance for the NGOs in this country. So once they're out, I hope we can have another opportunity to at least come here and have a conversation on what it looks like. So I just only want to say that right now, I'm just going to have a general conversation with you because I know that timing is bad. I'm starting at 12:30. Minds are shifting to lunch, so I'll ensure that we just talk and have a conversation. So as someone who has been in this office for, let me say, over 20 years now, not in this particular seat, I have grown through the system. At least I just learned from Angela today how traumatized she has been in the sector. But I have seen it from another angle as a regulator. So I just wanted to tell you that there are 4 things that are actually killing the sector, to just pick it up from where Angela stopped. The first one is the motive of why people form these organizations. And I think if you miss on the motive, then you miss everything. You would have expected that people who form either NGOs or CBOs or any CSO in this country, your motive should be clear. They would expect you to be demand-driven, meaning that you want to see the needs of the community and you want to go out and address it. Unfortunately, so many people get it totally wrong. The motive is totally different from what an organization should have had. So many people start organizations because they've looked for employment in vain. So they say, let me employ myself, form my own NGO, become my own boss, then they're going to see who I can be. Others think that NGOs have a lot of money. There is money just flowing there in all the corridors around the country. So many development partners who are generous. So you want to jump into that arena. So people have so many different motives. Others can work in one organization when they think they now have the right capacity. You say, okay, let me start my own and show everyone around that now I can stand on my own. So one of the things I've observed in Uganda is that people start these organizations, but the motive is wrong. Very few actually started with the motive of actually helping the stakeholders, the people who need their help. So many people actually start these organizations for their own selfish interests. But of course, if you get the motive wrong, it means it's just along the way that you're also going to struggle in so many things. You see, in 2019, we conducted a verification and validation exercise for all the NGOs in this country. When we were starting the exercise around August 2019, we had around 14,207 NGOs. We conducted this exercise for 1 month, where first we started with an internal exercise to see that out of the 14,207, how many NGOs out there had valid permits. We realized that around only 3,811 had valid permits. Then afterwards, we went into an exercise of giving all NGOs in this country an opportunity to just tell us they're out there. So we set up an online app, and I'll tell you that by the end of that exercise, only 2,113 had responded. And so for us, it gave us the clear picture. So we started appraising and probing what is happening. Why has the number dropped from 14,000 to 2,000? And of course, some of the reasons I'm giving you now are the reasons. People started these organizations with very wrong motives, and along the way, they abandoned them. Our register shows you're out there operating, but actually you're not there. You just went and told your landlord, I can no longer continue, this is not my arena. And you took off. NGO Bureau thinks you're in some district operating, yet you quit a long time ago. Then, of course, the funding challenges. Then so many reasons. So that exercise actually gave us a very clear picture of what's happening in the sector. So the first one is that the motive. So many people start these organizations based on very selfish motives and not to help the stakeholders or even the citizens they claim to help. Yet when you see the objectives, they look so rosy and nice. But that is not the motive that actually is driving them out there. The second issue that really is bringing down the sector is the capacity of the people who are actually running these organizations. And that's why, for me, invite me for any opportunity to talk and build the capacity of the people in the sector. I don't care whether you're only 5. I'll come and sit down and talk, because I want us to cause a change that you have the right people in the sector who understand what exactly is expected out of them. To reach the level I've reached, you can see I've had so many trainings. I've been there for over 20 years. I know all the corners. I know everything about the sector. But I will tell you, so many people start an organization, and all the things we are discussing in this room, they don't even have a clue about it. All the things Carol was saying, all the things the previous presenters have been saying. Unfortunately, I was told the board members were here yesterday. I missed them. I wish they were here. Actually, I thought I'm going to find the board members and the executive directors, and I was so happy. But I just found that the board members are not here. So the unfortunate thing is that we start these organizations. You have the vision, you have the passion, you feel you really want to do something. You meet the requirements, because the bureau will give you a checklist. Based on that, they're going to register you. But the moment they say, okay, here's your certificate, start, that's where the problem starts. People think that the moment you start an organization, then you are the owner. But I can tell you, from my trainings I've had, and at the time I was here, of course, I had URSB say something about beneficial ownership. I'll tell you that I've been having an argument with them, and I think just a week ago, I was somewhere in Botswana, and we were talking on issues of money laundering and terrorism financing. I am actually still challenging so many stakeholders that civil society organizations don't have beneficial owners. And I can tell you that if we continue with that mentality that CSOs have beneficial owners, we are misleading everyone. A COC is not supposed to have a beneficial owner, meaning that when I start a CSO, whether it's an NGO, CBO, faith-based program, anything, I should know that I'm doing it for the greater good of everyone. I want to cause a change. I want to partner with the government and support the government. And tomorrow, if for some reason I cannot continue, I should always have the principle of continuity. Meaning that I will stop today, but I should have the ability to hand over everything to someone who now has the energy to move on. And I'll tell you that each time you go to the NGO Bureau, there's a provision we want to see in your internal governing document. And that is the provision that at the point of dissolution, you are ready to wind up as you, but transfer everything of yours to someone who has your similar objectives to continue. Without that objective, we shall never allow you to register. But so the moment you tell CSOs that they have beneficial owners, then you're going to make them think they're now owners. And yet we are trying to move away from that. CSOs should not be thinking that they are owners. Meaning that if at all I'm a vision bearer and I start an organization, I should know that there's a time when I'll serve my part. And let me think of a team that I can hand over. And what I'm saying is related to what Angela is saying. That the moment I feel I'm an owner, I'm going to hold on. I'm going to be in a comfort zone. I'm going to do everything to ring fence everything around me. Meaning that I will not even open up. I will not build the capacity of the people. I'll let board members remain as weak as they are so that they keep rubber stamping my decisions. I'll make everyone remain weak. So it means that the capacity of the sector will remain questionable at any one time. And it comes back to what is being discussed today, all these governance issues. So the fact that we are now talking to leaders, I'm sure I'm talking to the right people, that capacity remains a big challenge. If I start an organization today, and I open a register for the members, and I bring the wrong members to be the ones to sit in the AGM and take decisions and elect members, then already I've gotten it wrong. It's from the members that we are going to form a board, because it should elect from the members. It's from the members that we are going to approve financial reports, so many reports. It's the members that should bring a lot of energy and guidance for the organization to grow. But if my register is full of friends, relatives, anyone out there who can just come and rubber stamp whatever we're doing, I have already lost it. meaning that my motive is already wrong. So the moment I form an organization, I need to have the right people on the register. The moment I get the wrong people, that organization is going to take off very well, but it's just a matter of time you're going to turn and start going down and you're going to crash. So the capacity of the people. So if you get the wrong members who are going to have to look at your reports, question you, ask you questions, ask you the why, then you know you're already moving the wrong direction. But also if you get the wrong people near boards, if you have boards that are controlled by the executive director or whoever heads, then that's a weak board. The board should be checking the CEO or whoever is heading the management. But if whoever is heading is more powerful than the board, I've seen it, I see it so many times in organizations. I chair the committee that handles complaints, so I've seen it all. I see people come and they're on the board, but they are so weak. The executive is stepping on them and they have no voice. For them, all they're interested in, where's my allowance? Where do I sign? Just show me where I sign. Do you want an approval? Do you want us to alter this for you? Anything you want, they're ready to do it for you. But who is losing? You're killing the sector. Then coming to the staff, what kind of staff are you recruiting? You're just picking anyone out there and dumping in the organization. Right now, the sector has serious issues. You need the right people. So if you have the wrong staff, the wrong people on the board, the wrong members, what's your future like? All these trainings here may not even help you much if you already have the wrong people in the organization. Meaning that before you even start, actually you should come and camp with these people for over a month to at least bring you on board. Right now, we're actually reviewing the NGO policy and the Act. We worked on it so many years ago. I was actually the lead counsel in developing the policy, the Act, the regulations, and we are reviewing them. Some of the questions we are asking mainly is the capacity. How do we help the capacity of the sector? The people are weak. You find individuals are good. They will stand there in meetings and talk, articulate for the sector, but the entire organization is weak. We're actually wondering whether we should adopt what the circles do. I know a number of you belong to circles, but if you were in the leadership, you'll know that before Ministry of Trade registers you, they want to first train you before they give you that certificate that you're now a circle. We're even wondering whether we should adopt that approach, because our worry is that you may hire a lawyer or a middleman to meet all the requirements, and then at the end of the day, you're going to go out into an arena you don't even understand. You don't know the laws. You don't know what is expected of an organization. You don't know all these principles of corporate governance that Carol took you through. So at the end of the day, if you're already lost, the sector is lost. Right now, the number of the NGOs in this country has risen from the 2,000 in 2019. It's around 6,000 now. But I'll tell you, if you went and appraised everyone in the sector, you're going to find the same issues I'm talking about here. So another thing related to the capacity is that so many people in these organizations don't even have a clue of their own internal governing documents. The governance issues I was being requested to talk to about today, I would even be wasting time if you don't even know your own internal governing document. Everyone will come to the bureau waving, have our constitution, this is our constitution, but do you even know what is inside? Nothing. People want to form NGOs, just hire a lawyer or hire a middleman who says, me, I understand these things. I know things at URSB, I know things at NGO Bureau. Please give me, I'll design one for you. You just say, go on. The others are just going to design something because a neighbor has one. You say, please, first lend me your constitution. Go and sit in a corner, just copy, change the words. So you use a precedent that is there. Just alter the names. So many times we have organizations and we say to them, what is this paragraph about? And so someone says, no, that is not us. So you just picked someone's document, altered a few things, the names, the addresses, and what. But you may even end up retaining names of people in another organization in yours. So what I'm telling you is something real, because I just want to have a conversation with you, and it's related to the subject matter. That if people already do not know or did not participate, if the leaders did not participate in developing a proper internal governing document, then you're already lost. You should know what is already in those documents before even you listen to Carol, before even you listen to the laws of this country. Each time we summon you to the NGO Bureau, we shall never start talking about the laws of this country. We start with your own internal governing document. And I will tell you that every decision you'll see us take, the law is just quoted to reinforce our decisions, but we're actually using your own internal governing document. You told us you're coming to do A, B, C, D. These are going to be your structures. These are the procedures you're going to follow, but you're not doing them. And you realize that people have never opened those documents. What happens in practice is that someone develops a mindset or a concept to open an NGO, or even a CBO, or even a faith-based organization, or even a company limited by guarantee. All you do is that because you have the vision, you look around who can design for you an internal governing document, get the person designs it, asks you basic questions, you give a few objectives of what you want, but the rest of the information, you don't have ownership. At the end of the day, you're just saying, where do I sign? So they will always, the unfortunate bit is that you don't have where to sign at the start, so they'll take you at the back or somewhere in the middle. You find a part, just show me where my part is, and you sign. You have never read it. Tomorrow, NGO Bureau is going to call you and say, okay, we have a copy of your document. Can we start going through it? Now, it's like you're looking at it for the first time. So how can you say you have a very strong governance structure when you don't even know your own internal governing document? I'm trying to excuse the people in this room, assuming they all know, because if we started praising the people in this room, we would even find more culprits in this room. That as you are seated here, you are employed, you are holding a very good position, but if we took you on right now and told you, please tell us what is in your own internal governing document, you have never even opened it. You are more interested in your employment contract. Okay, what are my terms? What are my, and apart from that, you don't have a clue. So, my takeaway to all of you that you should put in your parking lot immediately, please walk out of this room, ask for a copy of your internal governing document, read through it. Because you're not going to help your organizations when you don't have a clue of your own internal governing document. All the things being presented here are not going to help you if you don't have the minimum of where to start from. So for me, that's what the second thing that is really killing the sector is capacity. People on the board, people, the members, the management don't really have the capacity. The third thing that is killing the sector is, of course, the weak corporate governance. Why we're actually here. Carol has said it all, and that's why I do not want to go into it. That I will tell you, when it comes to governance issues, the sector is weak. We may pretend about it. We may not want to be associated with that. We may want to sweep it under the carpet, but it's a fact. I've sat there for years. I know what it's like. People form an NGO. Because I'm the vision bearer, I want to sit on the board. I want to sit in the management. I want to be the treasurer. I want everything to be about me. Every decision is about me, and those are the people stressing Angela. At the end of the day, I am a small god in the organization. I feel offended if anything happens without my influence. I want to show people the power I will, because I control the money, I control the board, I control the management, I'm everything. And yet we would have expected as NGO Bureau that the moment you form an organization, decide what direction you want to take. Either you're going to be a membership organization or a non-membership organization. If you take a decision to follow the membership direction, then immediately you have to know that in your governance structure, the highest supreme decision-making organ is the AGM, not even you as an individual. Meaning that if you want a supreme decision-making organ to help you as an organization, you need to have the right people on your register. So the moment, and let me tell you, 3/4 of organizations in Uganda, not even 3/4, more than 3/4 are membership organizations. But go and open their registers. Do others even have registers? They have never even opened one. An AGM is going to take place, they say, you, pass, we go for an AGM. Just as a formality. Because NGO Bureau has it as a requirement. And I can tell you what NGO Bureau does. At times when we summon you for a complaint, we ask you, can you show us evidence of the subscription fees and membership fees paid by these members? And I'll tell you, people don't even have it. You are not qualified to be a member if you have never paid a membership fee and you don't. So the question is, what are you doing there? So what happens is that the first thing we do as NGO Bureau, even if you have been there for 10 or 20 years, we nullify all decisions you have ever taken. I'm a very horrible, heartless man. How do that? Yeah, we do it because we would be condoning your wrong actions. If legally it's required that open a register, put members. For someone to be a member, they should pay membership fee. They should pay subscription fee every year. By the time you call an AGM, the people seated in, you can call every member to attend, even the ones who don't pay. But when it comes to voting, only the fully paid up members are supposed to vote. Now, if you have everyone in the room seated, and they have never even paid a cent, they don't even know the amount, and they're all seated there voting, taking decisions, just rubber stamping what someone is saying, then every decision you're taking there is null and void. You're just lying to yourselves. So for us, even if you told us I've been there for 30 years, and you appear to be doing a great job, and we realize that you have never paid attention to these small basic principles, we nullify all your decisions. We say, okay, you came here as a board member or a board chair. You were illegally put there because the people who elected you there had never paid their membership subscription, so we nullify your being there. You are who? The executive director? Yes. The board that put you there never even had the mandate to do that because they were there illegally. So by the time you're walking out of this boardroom from this meeting, you're no longer the ED. Who are the others? Oh, for me, I'm a member. We are sitting in the AGM. Yes, the organization has no members. But I'll tell you so many times as a regulator, because being a regulator, you have to also be an enabler. You should also help the sector. So many times we look the other way and say, okay, pretend like we have not seen you, run, go. But if we are strict, we would nullify decisions of almost all organizations in this country. The indigenous organizations are the majority. So if we nullify their decisions, then there would be a huge mess in this country. That's why I'm saying it's unfortunate. I missed the board members yesterday. If they were in this room, you would have seen them feeling uneasy, whether they've even ever paid their subscription. They will start questioning how they're even elected there. And what I'm telling you is real. Then, of course, you can decide to take the path of being a non-membership organization. Meaning that after NGO Bureau has given you the permit and the other things, go and start your work. The highest organ is a board, then the management follows. But of course, what is happening in so many membership organizations is that what you do not know is that today I may be the vision bearer. I may start by saying, you come on our board. But I will tell you that tomorrow, if that board decided to vote you out and remove you, they have the right. So many people come running to us saying, okay, Lord, please save me. I started these organizations, but these very greedy people came in and now voted me out. And please help me. I want my organization back. And then I do not know even how to start because I'm supposed to break that person's heart more. I'm supposed to tell this person, you see, there's no honor in an organization. It's unfortunate that you started it, you spent some resources, you ran around, met all these requirements, put all the recommendations, NGO Bureau registered you, but they feel you are no longer right to be there, so they want to remove you. They are right to do it. And next thing they'll say, you don't understand me, let me just leave and go. Yeah. So what I'm telling you is real, that this sector has a very weak corporate governance. And I think the other era we are going into after reviewing the policy and the act, that's where I want to focus. Because if you have a weak sector with a weak governance, with a wrong motive, then you know the entire sector is doomed. The fourth and the last one that is killing the sector is the funding. So many of you, I know in your organizations, you're not bothered about that. As long as the paycheck comes at the end of the month, as long as they give you your allowances and whatever you are demanding, you don't care about the rest of the things they have to talk about. But I will tell you, I have been there for over 20 years. I understand the sector. The sector that was there 20 years ago was swimming in money. Money was just flowing. You just wake up and fall, and it will carry you wherever you want to go. People are begging you, do you want some money? Please receive this money. But right now, the taps are drying. And the situation is getting worse and worse and worse and worse. You will not pay attention to this training here when you're more worried whether next year you're even going to be there. So, the funding, the declining funding is getting worse and worse. At the time when DGF came into this country, so many NGOs were celebrating. DGF had very good conditions, very flexible. They would give you any amount you want. Just do the right thing, account for it. They'll even give you more and more money. A number of you who were there at that time, you enjoyed it. But then one day you woke up, government had suspended DGF. Then I remember I was put on the technical committee that was there to try and resolve this whole issue of DGF. We tried to fix it. We tried to advise the government. They were convinced. They put DGF back. But by that time, the damage was done. But within that time of trying to fix the mess, we could hear the cry out. As for you are looking at DGF, before you know it, a relative is at home, jobless. As before you know it, beneficiaries are crying. No more funding coming in. Hotels that were benefiting from the funding coming through DGF immediately just saw a decline. So the funding is real. So DGF came back for a short time, but they had already felt so, I think, humiliated. They felt, no, we cannot continue this arena. We are packing and leaving. And I will tell you that everyone lost. The government lost a lot of money, because I will tell you annually, if you only knew the figures of what government was getting from DGF through taxes, through all these things, it was huge. But also, the sector lost. You lost funding, you lost all these opportunities, you lost funds which were supposed to build your capacity like we're doing in this room. All that was lost. But then also in addition to that, as we were still recovering from DGF and crawling slowly, I think, wait, DGF came after COVID. Yes, COVID at first hit, and it hit so hard. Priorities of development partners changed. As we were still recovering from COVID, saying, okay, at least I have something to hold on to, DGF is also hit. Now, over the years, DGF went, people are still getting their bearing, saying at least GIZ is there, at least so-and-so is still there, that embassy is there. As you are still recovering, you said that was a huge funder, is also hit. So many of you now have cast Trump. You call him a madman, you call him what, but the damage is done. What these are showing you is that you can wake up today and you used to have a budget of billions. It's all gone. In 2015, actually between 2011 and 2015, when we were reviewing the laws of this, the act, I told you I was the lead counsel. One of the things we pushed on and focused on was the sustainability of the sector. So what we did was we put a provision. At that time it was section 46. Right now I think it is section 44. We put a provision to put something around business operations of the organizations. That even if the general rule is that you must be non-profit making, let's give you an exception where you can make profits. It took us a lot to convince cabinet. It also took us a lot to convince parliament through the committees. They were real against it, and we succeeded. It took so much. Some are clapping, but I'm still bringing the bad news, yes. So we succeeded. And from 2016 up to now, it is still there. But I will tell you that the business operations that we fought for and thought was going to turn around the sector, that every NGO would say that much as I'm looking for donations, I have my own income generating activity here, endorsed by the government. Do you know the percentage of organizations that have taken advantage of that? It's around 1%. I'm even lucky to tell you 1%. I should have put at 0.0000 something to tell you how many have picked interest in it. Why? People in a comfort zone. They're so comfortable that they can write a proposal and money will come. But I've already told you that trends are changing. Each time you hear there's a war out there, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, who, so and so who, you know it's affecting you. Each time you hear any global trends, oh, there are issues of migration, refugees, what, it's affecting you. Each time you hear anything happening globally, something is going to affect you. So the funding is declining, it is shrinking, meaning that even if you are thoroughly trained today, and tomorrow you don't have the funds to operate, then you're going back to zero. So funding and the declining funding is a real thing. You cannot sweep it under the carpet. You cannot pretend about it. I've already told you that even the basic, smallest funding of an organization you can start with, which is the membership and subscription fee, you don't even collect it. Exactly. All your funding is for a development partner. So I will tell you that the moment the tap dries, then the whole organization crumbles. So those four things, even if I went and sat down now, if you can carry it with you as you walk out of this room, that in addition to every training you have got yesterday and today, just know that it's real. It's hitting the sector hard. I've told you that the sector is struggling to get back on its feet after the numbers are dropped to 2,000 and something. It's now at 6,000. I'm sure if we conduct another verification and validation exercise, you never know, it would either drop further. So what I'm telling you is real. That this training here is extremely important. But if you don't pay attention to those things I've just mentioned, then it's going to affect you in so many other ways. So for me, in addition to what I wanted to actually touch on, I wanted to mainly focus on compliance, because everything we're talking about is about how much you can comply with these things. I'm seeing hands already up. You already want to ask a question? Because I was already about to look at the organizers, whether they're about to tell me, stop, it's time up. Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much for this presentation. My name is Natasha.
It's not a presentation, I'm having a conversation. I told you Carol said everything I would have said. So me, I just decided, let me have a conversation with you. Yes.
You're right. I'm Natasha once again. So I'm looking at what you've just said, the business operations being allowed as assuming a minimum.
Yes.
How are you facilitating for this? Like, how best can the organizations account
Mm. How do we answer that even when they're not interested? They're in a comfort zone. Donations are still coming, things have not dried up, the tap is still flowing. So you enjoy. It's like someone whose water is still running. You are reckless. Till tomorrow you hear that you people, water is getting over in this area, or else you wake up and you see on your WhatsApp there's a notice, water, and then you start to become very, very careful. Uh-huh. Mm. Mm. You can hear them murmuring. So I don't know if you want to continue that point or not. Okay, continue, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. I told you, I told you as NGO Bureau, I told as NGO Bureau we are an enabler. You may see us as a regulator, you think there's a monster out there, but we are also an enabler. We are supposed to help you, we are supposed to support you. So the moment we start using the word force, you can hear them grumbling already. We cannot force anyone. We are going to put it there for your own good. If you can take advantage, please do. If you feel you don't need it, we are now in a review process. Once the principles are ready, and I go back with my minister to cabinet, and we tell cabinet the sector is not interested, they'll remove it. One thing I should tell you that in 2015, when we were on the floor of parliament, cabinet had already approved even a fund for the sector. What this fund was supposed to do was that development partners, just like DGF was a basket, were supposed to put some money there. Even government that benefits from what you do was supposed to put money there. The private sector, that it is so hard for you to convince to even give you money, was going to be compelled. That one government can compel them. We had benchmarked. South Africa, so many countries are doing it. They have a whole agency that collects that money. And who benefits? The indigenous. Not even the international, the regional, the continental, the foreign, no. Strictly the indigenous. We had done our benchmarking. We went to South Africa, sat with them, say this thing is good for Ugandan NGOs. We need to open this fund, let people put money there. Even individuals. Individuals who want to support the sector, find a way for them to drop money there. And who are supposed to benefit? Strictly the indigenous organization. Who need it? Indigenous ones who are there at the grassroots and are going to help the right people. But you know what happened on the floor of parliament? The same NGO seated in this room went and lobbied the MP and said, please don't accept that. They're going to use that money to control us. We don't want it. And they strongly opposed it. They said, we don't want this. With all the good intentions. You see, there's that mutual suspicion between the government and the sector. There's that mistrust. You don't trust each other. Even when government is trying to tell a good thing, you're saying, no, I don't trust what they're saying. The government also doesn't trust the sector. So that is the arena I am. Actually, that is the dilemma you see me in every day. I am seated in the middle of two parties. This one does not trust the other, and you're supposed to balance. You're supposed to ensure that work is going on normally. They're all smiling and laughing at each other, but you know they don't trust each other. That is what my chair does every day. So even when I am here convincing the government for the good things, for the good of the sector, it's other side saying, we don't trust that. That is a way of coming to kill us. But it's for your own good. 2 years ago, I was invited to Tanzania. The government invited me. Every September or October, they always hold an annual NGO forum where they even invite their president. If the president is not there, it's the vice president. If he's not there, then the prime minister. It's a high-level meeting where they sit and discuss issues. So They invited me to just talk about sustainability. And I remember that time it was actually the vice president. If you Google it, you'll get those videos on YouTube. And I made a presentation on just sustainability. And I convinced them, you people need a fund that is for the indigenous organization in this country. Private sector should put money, everything there. But as we talk now, all approvals have gone through cabinet, through everyone, and they're about to set up the fund. But in Uganda, when I pushed for that, because of the mutual mistrust and suspicion, people never trusted it. And that's where we are now. So the fund was supposed to help the sector. By then, it was not supposed to be handled by the Bureau. A totally neutral body was going to handle that, come up with who benefits from it, ensure the benefit, and that's what was supposed to happen. So for us, we treat it as a missed opportunity. So right now, the fund failed in 2015 on the floor of Parliament. From 2016 up to now, business operations have failed. We are going back to cabinet after December because we are still consulting. We are going to have to tell cabinet the sector has not embraced this. They're going to have to say remove it, then they don't need this. Yeah. So I see hands up. I was still talking. For me, it was a conversation. So, yes, those two hands up. Yes.
But there is someone who can say no. And that person, you may not know really the internal intentions. Openly they will say good things. That here you can do this, you can qualify here. But even when those things are there, you might get a no. Because of what the people call order from above. I will give you a simple example. I applied for the electoral commission, the last election, for election observation. And all the documents were there. But one officer wrote on the form that the organization has no valid work permit. Yet the code of the permit was attached. And I think the officer at the electoral commission forgot to remove that copy. And when it went to certain officers in the election, this comment is not what? Genuine. Then they gave me the accreditation. But by mistake, when I went to pick the accreditation, they gave me a copy of this document, which they had worked on. And I saw the thing written on. There is no valid permit. So this officer even signed it. The permit was at the back. What was the intention? The intention was that this officer wanted us not to do that one. But I think somebody who looked at it later was a genuine person who said, okay, permit is there. So that's what I'm saying, that sometimes when you have that kind of authority offices which have to do that one, they are also individuals with interests. So it becomes difficult. And sometimes they don't even openly give reasons for decisions. If they will give you that we sat in the board and these were the very reasons and these were the documentation, you could appeal on what when you know that the documentation. But sometimes the decisions comes on the decision only. And that's why that the mistrust comes in. If you have
You see, yeah. You see, it's good that you have used the example of electoral commission, but I'll tell you that some of the things that we do as NGO Bureau is to do everything to help the sector. By the way, at times you may even hear NGO Bureau suspended an organization, but you'll never know what happens in the background. The suspension is mainly to actually catch your attention and come and we sit. When we sit, we actually give you a roadmap. We guide you. All these things we are discussing in this room, we actually discuss it with you. Go and talk to any organization that we have ever suspended. Any of them, they will tell you through the process we took them through to get back on track again. And when they get back on track, they will never have issues again. They are far much better than you who has never even gotten that opportunity. So some of the decisions we take as NGO Bureau, at least for the time I've been there, is actually for your own good. Because we know that at the end of the day, we are not either taking a decision to really either frustrate you. You see, at times you may even apply for, let me say, 5 years. We may give you 2 years. The 2 years is that as we were cross-checking, people were questioning your operations. We don't see you doing anything. So what we do is that we give you 2 years instead of the 5. Then we allow you go so that you come back quickly. And we give you a remaining 3, but clearly understanding that people need to appreciate what you're doing out there. So for me, I've told you that we are a regulator, yes, we shall take our decisions, yes. But for us as NGO Bureau, our decisions are to enable you become better. Yes. I'm sure you're saying, I hate a parent who whips me, but at times I have to whip you. Yes, yes, yes. Mm. Yes. But there is a big role played by organizations like yours. Yes. In killing the sector. Mm. The last time I met you at SEDU, you were at your office. Yes. In Kampala. SEDU, which is an organization formed, registered, and has all reputation. Yes. Be careful when you say all and you're defending, because I will also bring the other angle. Yes, go on, yes. Mm. Do you want me to talk about SEDU in front of everyone? No, because I was on chairing the meetings. Everything. Do you know that there were over 10 things SEDU? Actually, if we showed you the letter of SEDU, just one, hold on. You see, you're using a particular example. That's why I'm saying, do you want me to talk about this? Because you see, I chair these meetings. And these meetings are handled in a very sober, neutral, and no bias in any way. I want you to go and pick the letter written to SEDU. You're going to see all the non-compliant issues and ask them, were these true? The answer is yes. You see, some of the issues we are discussing here, anyone who was lucky to attend the SEDU meeting, you are there? No, it's okay, I'm coming back. The floor is still yours. I'm just clarifying because you have now brought it on board. You see, everyone here is going to walk thinking, oh, these people are malicious to SEDU. You saw how the chairperson of SEDU came into the meeting? Very convinced, unfairness here and what? All of you know Honorable Matembe. She came shouting in the corridors, unfairness and what? She came, we sat in the meeting. The meeting started. 3/4 of the meeting, I did not say anything, I was just listening. I was chairing the meeting. But after all those things of mistrust, an electoral commission was there. They were pointing fingers almost, even slapping individuals from electoral commission. And we just sat there. But when I moved them to the compliance issues we're talking about, she could not believe that she's defending an organization and her team. And all she kept doing was asking executive director, is this true? And she kept saying, that's true, that's true, that's true. But I will tell you that the file is there. Even if you wanted to come tomorrow and check, everything put there, you are not compliant. Now, their issue with the Electoral Commission was totally different with the Bureau. Yeah, so that's what I was telling him. His example went more to Electoral Commission, and I'm trying to say that at times draw the lines. Yeah. Mm. No, for me, you see. Mm-hmm. Because first of all, you created this environment where the regulatory framework is so ambiguous, so opaque. Like in a country where people don't understand it, organizations like yours, surely cannot be organization.
what
Mhm.
you've done is that you take a side
Mhm.
that then becomes like you're not a mediator anymore. Like
Mhm.
you're the aggressor on the other side. So you look at the letter you wrote to NGOs,
Uh-huh.
the 54.
Yes, yes.
If I want to operate as a company limited by guarantee,
Mm.
who are you, Mr. Okelo?
Mhm.
Tell me that, oh, you're doing NGO work. What is NGO work? Where is that? Is that cast somewhere in stone? So what I see with this,
Mhm.
I'm going back to Sedu.
Mm.
Sedu releases a report about an election from their desk review. Organizations release reports almost a day.
Mhm.
About homosexuals, about prostitutes, about corruption, everything. So these guys release, but because they were not accredited to observe the election, then you summon them and say, we hear you're about to launch a report. Why are you launching a report yet you don't have a prediction for the election? And it was you yourself.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So here is the elected commission using your office
Mhm.
and the government using it to become antagonistic to the sector that must protect. Let me
Mhm.
contradict that now.
Mm.
Some protest around an NGO
Mm.
that was mentioned in a high-profile US case about corruption, the
Mm.
case of Patrick Paul.
Mhm.
All this evidence is on the internet. You've never summoned them. Yeah? So it's like you pick which particular organizations to go for. So organizations, Chapter 4, Peace of Godba, Agora, these organizations are the ones that you keep on your radar. It's like you're the police to them. Acting a good guy, coming here, you know, even Nazi German had these doctors. You capture someone, and before you can die, they
Mhm.
Mhm. So you're like that doctor. You're like the good guy, but the good guy can be long enough to get tortured further. So I don't think there's right in that, and I see your heart is in a good place. So I think, all said and done, sorry I'm speaking like this, but that's me. I'm not forcing anything. So now, all said and done, I think your heart is in the right place. Then I think now what we can start is the discussions about how do we make this place such that my grandmother and 10 other grandmothers in Westland can say, we have a problem of what? School, girls dropping out of school. Can we start an organization that without the help of a lawyer, myself as a lawyer, that's what the sector should be. As of now, you're not helping them, but yes, there's room for improvement.
And by that, to really answer you, I had even said everything in relation to what you're saying. Because of that mistrust, the sector is dying. Even when now the government comes to tell you anything good, the fact that there's a bias at the back of your minds, you will never ever appreciate. I've just told you, go and look at all the 54 NGOs. You will never know what happens in the background, but you'll be shocked that they actually appreciate everything that happened. It's weird that we can sit here and discuss this, but I will tell you that it is very important. Get even closer to the bureau. Get closer to us. Ask me more questions. Come and talk more to me directly. Because if you don't do that, that gap between us will be filled. Because you're going to feel and say, I think this person has a wrong motive for us. But overall, I'm going to tell you that this mistrust that is there, that is coming out here, is what is killing the sector. By the way, it has greatly improved. When I actually came to this office, I was an officer. I was originally in immigration. Then they sent me there because they just wanted a legal person. Right now, we can sit and talk. I can listen to you, and we can talk. NGOs invite me to any meeting, I'll attend. I'll never let them down. But the people I found there cannot never even accept to come to a meeting like this. Never. So for me, the fact that we have reached this point where you can talk to me like this and we can answer questions, and I receive it all the time, that's already a big step for the country. That we can talk, we can disagree, we can put our things on the table and try to get a solution. What I've told you right now is that I've laid for you the 4 things killing the sector. We may talk about the mistrust and suspicions and what, but let me tell you, you may be looking at the biased angle, but you're going to forget that the real problem is even bigger this side. Go and look at all the 54 organizations. You're going to see that all of them are back operating normally, even far much better than before. But out there, someone will say, no, I don't trust the government because of ABCD. But let me tell you, they have even come back stronger and better. Find someone in chapter 4, they will tell you how many meetings we held just to help them come back better. So all I'm trying to say is that, please, if the sector should move, ensure that you address the issue of the mistrust. I came into an office where I've told you people right at that time could not even come to a meeting like this. But the fact that we have reached a point where we even partner with the sector. Eric is there in the room. We are doing a lot of work around the country. By the time I came to this office, was that happening? Never. The To Find NGO Bureau has partnered with the NGO Forum. You see me at all these engagements, and that is, okay, and that is the direction I want us to go in. We may not be where we want to be as a country, just as he's saying, but also we are not where we used to be. And that's why I'm trying to say that we have reached a point where we are reviewing the policy and the act. Some of the things we are discussing in this room, if you just ensure they're well captured, then that is for the good of the sector. I've been informed I have only 5 minutes, so I think it's going to be for only questions. Yes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for the elaborations and the members coming up with their various views and issues that they think affect them. My issue is on what we made next year of channeling what could have really helped us through the parliament. That is the funding bit of it, which you highly suspect that was not really fully supported by the CSOs themselves, because they went on your back and again decampaigned what you channeled and it could really help us. My issue is, did you really have thorough engagement with the civil society organizations? Because when you engage them, you holistically bring together their views, and what you'll share there is actually their views. And I don't think we would go ahead and decampaign our own views. So, to my opinion, I think instead of concluding that we don't support this because of mistrust, I think we have to go backwards and say, how can we make the civil society organizations appreciate that with the dwindling funding, this may be the best approach? And how can we bring all of them on board to support this cause? I don't think the CSOs would really decampaign what they think can really support him. I was with you a few weeks ago for a similar meeting, trying to encourage NGOs to actually do a lot of social enterprising to increase their income.
Yes.
So if we really appreciate as NGOs, we move together as NGOs, and we don't receive setbacks from the other side. Because if we are moving together, and then as my colleague has said, we move together, then up there they single out A, B, C, D NGO, drop them because of selfish interest, it makes other NGOs also not trust the system. So I think just like you have said, your office plays a very good conduit to us. I request your office to make the civil society organizations trust the government, and the government also trust what we are doing.
It is not only in Uganda. It's a regional issue, it's a global issue. Travel the world. What we're discussing is the same thing globally. So it's not only in Uganda. We are trying in Uganda. And then you see, it is good Eric is here. Eric will tell you that what you're asking for is what we're already doing. But I'll tell you that if you look at the NGO Act, the NGO Registration Act of 1989, where those kind of consultations conducted, no. Look at the NGO Amendment Act of 2006, where those consultations that we're asking done, no. But I'll tell you that we pushed to have thorough consultations on the policy, and even the act that came out in 2016, and even the reviews we are doing now. We could have done it in-house if we wanted, but we changed the entire approach from 2010 onwards. That there are people right now who will tell you, yes, they consulted us. And even when the Minister of Internal Affairs constitutes a team to start this exercise, one thing we always demand for is that put individuals of the sector to be a part of this. So right now, as we're even conducting this exercise, we're moving together with this of Eric and everyone. So any views discussed there, a representative of all the parties. You see, there is a fifth point I did not want to go to, and I wanted to actually leave out, but now you're forcing me to go. You see, the sector we have is very divided. If the sector was united, those things you're talking about would be easy. They would actually sit down, have a consensus, and say, we want this, and it moves. But the fact that the sector is divided, there will always be factions. There's a group that will say, please, please, we need that fund. Even now, Eric is there. We are even discussing this issue of the fund and everything. It's happened, but Eric will tell you, there are people in the room who will tell you, we need it. Please start this even immediately. But there are people who will come up and say, we do not need it. So if only the sector can get united, that will be an issue. You see, in 20, that period between 2011 and 2015, when the bill was passed by Parliament, we were also pushing for the NGO sector to have an apex body, a body that speaks for them, one voice. But you see, that was also shot down in that. Then people say, no, we already have NGO forum, we already have the NIVA, so we don't need that. But you see, at the end of the day, other countries, go to Kenya, go to Tanzania, go to Malawi, go to Zambia, go to Zimbabwe, they have one apex body that is extremely powerful and respected by the government. Whatever they say, the government listens. Even when there is a very big event, the sector speaks, and you say, really, the sector has spoken. But now, in Uganda, what we have, not one apex body, we have different sectoral bodies that are all over the place. The question is that, what brings them together to speak one language for the sector? So, for me, if the sector gets united and can speak and give one full volume, that even right now, even if you throw an issue to the sector, immediately you're going to see different factions come up immediately. Those who are going to support it, those are going to say, no, this. Yes. I hope I've answered your question. In terms of the consultations, we have done our best. We are trying to consult to ensure that nothing ever passes without consultations. The only thing was that last year, when the NGO bill was being rationalized, that one did not involve us. It was more of a cabinet parliament issue. I don't think that the sector was consulted on that when they were rationalizing and what, but that was way beyond us. They were handling it at a totally different level. Yeah. Yes, I saw some two hands and then I'm done. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. I just have a brief question.
Yes.
During the regulatory impact assessment consultation,
yes,
one of the emerging issues was social enterprising, because then you build the context that the funding is reducing, but also I'm very sure that the restrictive legal framework is closing many people, because I have very many organizations that actually prefer to change names because they can't afford to stay in their compliance levels. So maybe you need to update, maybe what's the
Wait, allow me ask a question. How many NGOs have closed because of the law?
No, they have not closed, but they're changing names. Because either then they have URA debt, so they would prefer to...
Okay, I've understood. So, and so it's not about the regulatory framework. It's about so many factors coming into play. Issues of taxes, issues of what. Now, we have tried to use a multi-sectoral approach to address that. We have this whole institutionalized dialogue platform, where if, let me say, the sector is complaining about taxes, we bring Revenue Authority to come and sit down with the sector and talk. But you see, the problem again is that when they talk and make commitments, what happens after that, whether they further improve it or not, is also another issue. We were trying to push to have that the NGO sector should be exempt from things like taxes. But I'll tell you that I found the same discussion and argument in Tanzania, whereby government is very uncomfortable to give a blanket cover to the sector on some of these issues. Now, what is happening right now is that I know a number of you are victims already. where Revenue Authority wakes up every day and is heaping with so many obligations to comply with. Now, one of the stakeholders we have to also engage with all these consultations that we are undertaking are key stakeholders at the national level, like them. We want to sit down with them, and of course some of the issues we are going to raise is that the sector is also struggling when it comes to funding, and if a greater chunk is being taken by them because of taxes, then they're killing the sector, they're not helping the sector. So I just hope that we can succeed to convince them to have provisions in the reviewed regulatory framework that protects the sector. And that's why, for me, I'm requesting so many people in the sector that these consultations going on ensure that we're part of it, so that if there are things that you want to see there in the next regulatory framework, we need to push to have it there. One key area I know are the issue of the taxes. Business operations cannot take off when taxes are there, taking all the money. So I think that's a strong thing which we are looking forward to. If we engage them and we can convince them, we can then have a blanket arrangement where the fact that you're someone in the sector, you're protected from some things. Yeah. There was a last hand. I don't know. He's the one to decide. Yes.
Just one more so that we don't keep you hungry.
Yes.
And I'll ask the lady.
You left out the gentleman. He looks so aggrieved the way he's eyeing you. Yes. Yes, yes, go on. No. Yes. Mm. Mm. Yes. So on that particular one, I've already indicated to you, we have already picked some of those factors, and we have listed all the stakeholders we must discuss these issues with. Revenue Authority, UNBS, all those are on our list. Because if we went ahead, we would be lying to ourselves. Revenue Authority is coming to take even the little that you're making. UNBS is going to frustrate even the products you're trying to actually produce. So we are going to engage them. Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm.
So you are shivering because I'm in the room.
Mm.
So, okay, I've understood the point. I want to really respond to the two issues. For the first one, I would request that Eric is on the team of the people we are moving around consulting with. I'd request that find a way to actually channel to him all those tax-related issues so that he can actually help and he can actually incorporate it. Eric, you can just someone saying they don't know who Eric is. Eric, you can just stand up and wave. Maybe they can see you. Yeah, his hand is up. Yeah, we are we are we are collecting views and we are leaving no views behind. So I'm requesting that please, the fact that we have a pool for putting all the views, ensure those views on the issue of taxes, those flat rates, pass it on to him. It will still reach us. On the issue of the amount of time given, one thing is that so many organizations have come to me, but also I want to tell you one thing. At the NGO Bureau, I am not in the process flow. I'm at the tail end. I'm the person who signs the document at the end. So all the things you're talking about, I do not know. But I will tell you one fact that, unfortunately, I'm overusing Eric as an organization. Eric's organization once applied for 5 years. They were given 2 years. They reached out to me. I overturned that decision and gave them the 5. And I've done it to so many who bring it to my attention. Because for me, I'm going to assign it based on that. Now, one thing is that if you have an issue like that, I would request you, I am the one who really, I'm at the tail end, but you can let me know, and it is addressed. So I'm just requesting you that please take advantage of that and at times bring something to my attention. Because now you are shivering, you are so scared of the bureau, but at times you need to also engage the bureau. The bureau that is there now, I don't know how someone at the reception will treat you because I don't know what's happening there. I don't know how staff may treat you when they go to the field. But if you feel offended in any way, bring it to my attention. Yeah, otherwise you're going to think the entire bureau is horrible. People are there to make your life hell. That is not the point. Yeah. You see, one thing you should know is that when you submit an application, there's a team at the bureau that does a whole due diligence. They engage people at districts and everyone and what. So it's them actually who take those decisions. They may call someone, let me say in Gulu, assuming you're in Gulu. And you may find the person they're consulting is the one telling them, no, this person has the following issue and what. Now, for me, I'm not a party to that. Because even right now, as I'm talking to you, someone is doing that work somewhere. I'm going to go back in the afternoon, sit at my desk, and I'm going to find things for signing. I'm going to sign them. But you see, for you, it's going to have your 2 years. You are going to be so aggrieved with the person who has signed, but I'm not in the process flow. But the moment you have a problem with it, I receive complaints. You address it to me, say, please, we had applied for this, and I have to investigate it. Let someone give me the reason why. If they cannot defend it, I overturn it. So you see, unfortunately now, whatever reason you have picked, I don't know who told it to you, oh, this is human rights, this what, but that is not an official communication from us. Yeah. I don't know. I like the gentleman. He may hate you for the rest of his life. So just give him a few seconds. Yes.
In 30 seconds.
He has even stood because he is blocking a camera. So, yes.
And when you speak about civil society,
Yes.
personally, at my view, I started this work at 17 years.
Mm.
Okay? Because of my passion, I don't consider my platform. Turning it into an idea, an organization you got for that is CBO.
as a Ugandan, you have right to associate. As a Ugandan, you have right, you know, that's basic. Don't we talk about limitations. Because now for me, there are problems that are coming now. When I'm on the grassroots, my mother, by the time I was born, she was in a group. Up to 40 years, her group is still working together. Kamu Kamu group. That's civil society. It was never registered. And it is doing a noble work for 40 years. Okay? Kaiga came in, started a CBO. But the idea he had for the community is to ensure that people get sensitive about their rights. Okay? Even though their rights, that even me to associate and have a group is my right. That's why the CBO and the district will try to say, don't do this. Not even knowing why I started to do this. We are people who have started this kind of work at zero budget. That right now, partners look for me, even without signing post in Weta Masaka, and I can run a video. Why? They are following the footsteps of 17 years, 20 years, struggling to ensure to do the right thing. What we need now, the regular regime, there shouldn't be any way to say that you should be either a CBO by legislation. There is Incorporation Act. Why are all these acts there? If I have right to associate, I should be free to associate in any legal regime. If I choose to be into company by guarantee, that should be sufficient for me to be recognized as operating in the by law. But not straightforward that you have to run here, you have to run here. Even that's why we run the bureaucracy, and what is supposed to can perform. For me, what I'm advocating is one, here, the national NGOs. The way you have to go to the government is different from a group at a village. Even now I'm looking at the organizers. I'm there. This training, for me, I want to simplify it for grassroots to civil societies. Because now when you bring here with Angola, what you talk about Angola, the board, the NGO, these are what it is here. But when you go back to the communities, where I tell people that right now, I have one example, Kiwangala, where I come from, we spent 5 months without electricity. Our transformer died. But every time transformer would blow, people would raise 4 million. To bribe women and other people to get a new transformer. For these transformers, they would bring that money and the transformer would come when it is old. Because I'm a civil society actor and a citizen, I say to people, stop paying the money. I want to organize a meeting for we people who are people about this problem. I called the UECDL. I said, please come. You know what? We put the sentence on Twitter. Come and we meet the people. I noticed the people and the village. I called the UECDL. I told them, right now you're no longer a member. You are now a government entity. 100% of taxpayer. Does the people know that their electricity now is a supplier, the regulator of electricity is now our money? It means if they know that, they will now be demanding electricity, not by saying it's their right. The UECDL is 100% owned by Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Energy. It means now they just the money maker, and now it is the government which I pay tax that has to give me electricity. I told them people need to be a transformer. We made a meeting and media people. I let everybody know in the Kampala that in Chiwangala, we know that UECDL is on our taxpayers' money. Let them give us electricity. We have got a new transformer of 100 kilowatts. Multiply two. In just a space of 2 weeks, because they knew that right now exposing them. We need to let people understand their rights, and we use the right. And now that transformer that has come, that I moved into, no money. It is just mothers and states to know their rights. They demand. We give people the platform to demand their rights. Okay. So for me, what we want to do in these spaces, let us localize this. We have the passion for what we need to do. This is our country. We need to be working for our constitution. But many policies now, if you say now,
in conclusion,
nationalization. If we say they are not involved, you say cabinet did this and the parliament. Who's the parliament? It is now the time that the president must now question these regulators. Why do they act on our behalf, citizens, by sidelining our constitution? Right belongs to Uganda. We must protect our rights and we should be letting anyone to account. When people say any document about accountability, every leader should be accountable. Thank you so much. I will continue to
Thank you so much. I really want to thank him for allowing you speak, because all that energy was going to attack you in the corridors. So, so really, thank you for that. And you see, for me, you see, excuse me, some order, please, order. Order, I'm just wrapping up, please, some order. Please, some order. You see, the reason why such engagements are very important is that it brings clarity to a lot of things. I told you the second thing killing the sector is the capacity. And you see, one thing I did not mention about capacity is about knowledge. What you're actually raising as a concern here is already there, but the people do not actually know. You see, I keep referring to Eric because we move around the country on so many things, and I will tell you that Eric will tell you that each time we are moving around the country, I have tried to cluster different categories of organizations. That at times we go into a district and we're trying to explain to them that that category you're talking about of your grandmother and everyone is acceptable. There's a category called the self-help groups. Those ones have no formalities. No one will even demand them for reports, for a constitution, nothing, and they're there. So after that, there's a category called the CBOs, then the NGOs, and it keeps going upwards. But you see what has happened right now that we have found, the good thing is Eric is here, is that we have established that because along the way, self-help groups were doing very good mobilization and doing good work at the grassroots. I think there was a time I think the president wanted to give them some funds. Not even CBOs, but that group, that informal group of your grandparents down there. Now, the issue was, how do we identify them? So along the way, the people in the district, to address that, decided to lump them all either as CBOs or as NGOs. So that's what we picked. Now, the issue is that some of the things we want to address in this review is to take everything back to what it's supposed to be. That there's supposed to be that lower level of organizations that require no formalities. Right now, it has been killed because of other funds being sent down there, and we want that group to go back and operate that way. So we want self-help groups to remain self-help groups, but also we want CBOs to be CBOs, we want NGOs to be NGOs, and all those we know about them. So this review process, we're also trying to address that. So I think I'm done. Thank you so much for listening. Yeah, thank you.
Another round of applause for the doctor. And gathering from the responses that have been received, being the doctor that he is, this has been open heart surgery. Just letting it all out. But thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you as well for participating in this and just understanding what it means. But I hope we also don't lose sight of the purpose of the training as well here, because he mentioned some critical things that sometimes, for instance, people don't actually understand the internal documents and how they operate as organizations. So even as we air all this out, do not lose sight of the fact that this training is also supposed to help you, benefit you in how you also run your own organizations when you go back. Thank you so much. So we are going to break off for lunch, which will be served right outside. Belinda, is that right? Yes. Right opposite? So, yes, and because we have been chipping into lunchtime, I am also going to restrict you in your lunchtime so that we are back here quickly enough to finish the rest of the program, because there's a graduation involved as well for each and every one of you that has been part of this training. So we'll have lunch and be here within 30 minutes together in this place. So lunch is being served opposite. So we'll see you again at 2:30. Yes, that is in 30 minutes. At 2:30 we'll be in the place, we'll be starting. Thank you.
much, Mark. That was a kind, kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is after lunch, and I know how dangerous post-lunch presentations are, so I'm going to do my best to make sure you're all engaged and alert. Before I start on my presentation, as you see, the key word there is storytelling. Storytelling. And from pre-lunch, it was heated governance, the NGO space. So it's almost the extreme of both worlds. But trust you me, storytelling is equally as important. But before I kick off on my presentation, I have two scenarios I am going to read for you. And then I have a set of questions. So I'm going to tell you a story to cut the long story short. This is scenario 1. Pay close attention. In 2024, Uganda emitted approximately 7.3 million metric tons of carbon dioxide, a 12% increase from 2020. The energy sector contributed 58% of these emissions, followed by agriculture at 23%. Despite efforts to expand renewable energy, fossil fuels still accounted for 65% of electricity generation. Projections show that without intervention, emissions could reach 10 million metric tons by 2030, threatening Uganda's climate commitments under the Paris Agreement. Okay, that's scenario 1. You listened. Let me read scenario 2 for you. In a small village in Mbale, Sarah, a mother of 3, used a traditional charcoal stove for cooking. Every day, thick smoke filled her one-room home, causing her youngest child to develop chronic respiratory issues. After attending a community workshop, Sarah received a clean cook stove through a UK-funded initiative. Within weeks, her child's coughing reduced, and Sarah now advocates for clean cooking in her village. I didn't know smoke could harm my children, she says. Now I want every mother to know. Those are the two scenarios. Which one did you prefer? Let's have a show of hands. Who preferred scenario 1? Scenario 1? Scenario 2? Excellent. So I have a set of questions. Why did you prefer scenario 2? Let me go for people at the back benchers. Yes, the gentleman right at the back behind the cameraman. Edirisa, thank you, sir. Edirisa? Excellent.
Sir.
Last and emotional. Yes. Ah, okay. Who else would like to contribute? This gentleman over here. Personality in the story. Victoria, she's over here. Victor. She's here in front here, Victoria.
I picked story 2 because I understood it clearly.
She understood it. So I've heard personable, relatable, down to the grassroots. It has a character. There's somebody whose hand is up behind. Let's pass her the mic. Impact is clear. Excellent. Wonderful submissions. I have another question for you, not related to the scenarios, but do you remember the stories your grandparents used to tell you? Even your parents, for those whose parents are still alive? What is it about those stories that you remember? If you were to pick one word, what is it about those stories that stuck with you, that make them memorable, that you even speak about today to your friends or your children or your associates? They are relatable. Yes, relatable is another strong point. The gentleman behind in a blue shirt. Adventure, yes.
They teach a lot of lessons.
Teach a lot of lessons. Excellent. Behind, the lady behind her. Language, yes, yes, being relatable to the audience. What else do you remember about the stories your grandparents told you or your parents told you?
They inspire.
Inspire, yes. The gentleman behind. They do with what?
To do with the environment.
Okay.
So when we talk about, say, environment protection, you'll find that maybe like here in Buganda, we have clans that are meant for environment protection. So some of the stories that we were told in the beginning, like don't sit at a stool or don't go and cut a tree in the forest, they are all related to environment protection, and we get to understand all those when we are a little bit bigger.
Good, good. She had her hand up, and then this gentleman also has his hand up.
Yes, they were protective.
Yes,
yes,
very
to
much
us.
so. It ties to what the lady behind you said, that there were lessons to learn from those stories.
Someone else?
He has an answer as well.
These stories, I believe they lay a background, or they tell us a history where we have come from, and basically they are laying a foundation for us to focus on the future.
Excellent. Now that's the crux of my presentation. You've already answered into my presentation. Organizers, can I go now? I'm joking. No, they've literally answered everything. Like, you have answered into my presentation. That's the crux of why I'm here, to speak to the art of storytelling. You're all from CSOs. You guys have the most powerful stories you could generate and could tell. But why do you throw numbers at us? Why don't you think like your typical audience would? When you think about that movie, one of your favorite movies, there's an emotion it evoked. When you think about your favorite book or author, there's an emotion it evoked. So when you're telling stories, think about those emotions you want to evoke from your audience. Don't think it has to be heavy on numbers, statistics, facts. It does, yes, it's important, but what will people remember? Will they remember 58%? Or will they remember that your child is now healed? Between the two, they will remember that your child is now healed. So when you're thinking storytelling, think emotion. Think what you want your audience to feel, to remember, to take away, to believe in. Think like your audience. Don't think internally about yourself and how you need to impress your board, which you need to, yes, but how will your audience remember and resonate with your audience? Remember, some people talked about relatability. It's also about that. You need to be relatable at the end of the day. So put yourself in the shoes of your target audience, of the people whose lives you want to touch, of the people who need to care about your organization. You have something pressing you wanted to add. Can we give her a microphone?
Thank you so much. About emotions. About emotions, one time I just want to supplement on that. I applied for the Commons Fellowship in Uganda. I think some of us know it because I know some members that won that fellowship. And so we met together at that embassy to go for the interviews. And so when we went, thereafter, I interacted with one of the participants on how the fellowship was. Then he told me that, of course, me, I won. I know I won. I'm like, how did you know that you won? He told me that during the interview, he told the team that when he was young, he was thrown in the toilet and then was picked up and then, was taken over by, a guardian, and the whole team, panel started crying. And he also told them that he's a total orphan, yet this gentleman actually has both parents. So I started thinking like, wait, me, I did not tell something like that. He just told me, no, you actually failed. And indeed, the guy traveled and won the fellowship. And I was a finalist. And I was supposed to go in case anyone got sick. So I started thinking, which story would I have figured out to make me feel like maybe I was a street child? So I think also in the cover of saying we should create emotions, to the audience and donors, it is also good to really remain real and not compromise with the realities. Thank you.
Excellent. She has actually gone to my next question. Imagine your favorite movie or favorite book. What is it about that movie or favorite book in terms of emotion that it evoked in you? Can some people give me examples? The lady behind, then there's a gentleman over there as well. Which emotion did it evoke? You can tell us the movie or the book and then the emotion.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm a survivor of childhood sexual violence. And I was triggered by a movie, a series called How to Get Away with Murder. The title is different from the emotion, but in the series, the main actress, I don't know her name, but the main
Davis is her real name, but I've forgotten her stage name.
Okay, so she had experienced childhood sexual violence, but she was like, her mom had come to see her, and she's like, I don't know what you're doing here. I think you should be leaving this place. But then the mom was like, why? They started quarreling about this thing, that you knew this was happening to me, but you kept silent. Like, I don't need you in my life. This is not the moment where I need you. So the mom was like, are you serious? Don't you know that, do you know the reason as to why that man died in a house that was burning in flames? So that alone triggered me. It triggered my past. So something like that. Thank you.
Excellent. The gentleman over there, then there's a lady behind him, then there's a lady here, then there's a lady here. Let's hear from all of them. This is a very interesting story.
Yeah, so for me, I've turned it on. Okay, so I stand up. I see camera people are getting ready, so let me just stand up in case, so they get a good shot. Yeah, so what I know about emotions is that the negative emotions tend to last longer. They are good emotions, like laughter and all this, but the negative emotions tend to be more relatable. So for me, the book that I would remember in this case is Cry the Beloved Country, where you have this teacher, the reverend, going to the town, and this brother is sentenced to death for a murder because he was stealing. And so like that kind of emotion. So I'll finish by saying this, that I work with an organization that does a lot of storytelling called Agora. So each time we get a story, not that we exaggerate, not that we lie, but then you look at the part of saying, man, they abducted this guy, and he had 3 kids, and the kids have dropped out of school. You get it? Now, that becomes more relatable. And the good side of it, the success story is that we've seen people call us, even from the higher powers, and say, can I get in touch with that lady? Then they get in touch with the widow or the lady, and therefore sometimes that, oh, the husband has been freed, or the son has been freed and all that. So for me, if I'm to tell you one thing about 100% stories about emotions, 100%.
Excellent.
Then tell the negative emotions and make relatable to them.
Good. Let's hear the lady behind you. Angela, was that you? Who had your hand? It's Pamela again? Okay. There's a lady here with a jacket.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Achia Violet. The book that sticks with me is called Attitude is Everything by Jeff Keller. Now, how this book comes about is when I watched a movie called Beautiful Scar. It's a Nigerian movie. It stars Frederick Leonard. He happened to get into an accident. He was a celebrity, and he had, I think, a girlfriend or a spouse. So after the accident, it left him burnt in the face. So I think the lady couldn't keep up with that, so she moved on. Then this guy gets a nanny. Actually, it was the lady that got him a nanny to take care of him because he was like really, really burnt on one side actually. So when he gets the lady, like he was so devastated and frustrated. The spouse who was supposed to be there for him, like gave him that attitude that he wasn't worth it or something. So he went into depression. So last year I happened to, it didn't happen to me, but it happened to my sister. She got an accident. So at the time I watched that movie, thank God she's alive. She's also in the room, yeah. So when she got that accident, I got to watch the movie, and the movie kind of made me emotional. It was a sad moment. So when that lady, the caregiver to the man, didn't give up on him, like she encouraged him to move on with life, read the book, attitude is everything. So he decided to get surgery because they had told him he had a first burn degree. So they couldn't do anything, but they encouraged him. There was a hospital somewhere, I think abroad. So he had to travel, do the surgery, came back, and then the spouse that had left came back. So you see how people tend to leave you at your worst, yeah? So I was like, it wasn't a sadness, it wasn't a joy. There was mixed emotion, but at the end of it all, it's the emotion and the attitude at the end of the day. Thank you.
Wonderful. There's somebody, Angela has her hand up, then we'll come to you.
Thank you. So to me, it's mainly, I was waiting for someone to say it so that I don't say the book. That's why I was quiet mainly. It's becoming. So why, you see, so someone was going to say the book. Why becoming is because most of the times as leaders, even as a human rights lawyer, we tend to think that when people are in positions of power that are at the top, they don't go through anything that is sad. Like it's all about victory, victory. And before Becoming was out, I had that feeling also, and the privilege of thinking, when you're a first lady, it's all rosy, yes. But then after reading the book, I got to realize that sometimes even people we think are going through the best times go through triumphs. And that made me understand that it's very, very important as people to speak up, to voice out how we feel. I'll give an example of when the author, you all know the author of Becoming. Yes, okay. You don't know? Okay. She's still my first lady, Michelle Obama. When she didn't attend the inauguration of Trump, and everyone was like, why, what? So it made me understand that at the end of the day, people have that feeling that if you are a wife to the president, you must, but then it's because they didn't read the book. Even when you're a wife to a president, you have your own emotions, you have your own reasoning, you have your own victories, and you have your own voice. And life, yeah. So it's the one that really brings out the emotions in me. And it relates also with my life, given that the kind of life, those that know me, the few of you that know me, the kind of life I've been in where I came from the bottom, like the grassroots of you're a young person, those things you are saying that happen at the panel are smiling because I don't think that person told you the truth. That thing is really complicated. Because one of the reasons why people talk about impact is because at the end of the day, sometimes such people, by the way, end up discouraging people like her. I know her personally. She's one of the most prominent young leaders I know that does tremendous work. But when such a person told you that, I'm sure you didn't apply again. Did you ever apply again? Yeah, so try Chevening, but also Commonwealth is okay. I'm a Chevening alumni. And
why I speak to that is because most of the times this microphone is not working. And my voice is loud enough.
No, for the online.
Sorry. So most of the times as young people, we tend to think that when someone, I'll give you an example where I said my own life. Currently, I'll tell you maybe that as a top 40, under 40, I'm an alumni of Chevening, I'm an alumni of Mandela Washington Fellowship, the one of US, I'm an alumni of Netherlands. I did a diploma in gender responsive governance at The Hague. So someone will be like, what? You see? You see? So when people have that wow, they tend to think, this one knows someone in the what? Not knowing the Angela before, if you had met that Angela, you would not want to associate with that Angela. The Angela before was the street child who had a baby at 15 years. If she tells you all that story to where she came from, so that's why I relate with that book, because at the end of the day, people tend to focus on where you are now and don't think about where you come from.
Excellent.
And the good news is it inspired me to meet people like her that are my great mentors, and they're supporting me. I'm currently also working on my book, and very soon you'll read it. Thank you.
Wow. There's a lady here in front. After the lady will kick off. This has been a very engaging discussion so far. Let's hear from the lady in front. Or movie that resonated with you, and which emotions?
Okay, so the movie was Straw, and Straw, yeah, for Tyler Perry. So when I was watching Jania, I put myself in her shoes. Whoever watched that movie can relate, because I'm a mother and I know what it means to juggle between 1,000 things, like supposed to be at work, the child is sick, the mother is calling, the boss is calling, they're calling you here, the car is down, a lot of things. So when I was watching that movie, I cried. Before I even finished, I think everyone who watched the movie cried. Because even those that have not watched, please watch it. Whether you're a mother or not, please watch it. Because what I learned from that movie was, not everybody will understand you. Even if your story is emotional 1,000 times, not everyone will actually understand. And not everyone you work with is your colleague. Not everyone who you call a parent is actually your parent. Because even your mother or your father can give up on you. But what matters is, are you able to stand on your feet and change the stereotypes? Because that's what she did. Are you able to stand up and represent 1,000 people when others are seated and you're the one standing? So there are so many things. So when you relate that story to a parent raising a child, and they tell you the child has died, in the middle of circus, you're doing a lot of things for the child, it puts you in a shocking mode. But to relate to our everyday life is, in everything that we do, let us be solid. I don't know how to tell that, but I don't know how to actually speak, but we have to be solid. As you tell your story, also understand that everyone listening to your story not actually. Some even be like, I don't care, I don't want to know. Some do not even, they listen but they don't mind. Some would say, I understand, but back in their mind are like, I don't give a damn. So be very, very intentional to who you tell your story. Not everyone is willing to help you. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, brilliant audience. Let me just put that out there. Brilliant. Pain, abandonment, depression, joy, happiness, victory. Those are emotions we all love. They resonate with the human. They resonate with us. So when you're thinking stories, think about the emotion you want to evoke to the people that matter, like she was saying. Do you want to evoke hope, hopelessness, positivity, optimism? What are you trying to evoke from your story? That the world is doom and gloom, or that there is hope yet for all of us? So now we go officially to my presentation. And please pay attention. I'm going to pick on about 5 of you because from this, I want to hear your organization's story in a storytelling manner. I don't want to hear facts, figures. I don't know in 1954 we started. No. I want to hear what your organization stands for in the form of a story. So we'll kick off. First off, people think storytelling is fluff, it's exciting, but it's not that. It's very, very influential. From telling your story, you have actually touched somebody's heart. A potential partner, a potential donor, a potential stakeholder, because they've related with what you're saying. They've related, they've understood it. It makes sense to them. It matters to them. So it's a very big influencing tool. Powerful for the work that you do. You do a lot of lobbying, advocacy, a lot of work in the community at grassroots level. So why not tell your story in a manner in which your grandparent, your parent would understand and appreciate the impact that you're creating in your sector and in your space. Emotional connection, we've talked about this countlessly in our pre-discussion. We have said you want to evoke some kind of emotion within your target audience. Because when you evoke that emotion, they will see you as a trusted, credible entity that they can relate with. And they'll want to forge more deeper, meaningful relationships with you because they understand, they can relate to who you are and what you do. It's a science, by the way. And I know a lot of the work you do is very figures heavy, numbers heavy, and oftentimes you're compelled to speak to that, which is okay. But why not mix the two? Try to combine the art of the two so that your story has some form of structure and intent to it so that you can get your message across at the end of the day. Okay? Towards the end, like I said, towards the end of my presentation, like I said, I'll pick on about 5 of you, or you volunteer yourselves to tell us your story, your organization's story, in a story sense. Because we want to learn and hear what you stand for in the normal everyday speak, in the normal everyday world. Who are you? Next slide, please. Okay, I know we all appreciate this, but it's important that I emphasize why it's important to understand the power of storytelling. Let's move to the next slide, please. Who here remembers, and I think Coke is actually still doing it now, the Name a Coke campaign? Have any of you looked for your names on the bottles? Some are not there. Okay, let's start with those who've looked for their names. Why are you looking for your name? Let's start there. Why do you want to see your name on the bottle? Can I have some hands? Yes, please. Who do I share the name with? Mm-hmm. Yes? Does Coca-Cola know my name? Yes. What else? Why would you look for your name on the bottom? Mm-hmm. Is it a blessed name? I love it. Motivate. Let's stand up for Katya, who's come in, the ambassador for Austria. Her Excellency, you're welcome. Okay, I think we can take our seats. Her Excellency, the ambassador to Austria, is here. We are grateful to have you. Okay, those who, you said that you don't care so much about your name not being there. What did you say?
I said just to know that my name also exists.
That your name exists. Okay, can I have one more person speak to us about the Name a Coke campaign? Why are you looking for your name? Yes. Exactly. So everything you've said, it's about building connections. People want to associate with brands they can connect with. They can foster relationships with. Now, Coke was smart. They even localized for the Ugandans. You will see Nakato, Nakalembe, Toko, because they know some of us go by our botanical names. So, you ultimately want as a brand to build a connection with your stakeholders, with your audience. It's not about Coca-Cola okay, yes, they want to make profit. That's why they're still here X number of years later. But how have they stood the test of time? One of which is by building connections with their consumers through examples like the Name a Coke campaign. So think about ways in which you can build connections with your stakeholders. Humanizing. Somebody talked about characters. I think it was you, Mr. Otim. People want to relate with characters, with real life situations, real life experiences, not anecdotes, not fictional, not make believe. They want to associate with real life experiences and real life characters. Now on this one, I have a disclaimer. I know a lot of you work in very sensitive areas. There's somebody who works in childhood sexual violence space, for example. And these are young, vulnerable children. Obviously, you would not want to victimize them in that sense by highlighting or promoting their name, their location, their school. You wouldn't want to do that. And I'm sure a lot of you have seen on TV, they always use pseudonyms. The story is real, but you're protecting the identity of the person concerned because you don't want them to be victimized for the rest of their lives, holding the tag of what happened to them as a reason why they're the way they are. Okay? So let's be careful when we're personalizing or humanizing something. If we're working with vulnerable groups, i.e. children, persons with disability, refugees, we have to be careful to protect their identity and their dignity. Because in 10, 15 years' time, they may or may not want to carry that thing with them forever. They don't want to be remembered as the victim of defilement or whatever it is. They want to be seen as a hero or to be seen as somebody who rose through trials and tribulations and became the hero that they are today. So let's be very careful when working with vulnerable groups, not to expose them and victimize them. Memorability. You talked to me about the movies you've remembered and loved and the books. And they've stuck to you to this day. I think some of you watched these movies 10 years, 5 years, 8 years ago. You may have read these books 10 years ago, 5 years ago, but you still remember them. You remember them because there's something it did to you. It touched at your heartstrings. It touched something. So touch something. Think about who you're touching. And then we talked about inspiration. You want to inspire. It's not always about doom and gloom. And one of the things for us as the UK government we're very strong on is always promoting positivity and hope and optimism. We can never tell the story that that lady told of her colleague from the Commonwealth Scholarship who claimed he was thrown in a toilet. We never talk about, I walked to school barefoot. We don't want to hear those sob stories. We want to hear the stories of hope, of overcoming hurdles and challenges. So it must always inspire, attract support, call for action, because at the end of the day, you're not telling your story just for fun or just to tick a box. You want to inspire more sectors, more organizations like yours. You want them to come on board as potential partners with you. You also want support. You need donors, you need funders. So how best can you relate with them? Through your storytelling. But also it strengthens your brand. your brand identity and your brand health. People will remember who you are for the stories you told or the stories that make you, you. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've talked about emotions, we've talked about the fact that things stick, and we all have preconceived beliefs, ideas, and these are the things that oftentimes evoke that emotion we want. From a story we hear, from a story we read or watch, it ultimately does have an impact on our brain. So one of the things we do in communications is we do what we call testing our messaging, testing our story. Never feel shy to get a group of your friends or neighbors, get them in a small room, buy them tea, tell them your story and see how they react. It's important sometimes to test, because you might be there in your office thinking this is the most brilliant story I've ever told, but unfortunately it doesn't resonate. So don't be afraid to test your messages and to test whether they actually make sense to the people it needs to make sense to. So always try as best you can so that you can see whether you will get that engagement you need or want from your audience. Yeah? It's also good because it helps with a memory retention. We've talked about this. Stories we remember are the stories we keep on telling. You might be telling stories that your parents told you to your children or your friends, or the stories your grandparents told you to this day, because they stuck. There was something you gained or learned. It either created happiness, joy, or laughter, and now you're trying to spread that across to your relevant stakeholders. Emotional connections, we've talked about this. And then, of course, it's important to connect the facts, because I know we're all facts heavy in this room, which is very okay. But try as best you can to always bridge the gap between facts and emotions, between facts and the story, between facts and the narrative. Turning complex things, because some of us work in very complex technical areas. Like climate change is a very technical sector and technical subject. Not everybody understands climate change. But how are you going to break it down for someone to understand? We have floods in eastern Uganda. My grandmother has died. Anyone would understand that. But now if you start saying, oh, 1001, 100%, what? No one will relate to that. It will be hard. So break down your complex sector and make it relatable and compelling for someone to pay attention and say, oh my goodness, this is a serious issue. I need to either pay attention, get on board, support, or even use my voice to support this sector. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the part where you need to pay attention, because I'll pick on 5 of you shortly to tell us the story of your organization. Characters, we talked about this, and he mentioned it in the preamble. Everybody wants to relate to a character. Everybody wants to hear Katia. She's a character, a powerful character. So tell us about Katia in your organization. Who is Katia in your organization? You know? And I remember someone said that the negative stories are the best. People remember the negative stories more, which is true, but people also equally remember the positive stories. People want hope. We're living in a hopeless world. We need to remind people that there is hope yet. There is light at the end of the tunnel. So people want that narration of those characters that are relatable. Tell us about a character from your organization, a beneficiary from your organization. In diplomatic terms, we call this third-party voices. People are tired of hearing the ambassador of Austria. Not that they're tired, they love to hear from her, but sometimes her getting a beneficiary from some of the programs she runs is more effective. You will notice lately we have social media at our disposal. People are doing incredible documentaries, incredible testimonies, incredible stories of their journey. Get a third-party voice. Get a character who can speak to your organization and what your organization has done to create change or impact in your sector. And like I said, people love heroes. We don't only just love the failures, in quotes. We also love heroes. We love the heroic characters, the victory stories, the positive stories. So never be afraid of speaking about the victory. A lot of you have behavior change campaigns that you run. A lot of you do behavior change work. You're trying to change attitudes or perceptions or behaviors towards something. Why must you talk about the issue and you forget that there's an end line of a victory that you're trying to achieve? So speak to us about that. Tell us about what the end line is, what you're aiming to achieve for that person who has been a victim of sexual violence. This is someone who can be a president, a minister, an engineer, a lawyer. Tell us that that's possible. Don't just tell us, oh, she was raped by her uncle. Life is terrible. She's doomed. You're going to just leave people with a terrible feeling. Tell them that she can survive, she can fight, she can move on, she can become someone despite what happened to her. So take us through the entire journey. It mustn't just be about the issue or the problem or whatever happened to her. It has to be the entire story in its entirety. Impact. You did hear the example I gave earlier where the mother's child, as a result of changing to cooking stoves, the health has now improved. Do not forget, people love impact. People want to hear the so what of your organization. It's not just about saying, we plant trees. We're incredible. We've planted 1,000 trees in Mbale. So what? Tell us, because we've planted trees in Mbale, people now, the environment is conserved. I don't know. Tell us what the impact has been on the community as a result of your intervention. So always speak to us about the impact. Never forget impact. The so what has to come out in your story. Call to action. We are not doing this to tick boxes because we have to tell our story. We want to evoke something. Okay? Do you want your audience to engage? Do you want to ignite conversations, debates? Do you want them to challenge you? Do you want them to support you? What kind of engagement do you want? And by the way, this can be in any shape or form. It can be in settings like this. It can be on social media. It can be in a workshop. It can be in the field. I know a lot of you guys do community-driven engagements. Some of you do door-to-door work. So tell us about all of that. Yeah? And what do you want people to do? Because they know about now your organization. Do you want more partnerships? Do you want more, do you want to help more people? Do you want more funding? There has to be something beyond just raising awareness, beyond just telling us who you are. It has to be beyond that. It's very important for us to appreciate that. Next slide, please. Okay, now this is specific to you, but everything I said so far is also still relevant. So, you're telling the stories to advocate. This you know already. You're telling the stories to fundraise because you need to survive. You need to continue your mandates. You want to engage with your stakeholders. This is extremely critical for you as a CSO. through authenticity. We talked about being real. Don't exaggerate or lie or pretend that your organization does X when it does Y. Be real. Be truthful. Even if you've just started out, tell us about your vision. Because you didn't just start out because you were bored. You started out because you wanted to make a difference to people's lives, to the community. So be authentic in your narrative. Be real, be authentic. Highlight local voices. We talked about this, third-party voices. It's not only about you as the founder. And I know we have this thing, I'm the founder, I'm the founder, I'm the co-founder. We love that because we started something and we know it's going somewhere. But at the end of the day, who matters more? The person whose life you've changed or you, the founder? And at the end of the day, it's the person whose life you've changed. So speak to us about that. Because that makes sure that you get cultural relevance and you build trust and support from your stakeholders. And of course, you know from the African setting, we love these oral narratives. We love the stereotypes here and there. We love a mix of things to really help us amplify our messages. So don't be afraid of introducing some of these as well. Next slide, please. Okay, gone through this. Okay, so when you're coming up, tell us about your story in a storytelling manner. We need to hear the origin. How did you start? Why did you start? The why must be the most important thing here, not how, but mostly why you started. What's your mission? What's your goal at the end of the day? What are you trying to achieve? Who are you trying to impact? And what's your vision? Where are you going? What is the direction for the future? Who will you be in 10, 5 years' time, whatever the case might be? Speak to us about your future plans and your direction for the future. Next slide, please. This I'm sure you already know. I've talked about it a bit, but you have so many tools at your disposal. Do not be afraid to use them. Sometimes it's hard to get your story in the New Vision or on NTV. So if you can't do that, use your own platforms to tell your story. And this can be your websites or your newsletters. It can be through interviews you might do on different platforms like NTV, Bukede. It can be on social media. Hopefully you all have some form of social media presence for your organizations. We have a Gen Z population in Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. You can't not be on social media. You need to tap into the 70% Gen Zs. Otherwise, you will leave behind the majority of our population. And in 5 years, your organization might not make sense because you're not there. So don't forget about the Gen Zs. Then events. I talked about this already. Workshops, trainings, conferences, symposiums. Do not be afraid to use all those platforms to tell your stories. Testimonies, get the beneficiaries through video, physically, whatever the case might be, to tell your story. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. We can move on. Very quickly, the pitfalls or the challenges to avoid. Overloading us with data. Not everyone is a statistician. Not everyone is a mathematician. Not everyone will understand the numbers. So don't think that because you're throwing so many numbers, you've impressed us. You've lost us or you will lose us. So be careful with data overload. Emotional disconnect. We've talked about this. The stories we love and remember are the ones that touched our souls and our hearts. Those are the ones we remember. Inconsistent messaging. You can't say X on maybe your website and then you're saying Y to a media house. You have to be consistent with your messaging. If your story is about hope, let it be consistently about hope. Don't talk to us about hope, then it's all about depression. There's a disconnect. Be consistent, have a common thread through your messaging to ensure that you're credible at the end of the day. and then ignoring your audience context. You need to understand your audience. We've not talked about this much because my topic was storytelling, but before you tell your story, you first need to know who your audience is. Who are you trying to impact? Who do you want to hear, know, and care about your organization? And based off that audience understanding, you tailor your message, your story to your audience, to what they care about, to their consumption habits, to their interest habits, to their channel consumptions, and you name it. This is a different PR class altogether, but I think and hope you understand it. Next slide, please. Okay. I'm winding up. So we all know and believe that storytelling definitely does shape public opinion. It will influence on policy, which I know you're all in the space, in that space. And you also want to build meaningful, lasting partnerships at the end of the day. Ethics, we've touched on this a bit, and it's critical. I talked about it. Be authentic. You do not want to be sued because you lied or pretended that your organization does X when it does Y. Be real. Do not be afraid of them. The impact you've had, however small or big, maintain authenticity about your organization. You could land into trouble. And this is not just amongst donors, it could even be amongst beneficiaries. So be very careful. Maintain authenticity, be truthful, be transparent, and be respectful. To not manipulate or, like I said, affect the dignity of the people that you work with because you're trying to make money, because you're trying to evoke an emotion. The money should be secondary for all of you in this room. It's the impact you're going to have to the communities you serve. The money is an enabler, yes, but what's the impact at the end of the day? Have you changed those 1,000 lives like you promised? Humanizing, we talked about this. It's more relatable when it's personable. When you're speaking about Fiona, she's my friend, I know her, I remember her, I can relate, than telling me a random number, random figure that I can't understand. So let's humanize and be relatable. And then, of course, we need to foster trust and collaboration through our storytelling. Okay? Yes, here we go. This is the challenge in just 3 minutes because I know the ambassador. Okay, all right. So I will allow the program to be tweaked a bit. Let me hand over to the moderator. Thank you.
In the meantime, a round of applause for Tina. Thank you so much. I can see the passion with which you do this, and I can tell you're an expert. Yes, thank you. We were joined by Dr. Katia. She's the head of the Austrian Embassy Development Corporation here in Uganda. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's appreciate her. And at this moment, I want to ask Fiona, Mrs. Fiona Wall, to just come up and take over from here because I am not worthy to untie the sandals, as the scripture says. So I'll ask Mrs. Fiona.
Thank you so much. Let's give our wonderful moderator a fantastic hand clap. And Madam President, Tina Wamala, a fantastic hand clap as well. And let's welcome one of the biggest reasons that we're here, Dr. Katia Kashbama, the head of the Austrian Development Agency and the Austrian Embassy in Uganda. Please give her a big, wonderful hand clap. Dr. Katia is the head of the Office of the Austrian Embassy, as I told you, but I first met her when she was an advisor to the judiciary. Please allow me to introduce you properly. She's been very passionate. I gave her a Ugandan name. I told her she's going to be called Mbabazi. She loves Uganda so much. She's been here so many years. But just to give you a bit of who she is, she has over 20 years of professional experience in the field of international development. She is a lawyer, and she studied law and theoretical and applied translation studies at the University of Graz in Austria, as well as the University of Jean Moulin in Lyon, France. Forgive my pronunciations. She holds 3 master's degrees. Yes. And completed her PhD in 2007 with a focus on comparative constitutional law. She worked in the Austrian Ministry of Justice and for the World Bank in Washington, D.C. in public health, HIV/AIDS, and public-private partnerships in Europe and Central Asia. She has also worked as an expert on judicial reform. She was very involved in the JLOS, the Justice Law and Order sector, which is now called the Governance and something, Accountability, Security, Governance and Security sector. And I met her during that time because they gave a lot of support to the Uganda Law Society when I was in charge of the Legal Aid Project. Katia is passionate about Uganda and more passionate about justice. The Austrian Embassy is also passionate about women's empowerment, and they've really supported a lot of the work that is being done in this country. I think you've seen the exciting work that is being done by the heads of delegation, the heads of missions, the female heads of missions, yes, celebrating Beijing and the achievements of Beijing and seeing how we can move forward. She's at the helm of such efforts. So Dr. Katia, I would like to welcome you. Thank you for making this happen and invite you to address us. Before you, you have over 50 CSO CEOs and board members. We had the same yesterday. We were not able to get you because of your very busy schedule, but the people that we had yesterday were so excited they wanted to return, but we said no, we have to give others a chance. But we've also been live on LinkedIn and YouTube because she insisted that everybody should have access to this. And without them, would not be able to get these fantastic trainers that you see here and everybody that we've had today. Thank you very much. And yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Fiona. I'm surprised. Where did you dig out all that information? Thanks for that very kind introduction. Before I start my speech, I want to thank everyone for adjusting the program a bit for me. Today is a bit of a marathon for me. So I'm happy that I made it here, but unfortunately I'll not be able to stay very long. And I also want to thank specifically Fiona because we really came up with this a bit last minute, I have to say. We didn't have much time for the implementation, and Fiona, you and your team and Fidelis, you made it happen, and I like that spirit. I really like the spirit of people who don't say, no, this is not possible within such a short amount of time, but who say, yeah, we can do this. You know, we believe in ourselves and let's make it happen. And I think that the whole training came together as such. And then I also want to thank you for really just, I think, being so professional in everything you do. You really, in a very short time, you know, advertised this heavily, gave us a lot of visibility as embassies. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you. Okay, so Miss Senior Counsel, Fiona Nabasa-Wall, the Executive Director of Fidelis Leadership Institute, the representatives of civil society organizations, distinguished facilitators and trainers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to join you this afternoon at the Executive Leadership Training for CSO Leaders in Uganda, a program organized by the Fidelis Leadership Institute in partnership with Austria. Allow me to begin by commending Fidelis Leadership Institute for its commitment to nurturing ethical and visionary leadership in Uganda and beyond. This training is not merely an academic exercise, it is an investment in values, in resilience, and in the future of Uganda's civil society. As we gather here, We do so with a shared understanding that leadership within civil society is not only about organizational management, it is about moral courage, integrity, and the ability to guide institutions through complex and uncertain times. Civil society in Uganda has long been the heartbeat of democratic participation and social accountability. It is through your work that communities find their voice, that marginalized groups gain visibility, and that government policies are held to the standards of justice and fairness. Yet we recognize that the environment in which CSOs operate has become increasingly demanding. Financial constraints, shifting donor priorities, regulatory pressures, and shrinking civic space challenge even the most committed leaders. These realities call for leadership that is principled, that is innovative, and resilient. Austria believes that ethical leadership is the cornerstone of sustainable development. True leaders are not defined by authority, but by integrity, by their ability to serve, to listen, and to act with courage even when the path is uncertain. This two-day leadership training is an important step towards strengthening Uganda's civil society. It seeks to build the skills and mindset necessary to sustain organizations through change. Skills in ethical governance, financial management, strategic planning, and succession leadership. These are not just technical skills, they are the foundations of trust and credibility. When civil society organizations are led with integrity, they not only deliver better results, but they also inspire greater confidence from citizens, partners, and the government alike. Through this training, I encourage each of you to reflect deeply on what leadership means within your own context, to explore how values can guide decision-making and how accountability can strengthen your organization's legacy for years to come. Civil society organizations play a vital role in shaping societies founded on justice, accountability, and respect for human dignity. Their work goes far beyond filling gaps in service delivery. It is about empowering communities. It is about amplifying voices and engaging governments to ensure that public services are equitable, inclusive, and of the highest quality. Good governance and ethical conduct lie at the heart of this mission. Ethical conduct means acting with integrity, transparency, fairness, and respect for the truth, even when no one is watching. It requires leaders and organizations to uphold the highest moral standards in decision-making, resource management, and community engagement. In practice, this means being honest about your intentions, being accountable for your actions, and being consistent in promoting the common good over the personal or organizational gain. This training seeks to strengthen the capacity of CSOs to promote ethical governance, not only within their own organizations, but also in their advocacy and partnership with public institutions. By combining service delivery with principled advocacy and evidence-based lobbying, CSOs can help expand access to essential services and enhance the quality of governance while building a culture of integrity that benefits all citizens. Let this space serve as a tool for reflection, learning, and collective action toward a more transparent, inclusive, and ethical society. Leadership is also about resilience, the ability to adapt and remain steadfast in the face of adversity. Uganda's civil society has shown tremendous resilience through times of political and economic uncertainty, proving that even in constrained spaces, visionary leaders can still create positive change. Resilient leaders are those who hold firm to their values while finding new ways to innovate and collaborate. They turn challenges into opportunities for learning and transformation. This training provides a safe and inspiring space to develop that capacity, to connect with peers, to share experiences, and to reimagine how leadership can thrive in Uganda's current environment. Austria is proud to support this initiative because we believe that a vibrant and ethical civil society is essential for inclusive and sustainable development. We stand with all those who champion accountability, transparency, and human dignity. Through partnerships like this, Austria reaffirms its long-standing commitment to strengthening institutions, to advancing governance, and empowering citizens to participate meaningfully in shaping their nation's future. Allow me to share a very brief reflection. In one of Austria's early development dialogues, a young social worker once said, "Leadership is not about having followers. It is about awakening leaders in others." And that is the spirit I see here today, a gathering of leaders who are ready not only to strengthen their own organizations, but also to inspire others in their communities to act with courage, honesty, and compassion. Ladies and gentlemen, as you begin this journey, or as you end this journey, actually, thank you, it's the beginning, okay. I encourage you to engage fully, to listen, to question, and to collaborate. Leadership grows through dialogue and shared experience. The tools and insights that you have gained here will be invaluable, but it is your passion, integrity, and determination that will give them life. On behalf of the Austrian Embassy and the Austrian Development Corporation, I wish you productive discussions and transformative learning. May this program strengthen your vision, renew your sense of purpose, and empower you to continue building a civil society that stands as a pillar of democracy, justice, and hope. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard her, right? Yes. She didn't just speak to us, she gave us a keynote address. Yes? So if there's anybody that has authority, I think, to speak on governance and accountability, I think it's Dr. Katia. Thank you so much. I want to thank each and every one of you for giving of your time. I know that we interrupted our program, but we are going to continue. I would like to request that we have one group photo with our guest of honor so we can let her go. As you've heard, she's a woman of many hats, and the whole nation of Austria is looking to her to do a lot of work. So we need to just take a group photo. And you have these beautiful graduation hats, right? You can put it on your hat if you want. And then under sash, yes, we'll graduate after. But for now, at least let's take a picture with our Vice Chancellor and and have this. So can we quickly have some seats here, please? Thank you very much. Please put some music, some happy music.
We'll put on the t-shirts later. They might take too much time. Just let people throw them on if they can't do that. If you can throw it on top, that's okay. I think I push this in front. Yeah.
One time, say, elelele, elelele, ebebebe,
thinking, what does the school have on me now? Especially where they're doctors. People have 3 masters and a doctorate. Me, I decided to just enroll in the School of Life. All right, so let's continue. But please note that we still have another session of the graduation. You will have T-shirts that you will change into, and then we'll finish. So Tina will finish our presentation.
Okay, great. Kindly put back my slides. So this is the part I'm sure we've all been waiting for. Personally, I am excited about this part. I want to hear your stories, your organization stories, and I see beautiful hands over there. So can we have the 5 people come forward? Let's have the 5 people come forward. In order to make sure that we don't overrun, I'm going to give each person 2 minutes, because you can go on and on and on, yet you have to graduate. And of course, your members have other things to do. So 2 minutes, I'll count you down. Let's give them a round. It's not easy, guys, to put yourself forward. There was a man. What happened to him? Where is he? Are you the one? No. Where is the man? I saw a man's hand. Please come forward. Fantastic. Okay. Let's hear their stories. Let's hear if they were listening to my presentation. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. My name is Nanteza Nadia Malka. Good evening, fellows. So I'm here in representation of the Forum for Muslim Women in Leadership, and I am an executive member of the CSO, and I am also the CEO LifeX Africa. I'm going to talk about Forum for Muslim Women in Leadership. When you look at the history of Muslims in Uganda, they have been somehow, somewhere identified as non-educated. And they also, in one or the other, do not go to these spaces, the leadership spaces. So we thought that, why is it that we let people assume when we cover our heads, we've covered our brains? And we asked, do we need to always conform to the existing societal pressures for us to actually be leaders? A leader does not need to be a politician. A leader can be a CEO, can be a manager, can be a homemaker. How do we make of ourselves the best of leaders? And that is how the Forum for Muslim Women in Leadership came about. We just want to see a Muslim lady honor her Muslim values, but still be a competent and great leader out there. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Elizabeth Aliano. I'm the Executive Director and the founder of the Center for Women and Children's Reintegration. It's an organization founded, born of recommendations of my master's research, which was on the situation of children born outside marriage in Uganda. These include children born of war, children born of relationships that did not work, children born of sexual gender-based violence, children born of aid workers, and children born of celibates. Like Catholic priests are not supposed to have children, but many of them are having children whose identity is hidden from society most of the time. This organization is also born of my experience as a probation and social welfare officer, where I came across children who are living with grandparents because their mothers had them, abandoned them with the elderly parents and left to work elsewhere, children whose fathers are not known. Many times they were children in conflict with the law because they committed a crime because of the situation at home. I once took a child to the remand home in Mbale. He was born outside marriage, but he had killed his uncle because he had speared their goat, and every time he said, until you leave our home because you don't belong here. And yet these children were so progressive in their work as a group. My question always is, why should children see their father in a coffin? Because that's the case for many children born outside marriage. When your father is dead is when they bring you to bury him. Why did I have to wait for him to die? Our organization has had problems because we are dealing with a unique situation. That is the phenomenon of children born outside marriage. So it was difficult for us to attract funding, and we started a social enterprise that is adding value to tamarind fruits. I carried some products. That's my call to action. When you buy my products, you support children born outside marriage. We are reuniting them with their families. We do family tracing and reunion. We're also advocating for sexual reproductive health rights as a preventive measure. We're also advocating for economic rights of both the children and their mothers. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nalunjo Jinorini Katende, the Executive Director of Hope Again for girls dropped out of school from Masaka. You will forgive me, my English is not well. I'm a senior dropout, so you will go with my little English. So, no, let me use my little English so that everyone can understand. I'm the founder of that organization. I started it with a mission. My mission is to transform girls from dependent syndrome to independent standards of livelihood. For me, I'm a professional tailor. So I decided, how can I help these young girls dropped out of school, the marginalized girls? How can I help them? So I decided, so I should help them by training them vocational skills. In that, I train them in tailoring and crochet making. So per now, I have helped 50 girls. I have engaged them, but I have fully helped 10 girls. And one of them, she's now a trainer to others. So I added their menstrual health justice. So we are improving menstrual hygiene. In those young girls, young mothers, so I also help those girls with children with disability because they are so marginalized. They need hope. She dropped out of school. She's having a baby with disability. So there she needs a hope. So in hope, I just train them. How do I train them? Or how do I get funds? I don't have any fund, but those tailored materials, we saw them and we buy another material for them to do what? Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. I'm from Masaka.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Muhindo Ernest Emmanuel, and I lead the Kasese Youth Initiative on Climate Change. And right now, I'm going to share a story that really inspired me to, at a young age, to start up a community-based organization in my village, in my area, sorry. So it was 2023 when I decided to go to my grandfather's place for a holiday. So during that time, my area got hit by drought. It was the area between, that time between August to September. So most of us who come from agricultural families, we know that at that time people are preparing to plant and invest in agriculture to prepare for fees for the next year for their children. So during that time, there was a delay in the season, and so many families had already invested in plowing the land. All their savings they had invested in plowing the land and buying the seeds. And what happened was that there was a delay in the rains. So people in my area faced a lot of famine. Some of them in the villages resorted to stealing people's foods. You know, your neighbor has matoke, so you go and steal, and then you leave him with nothing because you're also looking for survival. So when I went out and asked them if they are aware of what is happening, most of them were like, God is angry with people in Kasese, things like that. So I realized that the people in that area were actually not, they had not realized that what they were facing was the effect of climate change in that community. So when I came back for my vacation, I decided to do something, that is to found an organization that will teach them and sensitize them about what is happening, and then tell them what they can do to solve that problem. So I went back to communities in Kasese. It was so hard, that is also another story, to found or to create a community-based organization as a senior six vacist. It was really hard, but then I managed. And I reached out to those communities and told them that what we are facing right now is climate change. And then the least we can do, at least to prevent these problems from coming up, we can plant trees. So they asked, I have 1 acre, then I plant eucalyptus, where will I plant my beans? So then we decided to come up with a model that would help them to, much as they're conserving the environment, they are also earning from it. So we decided to tell them to plant fruit trees. Much as they're conserving the environment, they also get mangoes and sell to the market. They get avocados and sell. They also get these fruits and feed to their children. So we're tackling 2 problems at once. That is sensitizing them about the effects of climate change, mitigating the effects of climate change, and also food security. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi, everyone. Yes, my name is Carol Nyangoma Mukisa, and I grew up from a family which was just like many other families in Uganda that are dominated by men. Number one, my mother could not attain the education that she wanted because their father opted to educate the sons and never educated her. So when I was growing up since childhood, she always told me that she had nightmares climbing the hill of Makerere University. Then I used to ask her, like, you're dreaming? It's like, at this time around, I had almost finished climbing, then I fell off. So she had a lot of desire to go to Makerere University, but she couldn't, not because the father was poor, but because the father was used to the environment that favors educating the male children rather than all of them. That was number one. We are born of only 2 as girls, me and my twin sister. I'm a twin Nyangoma. And so on giving out the property, me and my twin sister never get the property. Then I kept on asking, what is about women? Why can't we, I mean, from my mother to we, then to the, I said, no, this is not okay. It kept on hurting me, the decisions, the speakings, always men, men, men. I said, no, I'll do something when I get a chance to get educated. I go to Makerere University. My very first year, I didn't even apply in any other universities because I wanted to fulfill the dream of my mother. I applied Makerere University. They admit me for the course of statistics. I go for it, though I wanted law, but they felt like maybe law is not the thing then. I had to do statistics for my undergraduate. So there was a show at NBS called Real Life Show. I had to join it. I would walk from Makerere University to NBS on foot because I wanted to represent the voice of women. And it's then that I started writing in Daily Monitor and New Vision as a columnist because I wanted to present the voices of women. Now, I would get cases in my area where they would report domestic violence cases and no one would listen. So they would always come to me. I move in homes. The environment was very cold. It would be very hard for someone to give you their time and resources in such a scenario. So I felt like I was growing up in a very cold environment. And I said, no, I think I'll be the one to create warmth in my environment. And I birthed an organization called Warm Hearts Foundation to create the warmth. And so I started creating the warmth through all the initiatives. We have grown into 2 branches, one in Mukono. We've done a lot of work. But right about now, I grew a lot of passion for the women who stay in barracks. Why? We always see men in uniform, but we never see their women. We are in environments where we don't see the wives of the men in uniform. And so I had to take the services to the barracks because these are the spaces that many people do not think of. And I'm proud for where we have come from. from and where we are. I'm glad that the university my mom dreamt of, I've attained 2 degrees from there and still fetching more. Thank you so much.
Let's give them a round of applause. A round of applause. Let's remember the principles of storytelling. We want a character, remember? We talked about characters. We talked about authenticity. We talked about impact. Some talked about 50 girls or women they've impacted. Yes? Remember? So always remember those principles of your storytelling. Yeah? Evoke that emotion that you'd want to achieve from your audience. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. All right, my last slide very quickly. Then I'll hand to the moderator. Okay. So the importance, you've all appreciated it. It increases your influence and policy. Yes, you want to evoke emotion, you want to create a call to action, and it creates a sense of consistency. Thank you very much for listening. Back to the moderator.
Thank you, Miss Tina Wamala. Yes, yes, Fiona.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is another event that is supposed to be here, but we're supposed to graduate, and we promised to finish by 5. So we have to keep our word, right? We're leaders. So I'm asking that we go up to which floor? The 5th floor. Some of you can do exercise if the lift is too small. But I would like you to use that opportunity to put on your T-shirt as we go up. We're going to do the graduation from up. So as you go and pick a friend and pick all your property, we will put it up. There'll be somewhere up that we can have it. Some music. Yeah, is that the rooftop? Yes, the rooftop. We are going for the view. But please, can we do this in 2 minutes?